What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. 8 Mount Chapter 176 Blooming the most beautiful brilliance of my life. If Ron could have had such a leader before time travel, he would have been able to laugh out of his dreams. He didn't say anything about wiping his butt after he stabbed him. Are you taking it with you to be romantic? It was just a matter of going, but I actually stayed there all night. It's really good news for working people, look at it, it's not easy for Akynu either. Not only will I wipe your A****, but I will also compete with Aokiji for the position of Marine Marshal. The most important is, he still has his original job and tasks, as well as managing his subordinates. Ron lit a cigarette and comforted him with a smile. That's what you said. Shiao Zizai also understood and nodded gently. He was very satisfied with last night's action. He killed the celestial dragons and couldn't find anyone on his head. The only thing that's a bit pity, there were just too few celestial dragons killed. Shiao Zizai originally thought this was a gathering of celestial dragons, but he didn't expect that Saint Rosewater was eating alone. He really deserves to die. By the way, you can stay at Hong Romantic for one night. This is nothing like you. Ron looked at Jack the Ripper and asked curiously. Something is wrong. Something is very wrong. With his personality, he would never go to that kind of place, let alone stay all night. Could it be that you will meet true love somewhere? Don't get me wrong, I didn't do anything. I just spent the whole night chatting with the romantic female technicians. Jack the Ripper took a sip of wine and said softly. Ron was stunned for a moment, and just as he was about to speak, he saw the door of the tavern kicked open. Immediately afterwards, then I heard Rayleigh say distress Edley, it's such a waste. What's the use of talking so much? You don't want to use the bus for private use, or lock the shared bicycle. You will be punished for doing this. Jack the Ripper shook his head and said softly. No. My mother, like them, sells seafood. Aside from those women who are tempted by money, other women are more or less forced to do so. When talking about their children or lovers, the colors presented are as warm and beautiful as my mother's. Of course. Advertisement. Speaking of this, Jack the Ripper changed the topic, and his voice suddenly trembled with excitement. The most beautiful color is the kind of purple that suppresses other emotions, suppresses other colors, and finally dominates the whole body slowly. What a beautiful color. When they heard about my past, this beautiful color appeared on their bodies, and they became so beautiful, so beautiful. Beautiful enough to make me want to slit their throats with a knife and watch the blood spray from the arteries. Jack the Ripper touched his right eye and said slowly. Only I can see that color, and that's a work of art that only I can create. With this kind of artwork, no matter what kind of darkness the other party lives in, I can make them bloom the most beautiful light in their life. Don't you think it's great? With the voice down. The tavern instantly became silent. Everyone looked at Jack the Ripper with monster eyes. Original. Everyone thought that Deep Sea, Motherlander, and Kirajiying were enough pervert. In the end, it was really not enough to see this guy in front of him. This completely elevates the word, pervert, to an artistic level. Shiao Zizai also understood instantly. It turns out that Jack the Ripper was not praising the process of killing Saint Rosewater. Rather, he is admiring the colors that only he can see. Really? The pampered celestial dragons, after experiencing that level of pain, the desperation that broke out is by no means comparable to ordinary people. You really are a hopeless pervert. Shiao Zizai took a sip of his wine, smiled and shook his head. Compared to me, whether you enter the world or join the Marine, it's all to suppress your nature, so that you can point the butcher knife at the person who deserves to be killed. Although it is a pervert, try to stay away from others as much as possible, and don't let your own pervert hurt innocent people. In this way, you should be a gentle pervert, Jack the Ripper said with a smile. You really understand me. A trace of surprise flashed in Shiao Zizai's eyes. Aren't you the same? Jack the Ripper raised his glass and said with a smile. Immediately, when the two wine glasses collided and there was a pleasant sound, the two drank it all in one gulp. Looking at the two people who were flattering each other, everyone's faces were full of black lines. Really? The pervert just sees the same kind at a glance and understands the same kind. This point is definitely beyond the reach of ordinary people. Suddenly the tavern doorbell rang. Advertisement. Jingle. As the door was slowly pushed open, a man walked into the tavern. The man was tall, with short blue hair and a red suit, which gave him a strong aristocratic temperament even though he was already handsome. He looked up and down the tavern, paying no attention to the strange creatures such as Shengzu father and son, He Xiaohu father and son. Smelling the aroma of wine permeating the air, the man couldn't help admiring. Very fragrant wine. Hello, my name is Yusen Xi. When everyone in the tavern heard this, they just smiled and nodded. Welcome, Mr. Yusen Xi. My name is Ron, and I own this pub. Ron at the bar looked up and greeted with a smile. Yusen Xi. An S-rank ghoul from the ghoul world. The young master of the Yusen family, a gourmet with a gentleman's appearance and a gentleman at heart. The family background is strong enough to be as rich as an enemy. It may be the reason why the more money you play, the more pervert you play. He opened a ghoul restaurant in the 7th district, offering various types and different methods of death of human cuisine. At the same time, Yusen Xi is also the 4th guest from another world with the characteristics of pervert in the tavern. If Shiao Zizai is a gentle pervert, Jack the Ripper's pervert comes from a twist in character. Niue Shangxi is a pervert who is passionate about food. That month Shangxi came to the bar and sat down, soon. Rem put a bottle of wine in front of him. Your wine, please use it slowly. Thank you. Although Yushan smiled gently, it was hard to hide the tiredness in his eyes. Unscrewing the bottle cap, filling the wine glass, he straightened his neck and drank it all in one gulp. Gulu. With a sip of wine entering his throat, the spiciness that won't hurt the throat, and the sweetness of the alcohol made Yu Shangxi groan happily. Good wine. After speaking, he took out a blood-stained handkerchief, put it on his nose and sniffed it carefully, with a fascinated expression on his face. As if it was not a handkerchief, but a pair of plump women's bodies, worth savoring with a sound. And what a coincidence. Sitting next to Yu Shangxi was Kirajiying, who was stroking gently and kept breaking his hand. Rayleigh and others on the side were horrified. Chapter 177. Can the precautions before slaughtering pigs also be applied to humans? Seriously. Not to mention Rayleigh, even the demons, the Holy Lord and his son, couldn't stand it. Playing with octopuses in the deep sea, people from the motherland drinking fresh milk, Tsukiyama Shi who is obsessed with blood-stained handkerchiefs, Shiao Zizai who enjoys killing, Kira Yoshiying who is in love with women's hands, and Jack the Ripper who likes to watch the colors of despair. What the hell? There don't seem to be any normal people coming to this pub lately. One is more pervert than the other. Father, do you feel a little uncomfortable? Demon Xiaolong frowned and asked with a look of disgust. More or less. It's like eating our favorite katsuyu raw, even humans can't stand it. But, once the human heart is perverted, it will become more terrifying than us demons. The Holy Master took a sip of wine and said softly. As a demon who has ruled Blue Star for hundreds of years, he has seen countless people with perverted hearts, but this is the first time he has seen such perverted people. Of course. The end of such people will usually be very miserable, very miserable. Now, when Yusen Xi heard the words of the Holy Lord, he put away his handkerchief and said seriously. I'm not a pervert, I just have higher requirements for delicious food. As he spoke, he put the handkerchief on his face again, his face showing an expression of obsession again, and his eyes were so wide that they were about to pop out. The soft sweetness, the perfect harmony of aroma and aroma. Discovering new delicious meals brings me happiness far more than discovering new planets. The most delicious meat requires a third party's improvement and a solemn eating place. Finally, eat it, eat it. Maybe it was the smell of blood that once again stimulated Yusen Xi's taste buds, driving him almost into madness. The next moment, he calmed down inexplicably again, with a trace of regret flashing in his eyes. Like the regret of letting go of prey. See? Rayleigh couldn't help but ask curiously. What do you want to eat? Meat, Kaneki's flesh, his body, blood, smell. Just thinking about it makes me crazy. If I were a woman, I might have reached the G************T. Yusen Xi said calmly. Then he is. It's a human being, or one of my kind. A ghoul. Tsukiyama Shi responded. Everyone. What the hell? Advertisement he also said it wasn't pervert. Except for races with underground intelligence, no one can commit cannibalism, right? Moreover, your actions and demeanor just now are even more pervert than a handsome guy playing with octopus. Then your prey has escaped now, right? The color on you is blue, which is the color that represents regret and regret. Jack the Ripper asked softly. That's right, he escaped, and he was rescued right before my eyes. Today, I specially coaxed him to come out and play squash, just to let the food move. I just want Kaneki's meat to be more delicious. We also had coffee and that's when we got the bloody handkerchief. Finally, Kaneki took a shower, changed clothes, and went to my restaurant. But he was about to succeed, but someone rescued him halfway. Why? I didn't enjoy it in advance. Yusen Xi became more and more excited as he spoke, and his voice gradually became choked with sobs. That way. It's like a man who is about to have S**X with his girlfriend. As a result, when I went to take a shower, my girlfriend not only ran away, but also got into another man's bed. In this situation, anyone would go crazy, although the prey ran away. But wouldn't it be even better if we met it next time, caught it, and enjoyed it? It's like a cat catching a mouse. Tease again and again until the mouse gets tired and doesn't want to run away. Then the cat eats the mouse. I think you will like this feeling. Jack the Ripper reassured with a smile. Yusen Xi's eyes suddenly lit up. It seems to make sense. It both satisfies the movement of the prey before it is eaten. It can make up for this regret, so that you can enjoy golden wood in the most exciting and comfortable way. Oh, you are definitely a genius created by God. Kira Yoshikage also added, after exercising, it is best to let the prey get sufficient rest. Otherwise fatigue will cause abnormal heartbeats of the prey, thus affecting the quality of the meat. Immediately afterwards, Shiao Zizai, Shenhai, and the people of the motherland put forward different opinions. Hearing this, Yusen Xi's eyes flashed with light. Similar. The guys next to him are definitely the same type. The same kind here does not refer to ghouls, but psychologically they all have more or less different hobbies from ordinary people, or they are more extreme. For a while, Tsukiyama Shi seems to have fallen in love with this pub. Advertisement in this way, he listened to it again and again, taking a small notebook and taking notes for the next time he hunted Kaneki. And at this moment, everyone was stunned when they heard this. Especially Ron's eyelids couldn't stop twitching. Did Kira Yoshikage just tell you what to pay attention to before killing a pig? Can this be used on humans? When the discussion is over. Yusen Xi stood up slowly and bowed to Jack the Ripper and others. Thanks, I really learned a lot today. When I catch Kaneki Ken again, I will definitely take him to the tavern and cook him on the spot. If you are interested, you can also try it. Jack the Ripper smiled bitterly and shook his head. If you don't have the luxury to enjoy it, you should enjoy it yourself. Yusen Xi looked at Shiao Zizai and others again. See. Shiao Zizai and others shook their heads vigorously to express their rejection. Although pervert. But forget about cannibalism, it's a pity. Kaneki is the only delicacy in the world. The flesh and blood lingering on the tip of the tongue are absolutely in perfect harmony. Yusen Xi murmured with regret. Immediately, he asked curiously, by the way, after Kaneki Ken escaped. I also made a surprising discovery. That's it, it's very delicious too, do you want to try it? With that said, Yusen Xi rolled up his sleeves and stretched his arms in front of Shiao Zizai and the others. Look at the stretched out arm. The faces of Shiao Zizai, Kirajiying and others suddenly darkened. What the hell? Are you overly enthusiastic? The people from the motherland looked at Ron with a dark face. Boss, can I take him out and give him a good beating? Chapter 178 Upgrading the tavern people with a bad temper and a little pervert. Even if you are passionate about him, he will beat you and even kill you. It is clear. This sentence refers to the people of the motherland. Of course. If Shiao Zizai's appetite hadn't been satisfied last night. Kira Yoshikage likes to kill women, and Jack the Ripper is not interested in Tsukiyama. I'm afraid that the three of them can't help but make a move. Then Shen Hai stood behind, waving the flag and cheering. Forget it. I'm afraid you'll hit him hard and beat him to death again. Ron said with a wry smile. Give the boss a face. Otherwise, I'm going to break this pervert's arm at least today. After the motherlander snorted coldly, he ignored Yusen Xi and started drinking in silence. Heard the words. Yusen Xi expressed that he was very sad. What the hell? Talk like you're not a pervert. Also, lousy kindly let you taste what a ghoul tastes like, you still hit me. Where is the law? But, regarding this, Yusen Xi didn't take it seriously. Now his whole heart has been tied to Jin Muyan. If the human being who loves gold and wood the most is Yongjin. The ghoul who loves gold and wood the most must be Yusen Xi. At this time, the system's mechanical prompt sounded in Ron's mind. Ding, customer. Shi Yushin has finished talking. Close black lens bracket. Ding, the customer involved in the confidant, Kaneki Ken, will visit the tavern in the near future. Close black lens bracket. Customer Yusen Xi, the host can choose the ghoul gene. Close black lens bracket. Ron responded. Select the ghoul gene and put it into the system warehouse. Immediately, the system warehouse has a gleam of light. Just when Ron thought it was all right, the system prompt sounded again. Ding, congratulations to host for completing a turnover of 10 billion. The tavern will start upgrading after closing. Close black lens bracket. Ding, the authority of the tavern has been increased, and 2 guests from other worlds will be invited every day. Close black lens bracket. Ding, the Wanjie Tavern mall system has been upgraded again. Close black lens bracket. Ding, from now on, the tavern will completely break the barrier of dimensions, and the host can go to other worlds. Close black lens bracket. Ding, the authority of the tavern has been upgraded, and the tavern will be permanently indestructible. Close black lens bracket. Ding, after the host completes 500 turnover, the tavern will be upgraded again. Close black lens bracket. Hearing this series of prompts, Ron immediately opened the system's mall. Really? Advertisement. There are many more props that can be purchased in it. For example, the big clock in the super god world, the Shenhe gene. The heart of the universe in the Marvel universe, the ultimate eraser, the Book of Darkness. Saiyan blood in the world of Dragon Ball, Ultra Instinct. And the AD calcium milk and frozen fish in the crazy world. Bridge bean sack. Ron immediately noticed that something was wrong. What is the situation with this AD calcium milk and frozen fish? And he bought hundreds of thousands of points. How? A frozen fish will directly hurt 999. After complaining for a while, Ron asked softly. The system, the meaning of breaking the dimensional barrier, is it able to go to any world? Ding, the system can choose any world. Close black lens bracket. Ron was overjoyed when he heard that. There are too many other worlds that I want to go to. Shinigami, Hokage, Valkyrie of the End, Marvel, and more. Just go. Can't help but find something useful, maybe, can make up for the regret. Just as Ron was thinking, a call from a phone bug brought him back to reality. Follow the sound and look. I saw Rayleigh took out the phone bug from his arms, and as soon as he turned it on, a man's voice came. Deputy Captain. I dug out the captain's bones, and there's not even a single ashes left. After hearing this, Rayleigh couldn't help heaving a sigh of relief. That's good, come here quickly. But the phone bug drooped his brows and eyes, imitating the man's expression vividly. But, I'm being hunted by Marine, so I may be late. Rayleigh frowned slightly. Among the Marines who are chasing after him, is there that stunned young man Akynu? If there is, give Roger's body to him immediately, or throw it away, it's important to save your life. Ron and everyone in the tavern, what a show. Digging other people's graves is already very rude. Now another sea burial? Are you not afraid that Ace will do the same in the future? Jabba on the phone bug was also confused. Why, However, there is no Akynu in Chase Me Marine. Rayleigh smiled bitterly. Let's not talk about you now, Akynu. Even if Roger is at his peak, he can't beat him. Okay, I get it. After seeing and explaining a few more words, Rayleigh hung up the phone bug. Immediately, he said softly, Jabba is expected to arrive the day after tomorrow. How sure are you of resurrecting the captain? Advertisement, to be honest, compared to Resurrecting Roger. Rayleigh was afraid that these former crew members would encounter danger on the way. I am even more afraid that if Roger cannot be resurrected, these former crew members will be sad again. 60% sure. You better be mentally prepared. Ron thought about it and gave the most conservative answer. It's already high. After all, that guy has been dead for more than 10 years. Rayleigh sighed softly and directly drank the wine in front of him. For a while, memories from the past turned into fragments and played back continuously in the old man's mind. They conquered the sea and conquered all pirates. Can't conquer disease. Even more unable to conquer the pain brought by the captain's heart when he died. Trust the boss. The Lord's paw lightly patted Rayleigh. Of course I do. Rayleigh grinned, with a smile on his face. The old man is already thinking about where to take Roger after he is resurrected. I just don't know. Could the red and romantic female bodhisattva give Roger some pointers? Heard the words. The mouth corners of Shengzu and the others couldn't help but crazily rise. Another day of instant understanding, worthy of being the fastest racer in the tavern. But, only Ron knew that old Rayleigh was just trying to force a smile. At this time, suddenly the tavern doorbell rang. Jingle. As the door was slowly pushed open, a man with an obscure turban on his head walked in. The man was wearing a cloak with a necklace on his body, his bangs wanted to cover his left eye, and his demeanor looked unusually cold. Before he closed the door, a familiar voice came from outside. Pervy sage, don't drink here, just take a look at the results of my cultivation. Language fall. A boy wearing a Konoha forehead protector and wearing an orange tracksuit walked past the man. Looking at this familiar figure from behind, the man murmured softly, Naruto. Naruto looked back when he heard someone calling him. Uncle, do you know me? Chapter 179 I'm stupid, doo-doo. New world, all countries. If it is said that fairy tales have seen reality, it must be here. All kinds of cakes are piled up to form buildings. Drinks and milk flow between the islands. This kind of utopia, anyone who sees it will linger and forget to return. Inside a castle on Cake Island, Big Mom sat at the dining table and kept stuffing all kinds of cakes into his mouth. None of the ministers and subordinates dared to make a sound. I'm afraid it will affect Mama's appetite. Suddenly, the gate of the castle was pushed open, and Katakuri walked in, saying in a deep voice. Mama, according to the latest news, Jabba has also dug up Roger's bones, and is heading towards the Sabaody archipelago together with the crew of the Roger pirates. Heard the words. Big Mom's action of stuffing the cake into his mouth suddenly froze, and at the same time, countless question marks flashed in his mind. Digging Roger's grave? What kind of show operation is this? Could there be something precious in Roger's grave? Or is the secret of One Piece buried there? Think about it. Big Mom put down the cake in his hand and murmured in a low voice. Roger, tell me, is One Piece real? Something, where? As he spoke, Big Mom's voice gradually became choked up. This is what she, as a pirate, has been pursuing all her life. But decades have passed. Still no answers. Mama, what should we do now? Katakuri asked in a low voice. If you stay here, if you set off collectively, it will definitely cause Marine's obstruction. I'm going to the Sabaody archipelago myself. After Big Mom finished eating the rest of the cake, her fat body leapt onto Zeus and flew towards the Sabaody archipelago. She's going to have a look. What on earth is the crew of the Roger pirates going to do? Nothing this time, inside the Wanjie Tavern. After hearing Naruto's voice, Jiraiya looked over subconsciously. The man's familiar face made him feel like he had seen it somewhere before. But for a while, I couldn't say it. Yes, I am a ninja from Sanagakure. The man responded softly. Advertisement, oh. Sorry, I don't have much impression of you, uncle. But it seems like I've seen it somewhere, it's a strange feeling. Naruto frowned slightly, thinking about who this man was. While thinking, he came to sit next to Jiraiya, but suddenly. From the corner of his eye, he saw a man who looked like Orochimaru looking at him with a smile. Naruto's heart sank suddenly, and he asked tentatively. Orochimaru. Orochimaru dared not admit it, nor did he say that he was from the future. If that is the case, Naruto will definitely ask questions and maybe ask for Sasuke, which is no fun. Orochimaru first glanced at the man who had just entered the tavern, then put his arms around Jiraiya and asked with a smile. Do you look like me? Aren't I younger and prettier than him? And, if I were, Jiraiya would have fought me long ago. After speaking, Orochimaru rubbed hard on Jiraiya's body again. Instantly, Jiraiya felt goosebumps all over her body, her fists clenched unconsciously. But he has the same concerns as Orochimaru, so he bears it. That's what you said, you look like a woman. Naruto nodded and said half-jokingly, but, pervy sage, you might as well make do with this ant, so you can save money on going to the custom shop. Orochimaru was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. Naruto, your attention is good. For a while, Jiraiya's face was so dark that it seemed like he could drip out of ink. What the hell? What a good disciple of Lousy, how? Do you want me to force my teacher to lock up men and put men on top of men? During the fight between the three of Jiraiya, the man standing at the door slowly came to the bar and sat down. Welcome, Mr. Sasuke. I'm the owner of this tavern. My name is Ron. Ron greeted with a smile. The man in front of me is none other than Uchiha Sasuke of the Incombustibles world. Now he can be said to be one of the strongest people in the Hokage world. Not only does he possess a Rinnegan, but he is also the eldest son of the Sage of Six Paths, the chakra reincarnation of Indra. Although it came through Naruto, but it is not in the same timeline as Naruto, but like Orochimaru, from after the Fourth Ninja War. Before drinking. Advertisement, can you tell me what's going on first? Sasuke looked around the tavern and asked in a cold voice. This tavern is so weird. He was able to see the young Naruto and Jiraiya who had not yet died in the battle. You're just from a different timeline. Now Naruto is still looking for you all over the world, but at that time you were training with Orochimaru. Ron explained softly. Language fall. Ram then put a bottle of Neolonchen in front of Sasuke. Please use your wine slowly. Sasuke nodded, unscrewed the cap of the bottle, filled a cup, picked it up and took a sip. Gulu. As soon as the wine entered his throat, his body suddenly started to churn. But this just helped Sasuke digest this difficult information. Different timelines. This is something he has never heard of. In this case, then can Itachi come too? Sasuke asked softly. Everything is random. But, if you come here often, you might be lucky enough to run into him. Ron responded with a smile. Sasuke nodded silently and drank one cup after another. Itachi's death, it was a pain that would never go away for him. Especially after the reincarnation in the earth was lifted, Itachi's soul ascended to heaven, and from then on, there was no more 1/7 brother in the world. I didn't understand him before. I definitely know you. Sasuke's heart was like Shisui, but the moment they met, the memories of the past turned into fragments and flashed through his mind one by one. When I understood everything, it was already too late. From the moment Itachi collapsed in front of Sasuke. Hope it's not too outrageous, if you haven't seen Naruto and Jiraiya when they were young. I just thought about it carefully. No wonder, Itachi would say that sentence. I'm stupid, doo-doo. P.S. I forgot to mention that now the protagonist can go to other worlds. Readers, what kind of world do you want to see? But, at this time, he then knew Itachi's good intentions, and also knew that Itachi was paving the way for his own growth. The admiration for my brother has completely turned into hatred, and the flame of revenge is getting stronger and stronger in my heart. Sasuke's expression remained calm, but his eyes were stirring. Chapter 180. Looking ahead, there is a different scenery ahead. Look-alike does not mean similar faces, but Naruto felt that the one-armed man in front of him had similar temperament to Sasuke. No, it's basically carved out of the same mold. In other words, he is the adult Sasuke. Although this idea was crazy, Naruto still had to ask. He wanted to know if he had ever gotten Sasuke back. You got the wrong person. I'm just a ninja from Sanagakure. Sasuke's face remained calm and he said calmly, but you guys are so similar. Naruto frowned. Don't get hung up on what's right in front of you. Look forward, there's the scenery you want to see ahead. Sasuke took a sip of wine, his voice was cold but with a hint of warmth. He didn't want Naruto to waste any more time on his own affairs. Practice hard. That's what Naruto should do most now. Oh well. Uncle, do you want to hear the story about me and that stinky guy? Naruto asked with a smile as he plopped down next to Sasuke. Fart. Sasuke frowned slightly when he heard these two words, but he nodded silently. This story is very, very long. From the first time Naruto met Sasuke, to attending classes and performing tasks together. From just strangers, to inspiring competitors, best friends, and confidants. At last, Sasuke was blinded by hatred and defected to Konoha. Did he think Orochimaru would give him power for free? Master Maru just wants your body to be a container, idiot. At that time, I should have broken your hands and feet and brought you back to Konoha. Naruto's voice gradually became choked and tears fell from the corners of his eyes. Why are you so obsessed with him? Why save him? Sasuke asked softly, because that is my hard-earned bond. Naruto wiped away his tears and spoke slowly. When the others were picked up by their parents, only Sasuke and Naruto shared the solitude when they were struggling to finish school. Although the two had not yet become friends, but at that time, Sasuke was the first bond established by Naruto who had nothing. He doesn't want to let go no matter what. You're always thinking you're saving Sasuke. But I never care whether Sasuke needs your rescue or not. Is it really okay for you to treat yourself like this, Doran, and don't care what Sasuke thinks? Sasuke looked at Naruto and asked calmly, advertisement. If it were Sasuke 3 years ago, I'm afraid he has already drawn his knife. Naruto didn't care about Sasuke's original will at all. I don't even understand what kind of pain it is after losing the happiness I once had. Although I really think Itachi was hiding all of this. But at the beginning, Sasuke wanted to go on a narrow path, and he just wanted to go alone. Even after all these years, Sasuke's thoughts still don't want to drag others down, and he won't stop for anyone. You're probably right, but I still want to get Sasuke back. No matter what the cost, Naruto left the bar silently after leaving a few words. Suddenly, he turned and grinned, I know, you're Sasuke. The tone and temperament of speaking cannot deceive people. After speaking, Naruto made a face at Sasuke, pulled up Jiraiya who was sitting on the scattered table, and ran out. Looking at the two people's backs gradually disappearing. A smile finally appeared on Sasuke's face. This fool finally became smart for once. Ron smiled and said, he's never been stupid, he just lacks the lead. The reason why Naruto didn't reveal Sasuke's identity. Perhaps, it is because I am afraid that if I know the result in the future, I will waste my cultivation. I'm even more afraid that I haven't recovered Sasuke. Therefore, after returning to the original world, Naruto will definitely work harder to practice. Orochimaru laughed and said, both of you are the gust of wind that will turn the windmill of the ninja world. Ron said softly, probably not in a few years. Huh? Orochimaru froze for a moment. Sasuke said just now, look forward, there is a different scenery ahead. But that landscape might also be a grave. Ron lit a cigarette, and the smoke slowly exhaled from his mouth, covering his entire face. Heard the words. Orochimaru and Sasuke glanced at each other with different expressions on their faces. The former is playful. The latter is dignified. Ron's words seemed like a joke, but the two heard a hint of warning. Grave. It means that it is not as simple as just dying a person. Perhaps. The ninja world will set off a new war. Things happen. Human, you still have to live in your crotch. Seeing Sasuke's serious face, Rayleigh smiled and comforted him. Advertisement. The tomb that the kid mentioned might be Shautupo. It's like what people often say about a bruised vein is not necessarily an arm. It doesn't have to be a knife that stabs someone in the back. Having difficulty breathing doesn't have to be asthma. A fever all over the body is not necessarily a fever. Those who kneel down are not necessarily begging for mercy. The more Rayleigh talked, the more excited he became. The more he talked, the more Ron and everyone in the tavern felt that something was wrong. How does it feel weird? Is this old guy driving? Right. It must be so, immediately. Ron quickly stopped. Okay, don't talk about it, it's out of line. What do you know? This is the essence of the old man's life for so many years. It's a philosophy of life. Rayleigh raised his chin and said proudly. These things, the two of us should discuss them in private. Ron shook his head helplessly. At this time, after putting down a wad of money, Sasuke got up slowly and said. You mean, I'm going in the right direction with my investigation of the Kagaya mystery, right? I will continue on this path. Ron didn't respond, just looked at Sasuke with a smile on his face. He didn't want to reveal too much. In that case, the future plot will definitely change dramatically. It seems that I guessed right. The real purpose is to see Naruto in childhood. This role is too controversial, so I have been afraid to write it, and I don't know how to write it. He wanted to turn around and say something, but in the end he gave up and continued on until he disappeared into this world. Would you kindly invite me to eat a bowl of ramen when one was young? Just thinking about this scene is very warm. Seeing this, Orochimaru couldn't help laughing and asked. When Naruto met his younger self, the wine here is good, I will come here often. As for what useful information Sasuke extracted from those few words, it all depends on his own ability. Still being so duplicity, after Sasuke finished speaking, he left the tavern without looking back. Also, want to see Itachi come? Looking at his back. After Sasuke, who had already walked out of the tavern, caught the voice, he stopped in his steps. Wonder if Sasuke will bring Naruto over for a drink? Orochimaru said flatly, the wine is just an introduction. Chapter 181. He is really dead, but his mouth is still tough. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Ron smiled and shook his head. Orochimaru has really changed. No, she should be called Aunt Snake. Now, he really has a heart that is so full that it is almost overflowing. You said what if the current Sasuke met his younger self? Will you persuade him not to take revenge and explain everything? Ron asked softly. Maybe. Orochimaru sighed softly. This may refer to Itachi. The Itachi used to be Sasuke's nightmare. But now, it has become a lifelong regret, otherwise. Sasuke will not inherit Itachi's will and protect Konoha in the darkness. Ron nodded. Maybe you are right. If that were the case, Sasuke would be the other extreme. Uchiha's character is extreme. Extreme evil, extreme good, and extreme reactions. The more extreme the Uchiha clan is, the stronger they are, and Itachi is a living example. He bears the hardships for the extreme pursuit in his heart. Pity. He lives in the ninja world. Pity. He is Uchiha, otherwise Itachi would be the best. Sacrifice everything you have, feed on hatred, and in the end, even if it comes to an end, you will lead the newborn eagle to fly to the light. No matter what, I'm looking forward to seeing what Sasuke will be like in the future. Orochimaru smiled, then turned and left the bar, walked to Grey Wolf, and watched him rub Hogyoku's hands. At this time, the system's mechanical prompt sounded in Ron's mind. Ding, customer. Uchiha. Sasuke has finished talking, close black lens bracket. Customer Uchiha Sasuke. Fire style ninjutsu, lightning style ninjutsu, Mangekyo Sharingan, Rinnegan. Host can choose one of the abilities, close black lens bracket. Ding, customer. Orochimaru has finished talking, close black lens bracket. Customer Orochimaru. Customer Orochimaru, wind style, sealing technique, curse sealing technique, genetic modification technology. Host can choose an ability, close black lens bracket. Ron didn't hesitate and responded directly. Take Sasuke's Rinnegan, or Orochimaru's genetic modification technology and merge now. Ding! Start optimizing Rinnegan's flaws, make up for the lack of abilities, and start merging. Close black lens bracket. As the system's voice fell, Ron's eyes suddenly changed. The originally black pupils and whites of the eyes turned purple with circular ripples, and the pupils also turned into Magatama surrounds. Immediately, countless stories about Rinnegan's unique abilities appeared in Ron's mind. Advertisement, for example, Ring Tomb, Border Prison, Tengai Shinsei, Tenshou, Planetary Devastation, etc. The most important is, with Rinnegan you can use Susanoo. After all, no man can refuse to fly a Gundam. The edge of the bar. The Holy Lord was very envious when he looked at He Xiaohu, who had a serious face and listened to his father's teachings seriously. Look at the silly son who was drinking and bragging with Rayleigh, a native of the motherland, Shenhai and others. The scarlet eyes instantly became full of disgust. If not in the tavern, he really wanted to slap him with a big D*K. Think about it. The Holy Lord came to Black Hard Tiger with a bottle of wine and sat down next to him, then he humbly asked for advice. Can you teach me how you usually educate your son? Compared to Black Lil Tiger, I really want to kill my stupid son who wants to kill his father. Hearing this shuddering voice, Black Hard Tiger looked up and saw the ferocious and evil face of the Holy Master coming towards him. The two were so close that they could even hear each other's breathing. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from the Holy Lord. So much so that the black-hearted tiger forgot what he just heard, and retreated directly out of instinct, and took a defensive posture. So scary. He Xiaohu smiled wryly and said, Father, the Holy Master is very kind. Only, it looks a little scary, heard the words. The Holy Master immediately showed a kind smile to Akynu. Yes, I am very kind. No malice. Just to ask for advice, how did you educate your son? Only then did Akynu feel relieved, sat down again, and after sorting out his emotions, he slowly opened his mouth and said, I don't know much about educating my son. I only know that you can become a talent if you fight. If you fight, you will be obedient. Knocking him down is terrified of you, like trembling when he sees you. He Xiaohu, who was sitting by the side, trembled inexplicably. Like recalling some bad past events. After hearing this, the devil dragon on the bar felt his heart sank, turned his head to look, and happened to meet the Holy Lord. Killing intent flashed in those scarlet eyes. Old stuff. You. What are you going to do? The devil dragon asked tremblingly. Advertisement, it's nothing, I will go to hell with me. Give you the dog charm for your father. By the way, announce it in front of all the demons, and officially pass it on to you. The Holy Lord said with a nuclear kindness on his face. The devil dragon's face darkened suddenly. What the hell? Can you be more obvious? Also pass the throne, and give the dog a spell. Pooh. Nausea. Don't even think about it. Even if Laozi dies today, it is impossible for him to step out of the tavern. The devil dragon said in a deep voice, but the voice just fell. The Holy Lord's ability to activate the rabbit charm came to him in an instant, and threw it out. Boss, I'll come back for a drink tomorrow. The devil dragon is not necessarily. The Holy Master first put down a handful of gems, then nodded his thanks to Black Hard Tiger, and strode away from the tavern. Next second, there was a violent roar, and the pitiful cry of the devil dragon entered the tavern. A few minutes later, these voices slowly disappeared, and the father and son also left this world. Father, you'd better not come to the tavern these days. Especially when the devil dragon is alone in the tavern. In front of his son, Akynu couldn't lose face with so many people, so he swung his robe proudly. The character of the devil is to seek revenge. Thank you, readers. My king's persistent illness has resurfaced in the past few days, so I'm sure I won't be able to come. P.S. I read the comments in the previous chapter, and I probably know how to write them. Ahem. It has nothing to do with this. Are you afraid of your legs shaking? It's really dead, but the mouth is still hard. Jingle. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help laughing. Suddenly the tavern doorbell rang. If caught by the devil dragon, the black hard tiger will be alone. Finally, ask for reminders and feeding, at this time. You don't need to think about it, you know, the end will definitely be very miserable. He Xiaohu said with a wry smile. Chapter 182. Is this creature really a teacher? Jingle. With the crisp doorbell ringing, the door was slowly pushed open, and a yellow octopus wearing a degree suit and a doctor's hat walked in with its tentacles twisting. After everyone in the tavern took a look, they all looked surprised. What the hell kind of creature is this? It seems even more outrageous than the Holy Lord and his son. Hello, I am the Prince of Destiny who carries the eternal wind. The yellow octopus gave a very standard hat-off salute to everyone. What the hell kind of name is this? Do you want to be so good? Everyone was stunned for a moment, but they still nodded with a smile. It's like another world, it's really amazing. The yellow octopus tentacles gently touched its round chin and looked at the tavern curiously. Available immediately. When he saw the Geisha sisters, Lukoa, Ram and other beauties on the platform. The yellow skin turned pink inexplicably. The corners of his mouth couldn't stop rising crazily. But in the next second, it returned to its original yellow color. Hello, Koro Sensei. I'm the owner of this tavern. My name is Ron. Ron looked up and said with a smile, Koro Sensei. He is a character from the world of assassination, a guest from another world randomly invited to the tavern every day. Not within the scope of the pervert. Attribute. The head teacher of Class E, Grade 3, Chukshu Middle School, is also the strongest and fastest teacher in history. Originally the world's #1 killer. Later it was transformed into an antimatter, octopus-shaped tentacle super creature. And at this moment, after hearing the 3 words, Koro Sensei, Rayleigh, Yueying Xiaomeng, and Yuan Tiangong were 3 guests with teacher characteristics, and their faces were immediately filled with question marks. This creature is a teacher. What can he teach? It must be misleading. Hello. Koro Sensei smiled and came to sit at the bar. Not long after, Ram then put a bottle of wine in front of him. Please use your wine slowly. Ron introduced. This is Hongwaling wine. Its taste is mellow, sweet and refreshing, and it will definitely satisfy you. I'll try it. Koro Sensei's eyes suddenly lit up, and he couldn't wait to use his tentacles to unscrew the bottle cap, then raised his head and took a swig. Gulu. With a sip of wine entering his throat, it's exactly what Ron said. Not only is the taste mellow, but the rich aroma of wine is also extremely explosive. Advertisement. Although after entering the throat, the aroma will quickly fade away. But you can still feel the mellow and long taste of Hongwalongju. That's good. Koro Sensei nodded with satisfaction. If you compare this wine with the sake you drink in your own world. No, there is no qualification for comparison at all. Those sakes are garbage, as long as you like it, Ron said with a smile. At this time, Rayleigh came over and asked curiously, are you a teacher? That's right. I took over the dream of a silly woman and must let those lovely children graduate from Class E. Koro Sensei took a swig of wine and said seriously. Then what do you usually teach? Rayleigh continued to ask. Teach those kids knowledge, and teach them how to assassinate me. When they kill me, my lovely students will graduate. Koro Sensei responded with a smile. Not only Rayleigh's jaw dropped, but also everyone else was surprised. I've heard of students being taught to avenge themselves. But I have never seen anyone teach students to kill their teachers. Co-author, are you the one who wrote the graduation exam questions for that group of students? Don't be surprised. Koro Sensei is a very good and qualified teacher. He helps students solve all problems, including bullying, the school's focus on grades, the ultimate goal of learning, parents' moral kidnapping, etc. Ron lit a cigarette and said calmly, in summary. This is a problem that every student will encounter. But, how many teachers today will seriously solve the problem? Oops. Don't say that, I'll be embarrassed. Koro Sensei waved his hand, and green stripes appeared on the yellow octopus's face. That's the expression he shows when he's proud, at this time. Shenhai smiled and joked. Don't mention it, now the people of the motherland, Kira Jiying, Jack the Ripper, Yusen Xi and brother Shiao Zizai all need a teacher. They're so pervert. Some kill people, some set fires, and some even like to torture and kill. They do everything they can. Heard the words. Everyone in the tavern cast disdainful glances. You're an octopus player, how can you have the nerve to tell others to pervert? But the strange thing is, the people of the motherland actually looked indifferent, as if they didn't hear anything. Advertisement. If this were done before. Even a beating is light, at least you have to feed Deep Sea a fresh octopus. Actually, at this moment, the people of the motherland really want to punch Shenhai's head in. However, the current Deep Sea is different from the past. Not only did he join an environmental protection organization, he also joined an organization that protects marine animals. Its gender is still a shopping bag. If the motherland's Deep Sea expedition is exposed, it will definitely be criticized by a large number of civilians. When support ratings will also drop significantly. So the people of the motherland can only endure it now. Oh, is it so? Then we can have a chat. Koro Sensei smiled, his figure instantly became blurry, and countless ghosts appeared around him. The next moment, his academic uniform turned into a white coat. See this scene. Rayleigh and others seem to have seen a ghost. What just happened? What is this pervert speed, and where did this white coat come from? If the yellow octopus in front of me had murderous intentions, it would definitely not even know how it died. Think of this. The natives of the motherland, Deep Sea, Kira Jiying, and Rayleigh immediately took out their notebooks and prepared for class. Koro Sensei took a sip of wine and said slowly, actually, I'm not qualified to teach you anything, because I met a silly woman who made me feel love and kindness from the bottom of my heart. Pervert. It was this love and kindness that made me abandon the evil and killing I once had. Do you think this can influence us? Heard the words? Because I used to be a person who only knew how to kill, and I was called Shinigami. Receive your prize in the comment section. Shining a light of humanity in the lives of dozens of children, and this light will continue to be passed on. Also, is this the reader who wants to see Koro Sensei? Laozi has been a bohemian and free-spirited person throughout his life, and he has always adhered to these 2 words. Joke. This guy turned out to be a real teacher, he had a set of great principles. P.S. Sorry for posting it a bit late, there's another one that will be sent out before about 8 p.m. Finally, I beg for a reminder, but I'm lucky. What the hell? Deep Sea, people of the motherland, Kira, Jiying and the others looked at each other in disbelief. Chapter 183. You are extremely important to the whole world. What is a pervert? That is, his heart is dark and distorted, and his personality and behavior are very different from ordinary people. Are totally against the mundane. It's obvious. They're talking about people from the motherland, Shiao Zizai, Shenhai and others. But, coincidentally, Mr. Shaw also influenced many such students. Immediately, kill the teacher to continue the class. Blue Star has an old saying, kill people and set fire to the golden belt, and repair bridges and roads without corpses. Countless people and things are proving that villains can always possess more resources and have more spiritual enjoyment. Then have higher status, rights, and money. On the other hand, those ordinary people with good hearts have no spiritual enjoyment, only firewood, rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar tea, the lowest physiological needs. They are like the liver emperors in the game, zero Krypton players. If they don't have skills and luck, they will definitely be ravaged by the money-charging bosses. This also just confirms that after being hurt, some kind-hearted people began to violate their heart, morality, good governance and laws. It's like a man going to extremes, killing and setting fire in the end, and becoming a slave to desire. Some girls become seafood sellers just to satisfy their vanity and so on. And these behaviors or your various behaviors will hurt more people, and then pass this emotion on to more people. For example, used to kill me constantly, so, are we going to sink here? Heard the words. Not just sitting in a row, holding a small notebook to take notes, but Kirajikage and others, digging their heads. Even Ace Kano, Big Wolf, Bald Chang, and Aizen who were watching the play were lost in thought. Yes, maybe a kind thought is not worth mentioning to me. But for an ordinary person, but it can continue to pass on, and spread the emotions brought about by such kind thoughts. This is extremely important for any civilization. Certainly, except for the cold demon civilization. What they believe in is the liberating nature, and everything they do is based on their inner desires, rather than the concepts of good and evil and the values that people should have. Ahem. Mr. Kill coughed and continued, if evil can satisfy your deepest desires and greed, that act of kindness can make you truly recognized by others, by the society, and by yourself. And finally get a sense of accomplishment that you can be proud of. Speaking of this, Mr. Kill's tone became more and more desolate. But it's helpless. You are immersed in your own world and don't want to be disturbed by others. And that world is like a bottomless pit. No matter what you do to give your heart, you can't fill that bottomless pit. Maybe my words today can restore your perverted hearts. Advertisement, but I can at least tell each of you to be a kind person. You are extremely important to the whole world. Alright. This class ends here. Thank you all. Get out of class is over. After Teacher Kill finished speaking, he slowly got up and bowed slightly to the natives and other perverts. Immediately afterwards, people from the motherland, Kira Yoshikage and several other perverts stood up together and bowed to Teacher Shaw in return. The neatness of the action and the sincerity of the attitude. At first glance, these perverts from various worlds are listening carefully. And thought about these words carefully in my heart. Starting today, I will try to show kindness to the world. Although, I'm not quite used to it yet. After taking a sip of the still warm fresh milk, the native of the motherland said sincerely. You speak well, thank you, but the desire to destroy and possess those beautiful beings calms me. Peace of mind and a peaceful life are above all else for me. However, I accept and follow your suggestion. As for whether it can be changed, it depends on God's will. Kira Yoshikage stroked a severed hand that was cut off yesterday and said softly. Next, Shiao Zizai also talked a lot about Jack the Ripper. Without exception, they will all follow Teacher Shaw's advice. But, this is not guaranteed to change at this point, but gradually figured out. After all, blocking is worse than sparse, just like quitting smoking. If you quit all at once, people will go crazy. As for Yusen Xi, he scoffed at it. He is a ghoul. The human concept of right and wrong obviously doesn't work here. Ghouls will die if they don't eat people. Finally, to the deep sea. He touched his head and said shyly, I don't kill people, I don't have special hobbies, and I don't have a dark heart. It's just pure love for sea animals. Heard the words. Everyone's face suddenly turned black. What the hell? You are right to like animals, but are your actions pure? Advertisement, are you addressing individual special needs? Seeing that everyone was looking at the deep sea, and their eyes were not friendly, Mr. Kill asked curiously, without knowing the truth. It doesn't seem like a problem to like sea animals. Rayleigh, who was sitting by the side, had no choice but to tell the heroic deeds of the deep sea. After Teacher Kill heard this, the color on his face suddenly turned dark red. This is the expression when angry. Actually, playing with an octopus is no big deal either. But, does Lousy look like an octopus now? After listening to Rayleigh's words, Mr. Shaw instantly made up a picture full of mosaics. Oh shit. However, the only thing that makes Mr. Shaw gratified is that his own words are not in vain. They've clearly listened and promised to act. This made Teacher Shaw very happy and a sense of accomplishment as a teacher. After all, this is a bunch of perverts, call. They are better educated than that group of students. Mr. Kill returned to the bar and looked at Ron with a smile. Students' minds are immature, and they are all adults. Although the three views are different from ordinary people, they can listen carefully. Ron lit a cigarette and said softly, once upon a time. Like them, I was lost inside and never received attention. It was that silly woman who brought the first ray of sunshine into my life. That silly woman has a gentle smile and a good figure, but she is a bit stupid, and her taste is a little anxious. Alcohol is not intoxicating, everyone is intoxicated. When talking about Aguri Yukimura, Mr. Shaw felt that he was a little drunk. The past and Yukimura Aguri's scene in the laboratory also crazily flooded into my mind. Memorable fragments. But it stayed at the scene where Aguri Yukimura was killed because of his own mistakes. That picture, that time, that memory, it is also the eternal regret in Teacher Shaw's heart. So, he inherited Yukimura Aguri's dream and began to teach Class E of the 3rd year. And became an excellent teacher who likes to be lazy, but also a bit lewd. Then have the cheek to ask for a wave of reminders and feeds. Chapter 184 completely illuminate the dark life if it is said that the antimatter tentacles experiment changed Teacher Kill's body. That Snow Village Aguri. It is the person who warmed Teacher Kill's heart, not only made him understand what is important, but also opened his heart that had been dusty for many years. She's like a ray of light, will kill the teacher's dark life completely illuminated. Do you like her? Ron asked softly. Heard the words? Teacher Kill was stunned for a moment, then slowly lowered his head, without speaking for a long time. The color of the face also showed several changes. From white for a serious face, to red for anger, and pale pink for relaxation. At last, it is the light blue that represents when you are sad. Faced with this question, Teacher Shaw didn't know how to answer it. The relationship between the two of them is vague. There was never a verbal expression, but they also know their true inner thoughts. It's been a long time, Teacher Shaw then said slowly, maybe I like it. But it doesn't make any sense to say that now. I just want my group of lovely students to graduate smoothly and kill me successfully. Ever since Aguri Yukimura died in Teacher Kill's arms. At that time, killing the teacher is extremely remorseful. If the trained tentacles are used for prediction, will it be possible to save Aguri Yukimura? This power to kill, this power to destroy, why not use it to help others? But, there are not so many if. Then, Teacher Shaw poured all of this feeling on the students in Class E of the 3rd grade. After lighting a cigarette, Ron said softly, I wish you success. Teacher Kill took the last sip of wine, put down a wad of money, got up slowly and said, Thanks. I talked a lot today, and it's getting late. I should go back and see if my dear students are serious about class. Ron smiled and said, Welcome to visit next time. Teacher Kill nodded, and walked slowly to the outside of the tavern. On the side, Kira Jiying, Homelander, Shen Hai and other perverts quickly got up to see them off. This is their respect for Teacher Shaw. It can be regarded as once again thanking Mr. Shaw for saying so much to them. Now, looking at the yellow figure that was about to disappear into this world, Ron couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Advertisement actually. Teacher Kill didn't want to blow up Blue Star. He even wanted to be weak, to be full of weaknesses, and to be kind. No matter how weak the opponent is, he can understand, protect, and attract. Yelling at Aguri in Snow Village, he just wanted to be that kind of creature and that kind of teacher. Perhaps, he also makes mistakes sometimes, and it may be the true face of the original, Shinigami. But, Mr. Shaw will do his best to fulfill Aguri Yukimura's ideal with the only remaining life in his own way and the way he is best at. If this is not counted as likes, then no matter in that world, there will be no true love at all. He's a good teacher, Rayleigh said softly. Ron smiled and asked, You speak so nicely today, does Shocky have diabetes? The old man didn't speak well that day. Rayleigh curled his lips. But just finished. Rayleigh immediately felt something was wrong. What the hell? What do you mean when Shocky has diabetes, the old man's mouth will be sweet? Kid, could it be that Lukia has uremia and is talking so poisonous today? Rayleigh asked through gritted teeth. Tisk tisk tisk. The steering wheel is still so stable. When you were in the Roger Pirates, you were at the helm, right? Ron joked with a laugh. Be content, the old man is at an age where he can't control his urine, but he has controlled the emotion of scolding you. Be grateful. Rayleigh's head became hot, and he spoke directly. Ron. Rayleigh saw that Ron had no more words, and his wrinkled old face was full of arrogance. But, why are other people in the tavern looking at the old man? And with weird eyes. There was ridicule, there was pity. Big Wolf even raised his head and laughed. Almost instantly, Rayleigh recalled what he had just said. I can't control my urine. What the hell? This time it really turned over. Is it okay to laugh at yourself in public? Immediately? Rayleigh blushed and explained with a stiff neck. That's a casual statement, don't take it seriously. At this old man's age, even if it's true, it's understandable. You're sure to do the same when the time comes. Advertisement during the conversation. The smiles on everyone's faces grew stronger. Rayleigh's voice became smaller and smaller, and finally he knew that he couldn't explain clearly, so he simply lowered his head, wishing he could step himself into the floorboard. It's getting darker. At this time, the mechanical sound of the system sounded in Ron's mind. Ding, customer. Mr. Kill finished talking. Close black lens bracket, customer Yesha teacher, the host can choose. Transform the antimatter tentacle biological experiment technology, close black lens bracket. Ron said softly, fusion. With the voice down, all the information about transforming antimatter tentacles bioexperimental technology flooded into Ron's mind instantly. After a brief glance, Ron also had to admit that this was indeed a brutal human experiment. Subjects are not only subject to the pain that comes with changing their bodies. Personality will also be completely changed, but this technology can improve Big Wolf. Maybe there will be unexpected surprises. Think of this, Ron said softly. Big Wolf, let me show you something. After hearing the sparks and lightning, Big Wolf, who was rubbing Hogyoku with his hands, immediately put down his movements and trotted all the way to the bar. Boss, are you looking for me? Let's see if this technology can be improved. Ron put his hand on Big Wolf's shoulder. Immediately, a large amount of information poured into Big Wolf's mind. A few minutes later, Big Wolf frowned and said, this technology is cruel. But there is a lot of room for improvement. Leave it to me, give me a few days and you will be satisfied. Ron nodded with a smile. From now on, all your consumption in the tavern will be free. Even if you help me transform so many things as reward. Boss Luo is too polite. Big Wolf rubbed his paws, then I'll get to work first. Finished. Big Wolf returned to the Sante and continued rubbing Hogyoku with his hands. Aizen, who was on the side, went to the kitchen to roast lamb, and looked for tools to help Fan. It can be said, in the tavern, even Ram was not as busy as him. I hope Big Wolf can give me a surprise. Ron stretched out contentedly, just about to take a nap. Then I heard Doflamingo's voice from the door. Who is he, so crazy? Hurry up and deal with it, there is no such a powerful existence in the sea. Chapter 185 Rayleigh, is the old man's second spring coming? Ron froze for a moment at Doflamingo's words, very familiar lines. Coupled with Doflamingo's arrogant horoscope, Zhao Ruilong has the inner taste. At this time, Doflamingo gently pushed open the door of the tavern, and while walking, told the phone bug in his hand. I don't care what background or strength that kid has. You who ate the ancient species, if you can't even catch a little ghost, then you can lead to death directly. Finished. He didn't care what his subordinates said, and hung up the bug directly. My lady queen. Now half of the pirates in New World have been conquered by me. The idea of depravity and freedom has also spread to several countries, and her believers are increasing exponentially every day. Doflamingo came to Liangbing's side and made a report with a serious face. Recently, the Don Quixote family and the Beast's pirates swept across the entire New World with an almost brutal attitude. It can be said, now except for Whitebeard, Big Mom, and the 3-4 emperors with red hair. Even the dogs on the pirate ship have to be beaten. And then be subdued. Everything Doflamingo does is not just spreading ideas for cool ice. Instead, they are hoarding power to overthrow the world government. Well done. Keep working hard, my mother is optimistic about you. Liang Bing, who was cursing with Geisha in the secret communication, didn't have time to answer, so she casually said something perfunctory. For cold ice, except in war, she didn't want to restrain her subordinates too much. As long as we can do good things, everything is easy to talk about. You go to work first. Doflamingo left tactfully, and then went to the bar to sit down. Soon, Lucia put a bottle of wine in front of him. Your wine, please use it slowly. Thank you. Doflamingo thanked quickly. Rukia nodded with a smile, and shot Rayleigh a slight glance before turning away. Instantly, Rayleigh's body trembled suddenly, and he only felt that his two waists were burning slightly. Dopamine and male hormones are not only being secreted crazily. There was also an unprecedented desire in my heart. Not even when Rayleigh was younger, could it be that. The old man's second spring is here, think of this. Rayleigh's eyes suddenly lit up. After drinking the last sip of wine, he ran out of the tavern without saying hello. I hope to see you again tomorrow. The corners of Lucia's mouth raised slightly, and he murmured softly. Heard the words. Advertisement Ron couldn't help but shook his head with a wry smile. Rayleigh is an old thing, it's not good to drive anyone, so I have to mention Lakoa. Now the old driver really overturned. Just now Lucia used the charm magic, which can maximize people's desire to reproduce. If you are lucky, you will be tired for a few days. If you are unlucky, at least it was squeezed dry, at worst. Ron could only prepare to eat. Who were you talking about when you walked in? Ron asked curiously. Monkey. D. Luffy, just a brat. Doflamingo curled his lips in disdain. Oh, what happened? Ron continued. Foo, it's actually nothing. It's just that I wanted to invite him to join me, but he not only refused, but also threatened to become some kind of One Piece. It's okay, since you don't agree, then grab it first and talk about it later. The stinky brat who doesn't know what peace is and what war is really naive. Only those who stand at the apex are qualified to define everything. The corners of Doflamingo's mouth rose wildly, and his eyes were full of madness and murderous intent. If this were done before, Doflamingo may hold back a bit. But things are different now. If all the powerhouses in the pirate world are gathered together, Doflamingo will definitely say, Akynu, you stand up. Well, I am not targeting anyone. I want to say that everyone in this room is rubbish. I wish you success. Ron smiled, but said nothing more. Luffy is the main character anyway. Even the current strength is still insufficient. But it's still not enough to be close to an ancient ability user. Are you Doflamingo, except for the delicious delicacy of Figalando Griminke? You are the person I most look forward to killing. Shiao Zizai pushed his eyes and said with a smile. Shiao Zizai. I've heard of you. Why? As Marine Vice Admiral, do you also want to overthrow the world government? Doflamingo was not angry either, but asked with a smile. There are too many people who want to kill him, not to mention Marine. Even the allies Ochaku, Kaido, and the newly conquered pirates want to use Doflamingo every day. So Shiao Zizai couldn't be ranked at all. You are wrong. first joined Marine just to kill my demons, and the work of Marine can also allow me to reasonably release my desires within the limited rules. Advertisement. Shiao Zizai shook his head slightly and spoke slowly. To be honest, Shiao Zizai also knew in his heart that he was not a normal person. But he is a man of understanding. He knew that there was nothing more suitable for him than the job of Marine. What's more, there is such a good leader as Akynu. The desire in your mouth refers to murder, right? I can satisfy you. Join me. I can give you what Marine gives you, and I can give you what I can't give you. Doflamingo said very grandly. Join your power. How can I kill you? I can see that you are not normal either, since you are all drunk and dead pervert. Then solve it in a pervert way. Let's see if I enjoy your delicacy on the battlefield in the future, or you kill me. After Shiao Zizai put down the drink money, he got up slowly, ready to leave. Face threats. Doflamingo laughs, and laughs wildly. Foo. Interesting, it's so interesting, I'm not willing to kill you. It was the first time he saw a delicacy being compared to a delicacy by others. But, from the beginning to the end, Doflamingo only has Akynu in his eyes. As for Shiao Zizai's threat, he just took it as a joke. After all, who could hold a grudge against an ant? However, just when Shiao Zizai was about to walk out of the tavern, Gaisha stopped him. You are very interesting, are you interested in becoming stronger? I can give you strength. Gaisha has noticed Shiao Zizai since he entered the tavern. Although killing, but never killing randomly, self-defense, the first demon is his standard of killing. Sometimes he looks like a merciful monk, and sometimes he looks like a bloodthirsty evil spirit. He often makes people shudder, and his words and deeds are so pleasing. Although this kind of person is not suitable for promoting the concept of justice. But it's perfect for cleaning out a messy world. After Doflamingo heard this, his laughter stopped abruptly, and he murmured in a low voice. I retract my statement. The moment you step out of the tavern, I will kill you without hesitation. Chapter 186. Calling someone to shake someone off, right? Doflamingo knew in his heart that Shiao Zizai was a lunatic. No matter from the intelligence point of view, or the killing method, or what I just said. All confirmed. Once Shiao Zizai gains power, the entire sea will be dyed in blood. So, Shiao Zizai must die today, now that you say so. I accept. Shiao Zizai stood at the door with his hands in his pockets, a faint red light flashing in his eyes. Originally, he wanted to rely on his own strength to taste and enjoy the two supreme delicacies of Doflamingo and ancient sage Fagalondo Green. But, Shiao Zizai knew in his heart that he simply couldn't do it with his current strength. Now that the opportunity is before us, that must be held firmly and enjoy the killing later. Join the divine evolution. Purify this world of all evil, and you will bring justice to this sea. Gaisha leaned on the chair, rested her chin on her hand, and narrowed her eyes slightly. Next second, a series of instructions sounded in Shiao Zizai's mind. Unlock the secret ban password, the transmission password, and the first generation divine body database code transmission is completed. Close black lens bracket. With the voice down, Shiao Zizai could clearly feel a force pouring into his body in an arrogant manner. This left him stunned. The relatively fair skin turned extremely red in an instant, and the powerful force washed over the body, and finally integrated into every cell and every bone. Soon, the integration of the divine body of one generation is completed. This also gave Shiao Zizai an unprecedented sense of comfort, which made him want to moan. But he still held back. Although Shiao Zizai considers himself a pervert, this is still too shameful. At the same time, Shiao Zizai also felt the infinite power brought by the divine body. Instantly, he even had the illusion that he could punch an Akynu. I didn't expect you to still remember the agreement between us. Liang Bing said with a smile, when giving Doflamingo and Akynu second-generation divine bodies respectively. Gaisha and Liang Bing had an agreement. In addition to the 2 second-generation divine bodies, the 2 sisters were given 3 more first-generation divine bodies. Do you think I'm the same as you, bitcha? You only stab people in the back every day and don't follow the rules? Advertisement. Gaisha frowned slightly, as if recalling some not-so-good things. That's better than you, bitcha, who preaches so-called justice all day long. Liang Bing opened her mouth and started outputting without limit. Look, you are useless except for calling bitcha. After Gaisha replied, she told Shiao Zizai, from now on, you have to preach the concept of justice and let Akynu teach you. I won't meddle in the affairs of this world. Okay, that's it. After saying that, Gaisha established a secret communication and continued to curse sweetly with her sister. Shiao Zizai didn't care either. After all, after so many days in the tavern, such a scene is not surprising. Bah, do you think you can kill me with a generation of gods? After you walk out of the tavern, I'll let you understand that the gap between the divine body of the first generation and the divine body of the second generation is equal to infinity. Doflamingo said with a smile after taking a sip of his drink. Every generation between the gods has a qualitative transformation. Just like Doflamingo punched Kaido before, you're right. But if you compare life to a game, then the game must have fair rules to be fun. While playing with other people's lives, please be extremely prepared to become a plaything yourself. Shiao Zizai shrugged, and then took out a phone bug from his arms. Soon, the phone was connected, and Akynu's voice slowly sounded, if you have anything to say, please tell me. I'm in Marijoy dealing with the celestial dragons. Shiao Zizai smiled and said, I was in the tavern, and Queen Geisha gave me a divine body. Doflamingo happens to be here, and he wants to kill me. Heard the words. Doflamingo's face suddenly darkened. What the hell? Calling someone to shake someone up, right? Didn't you just enjoy lousy as a feast? Why are you cowardly now? I understand, just wait for me for 5 minutes, Akynu said and hung up the phone directly. Before hanging up, you can also vaguely hear the slightly irritable voice of Saint Satan coming from the phone bug. Sakazuki, I haven't finished talking yet. What phone bug are you answering? Do you take us seriously? Who do you think you are? Advertisement, remember who you are. You're just the face of world government. After Shiao Zizai heard this, his dark pupils quickly turned blood red, and he wished he could kill these 5 old guys now. But his reason told him that he must calm down. Before Akynu comes, you must not step out of the tavern. It seems I can only kill you another day. Shiao Zizai, don't let me catch you alone. But, I can tell you hate the celestial dragons too. I have a hunch that you will one day stand with me to fight against the world government. At that time, the largest battle for hegemony in world history will begin. Doflamingo put down a stack of berry and got up slowly, walking past Shiao Zizai with a figure of sight step. Compared to killing Shiao Zizai, the most important thing for Doflamingo now is to save his life. Once that lunatic Akynu comes, he will definitely hunt and kill him day and night. Cut. It seems that the rhetoric just now was just an excuse to bully those who are weaker than myself. When you see someone stronger than yourself, run away immediately. After all, I think highly of you, you are just a giant baby with strength. Shiao Zizai curled his lips, his words full of disdain. Doflamingo stopped immediately, his face was gloomy, as if dripping water. But, he knew that he must not take action. Akynu. I hope that next time I meet you on the battlefield, you can still be so stubborn. Akynu asked, what are you going to do? Doflamingo is not stupid. If you don't leave now, you won't be able to leave when Akynu comes. Ron said with a smile. A few minutes later. P.S. Another one will be released before 6 o'clock. Readers, please wait a moment. What a pity. Shiao Zizai sighed softly. It seems that we can only wait for the opportunity. Shiao Zizai murmured in a low voice. A very poor provocation. Because this is in a tavern, it will definitely be obliterated at the moment of doing it. Strive to enjoy the supreme delicacy of Figalondo Gringu within 3 days. Shiao Zizai stopped in his tracks, tilted his head and said, of course I went out to make arrangements and investigate intelligence. I was scared away when I heard you were coming. Shiao Zizai walked out the door while talking. Doflamingo didn't do anything to you, did he? The door of the tavern was pushed open by Akynu, and asked with a serious face. After leaving a word, Doflamingo left the tavern without looking back. Chapter 187. It's too late to be praised even if the ideal blood is drained. Akynu also laughed in anger. He was so busy that he just killed the celestial dragons because of Shiao Zizai. It's fine now. This guy is really targeting the boss of the Knights of God. Once the ancient Saint Figalondo Green is dead, not only was the world government shocked, even I had to personally intervene. Things will not end well then. Wait until I take office as Marine Marshal before I take action. This is my bottom line. After thinking for a moment, Akynu said with a dark face. With your current strength, you don't need to pay attention to those bastards from world government. Why wait? Shiao Zizai asked puzzledly, after upgrading the first generation of divine body. He could clearly feel that his strength was enough to defeat the 4 Emperor's Admiral-level experts. What's more, Akynu also possesses the second generation divine body. It can easily kill any strong person in this world instantly. After Akynu lit a cigar, he slowly explained, you do not understand. If you want to clean this sea, you must learn from others. And Marine is in the name of justice. Otherwise, civilians and kings of various countries will feel a crisis and feel that another world government is being born. When I take office as Marine Marshal and eliminate the personnel installed by the world government, I will announce to the world that Marine will break away from the world government. Thus continuing to maintain the order of the world, we are the Marines who order justice. Akynu said a lot in succession. It also went against his initial beliefs and persistence. And the reason for the change? Maybe it started when I got the second generation divine body, or maybe it started when I was pointed at and scolded by the 5 elders just now. I understand. Shiao Zizai nodded silently and then slowly left the tavern. Although it seems to outsiders, Akynu has an extreme personality, is violent, and even loses his temper when performing tasks. But in Shiao Zizai's heart, he is a good leader and he doesn't want to embarrass him. So, I just had to endure my overflowing appetite that was about to explode. I didn't expect Mr. Akynu to have such awareness. Ron joked with a laugh. I am a soldier, so naturally I have to think about things from the perspective of a soldier. Marine's organizational structure is too huge. Used properly, Marine is a good knife, but not used properly. Then it will be a beast that everyone in this world fears. So if you want to clean the sea, you must consider it more comprehensively. Advertisement. Akynu took a heavy drag on his cigar and said slowly. The smoky room. He seemed to see the future he longed for. Very beautiful. That is the world that countless civilians want to see. This is a dead end. There is no turning back, Mr. Akynu. Ron said softly. The blood of ideals has been shed without enough time to be praised. In the end, it is the soul that perfunctory and it is the depravity that struggles. Only by never forgetting your original intention can you achieve success. Akynu's expression became more solemn, and his voice was filled with unprecedented determination. Cleaning the sea is his lifelong ideal. Who dares to stop it? Akynu will definitely fight him to death. It rains because there is too much dust in the world. What the rain washes away are sins that people cannot wash away. So, there is often a feeling in the heart after a rain. Mr. Akynu, are you ready to be part of this downpour? Ron pondered for a while and asked softly, certainly. It's not just me, the group of sailors will disappear like rain in the war in the near future. But remember, this is for the justice we uphold in our hearts. Akynu took the last puff of his cigar, a cloud of smoke covering his cheeks. But those firm eyes are faintly visible. I'm leaving, and I'll come to drink after I take up the post of Marine Marshal in 2 days. Since Shiao Zizai has become a follower of Queen Geisha. Then it's time for me to teach him a lesson. Akynu got up slowly, and walked out of the tavern with firm steps. Maybe it was just too shocking. The people from the motherland, Shenhai, Bald Chang and others looked at the back that was drifting away. What a fool. When you get power, you don't hurry to enjoy it, but for the illusory peace and justice. Where there is light, there must be darkness. I know such a simple truth. The motherlander shook his head slightly and couldn't help but sneered. You won't understand. Akynu is like a moth that has never seen light in its entire life. When it encounters fire, it will jump on it without hesitation. Burn others, burn yourself, burn the whole world. Just for that insignificant light and the justice in my heart. Advertisement. Ron lit a cigarette and said softly. That light. It is the power that Akynu possesses and the opportunity to become the Marine Marshal. Heard the words. Motherlander, Shenhai, Kirajiying and others fell silent one after another. This kind of thing is not something that perverts like them can understand. Certainly. Nor do they want to understand. In their view, inner desires are above all else. At this time, the system's mechanical prompt sounded in Ron's mind. Open black lens bracket ding, customer, Shiao Zizai, Doflamingo. Akynu finished talking. Close black lens bracket. Customer Doflamingo. Observation hockey, physical skills, combat experience. Host can choose one of the abilities. Close black lens bracket. Customer Akynu. Armament hockey, sword skills, combat experience. Host can choose one of the abilities. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Customer Shiao Zizai. Close black lens bracket. After thinking for a while, Ron responded, pick Doflamingo's observation hockey. Akynu's swordsmanship and Shiao Zizai's golden bell cover all merged. With the voice down, Ron suddenly felt that his observation hockey and defense were stronger. But the enhancements are only negligible. Until now, Ron, who has integrated so many abilities, doesn't even know how strong he is now. Possibly in the tavern now. Only Lucia, Pluton, and the Snow Emperor can fight him. However, as soon as the idea came up, it was rejected by Ron. Once hit, the whole pirate world will collapse in an instant. How about, after the tavern is upgraded tomorrow, go to the Valkyrie world at the end of the day? Ron stroked his chin, thinking to himself, as time passes little by little. Since Akynu left, the tavern is not welcoming a single guest either. Ron simply closed the business early and prepared to wash up and go to bed. Another night of hard work. The next day, when Ron was immersed in a dream, Ram's voice suddenly came to his ears. Master, wake up. There are guests in the tavern, and they say they want to see Uncle Rayleigh. Chapter 188. Times have changed, and now the world belongs to young people. Looking for Rayleigh, Jabba, the old part of Roger pirates? After hearing Ram's voice, Ron suddenly woke up and reacted. It seems that they are really anxious to resurrect Roger. Ron smiled, then got dressed and got up. Is it business hours? Lukoa, who was sleeping next to him, mumbled in a daze after being woken up. Her voice was hoarse and weak. At a glance, it was obvious that Ron must have had 1,000 spirits to sponsor Lukoa last night. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so tired. Go to sleep, guests are coming. Ron tucked her in and walked out of the room, but as soon as I left the house, what caught his eye were Ram and Rem's 2 sad little faces. You are still young. Go greet the guests first, and I'll go down after washing up. Ron smiled and touched Rem and Ram's heads, then turned and walked into the bathroom. Ram glanced down. Really, compared to Lukoa and Thor, he is still too small. After washing up and arriving at the pub, Ron saw a man wearing black sunglasses sitting at the bar. The person who came was none other than the former third in command of the Roger pirates. Skyba Jabba. What surprised Ron was, after the tavern is upgraded. Although the interior has not changed, the space has doubled. This also just meets the dilemma of the tavern being full of guests. Now, there was a rectangular box on the bar in front of Jabba. Apparently, it should be Roger's body, and he himself was holding a phone to contact Rayleigh. Are you awake? Come quickly, I'm already at the tavern you mentioned. Oh, okay, just wait for me to slow down a bit. The voice coming from the phone bug was hoarse, tired, and weak, as if he was about to die soon. What's wrong with you? I feel like you're about to go down, Roger. Jabba asked, frowning. However, when he didn't get a response, Rayleigh hung up the phone. See this scene? Ron smiled bitterly and shook his head. Advertisement. Good news. Rayleigh is not dead, she's still alive. Bad news. Rayleigh's 2 waists are dead. You can say that she is completely out of ammunition. Hello, Mr. Jabba. I'm Ron, the owner of this tavern. Ron came to the bar, took a bottle of wine from the wine cabinet and handed it over. Hello. Boy. What's happening to the Sabaody Archipelago now? There's no one in Area 1 to 30. What's going on in the duel field in the distance? After Jabba asked curiously, he unscrewed the cap of the wine bottle and took a swig. Gulu. With a sip of wine entering his throat, Jabba finally understood. Why didn't Rayleigh and the old guy go to his own pub? Instead, I drink here every day. The rich aroma of the wine and the sweet refreshing feeling are really unforgettable. The world government assigned this place to me. The people who originally lived here, the world government also asked them to move to other areas. Ron explained softly after lighting up a cigarette. Puff. After hearing this, Jabba spit out the wine he had just drank from his mouth. This is the Sabaody Archipelago. In Celestial Dragon's back garden, every inch of land is at a premium. It is still the only way to go to the New World. How could the world government so easily give nearly half of the Sabaody Archipelago to Ron? Suddenly, another strange thought flashed through Jabba's mind, so he asked. The person who can resurrect Roger shouldn't be you, right? Ron nodded. That's right. This moment, Jabba has it all figured out. No wonder the world government would compromise with Ron. Can resurrect a person who has been dead for more than 10 years. His ability and strength must far exceed the level of a general. But, the Ron in front of him was too young, and his aura was just like that of an ordinary person. The young people today are really amazing. Jabba smiled bitterly and shook his head. A few short exchanges, it had a huge impact on his worldview. At this time, the door of the tavern was gently pushed open. A voice as weak as Ultimate slowly sounded. I am here. Jabba and Ron looked in the direction of the sound. I saw Rayleigh leaning against the door of the tavern, panting. The wrinkled old face was bloodless, sallow and pale. Advertisement. The turbid old eyes were covered with bloodshot eyes, and the eye sockets were sunken, filled with exhaustion. Still in a state of exhaustion. How did you do this? Jabba quickly stepped forward and helped Rayleigh to sit down at the bar. Forget it. I haven't stopped since I left the pub yesterday. Even if you're tired, there was still a strong desire inside me, and the feeling didn't go away until morning. Rayleigh waved her hand and said with a sad face. That's enough for you, old guy. Jabba slapped his face and sighed helplessly. It seems, after Roger was resurrected, it was almost time for Rayleigh to be laid to rest. Let's not mention this yet. Let's start quickly. It's important to resurrect Roger. Rayleigh cheered up and urged quickly. Let's go outside, Ron said, then slowly stood up and walked outside. Jabba and Rayleigh followed suit, after leaving the tavern. Ron was in no rush to start, because to cast reanimation jutsu, some necessary conditions need to be met. First of all, it requires a certain amount of genes from the deceased, otherwise reincarnation will not be possible. Secondly, the soul of the reincarnated person must exist in the Pure Land. If the soul is sealed, it cannot be summoned. Both conditions have been met, just the last one left. A living person needs to be used as a sacrifice to serve as a container for the reincarnated person. And this, yesterday, Ron had already ordered Doflamingo. Let him find someone who has committed a heinous crime. Not long after, Doflamingo flew over from a distance, carrying a knocked-out, rough-looking man in his hand. See this scene? Jabba asked with a surprised look on his face. Is this the Brad Doflamingo? What's this flying speed like? Also, why is the aura on his body so much stronger? Rayleigh said with a smile. Times have changed, and the world now belongs to young people. It's time to draw the curtain on our lives, with the voice down. Doflamingo landed firmly and threw the man in front of Ron. Boss, this person should meet your requirements. He is a murderer. Not to mention the human trafficker, he also likes men, and he likes muscular men. What do you want this kind of stuff for? Ron smiled. Resurrect Roger. Doflamingo. Chapter 189. Roger. That's too much. Resurrect Roger. After hearing these words, Doflamingo froze on the spot. The degree of shock in his heart, no less than when the second-generation divine body was just fused. That is a person who has been dead for more than 10 years. What the hell are you talking about resurrecting? Boss. Are you kidding me? Although Doflamingo tried to calm down, his voice was still slightly trembling. When did I lie to you? Let's start. Ron smiled, and immediately began to seal. Next second, a strange power spread wildly from Ron, and Shinigami's shadow appeared behind him. Immediately, white light shot into the sky. Countless dust came from all directions, and this energy enveloped the rough-looking man. What happened? The man who was knocked unconscious suddenly woke up after feeling something strange. He wanted to struggle, but he found that he couldn't break free at all. He could only watch as he was covered in dust. Immediately afterwards, Ron squatted down and slapped the ground with his palm. Reanimation jutsu. With the voice down, a blue ripple floated out of Shinigami's body and then penetrated into the man's body. Saw this extremely weird scene. Rayleigh, Jabba, and Doflamingo's expressions suddenly became extremely surprised. Way to resurrect Roger. A living person must be used as a sacrifice. No wonder Ron wanted Doflamingo to find a heinous person. But, the shadow behind him just now was the real Shinigami, right? Did you make it? Rayleigh asked with a worried look on her face. I don't know. Ron shook his head slightly, but the voice just fell. The dust covering the man's body dissolved together with the man. Then he transformed into a tall man wearing a dark red windbreaker and a beard. Due to the properties of impure world reincarnation, the man's face is covered with cracks. Roger. Roger. Jabba and Rayleigh looked at this extremely familiar man, their lips trembled slightly and their voices became more choked. He actually came back to life. It seems that this sea will become more and more lively. The corners of Doflamingo's mouth couldn't stop rising, and he said with a crazy look. Roger is resurrected. This news is definitely worse than 10 celestial dragons dying. Advertisement now. Roger, who had been reincarnated by the impure world, slowly raised his eyelids, revealing a pair of empty eyes. He glanced down at his body and murmured in a low voice. Am I being resurrected? It seems to have become a lot weaker. But before he finished speaking, he was embraced by Rayleigh and Jabba. There was no yelling as expected, and no greasy thoughts. Just a simple hug. The three people who spent time together knew each other's inner thoughts. A long time. The three of them slowly separated and looked at each other. However, in this atmosphere of reunion after a long absence, Roger smiled inappropriately and said, "Ha ha ha. Rayleigh, are you drained? I've told you to be restrained, to be restrained. It's better now, there's nothing wrong with me." Rayleigh's face suddenly darkened. "You be asterisk 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 D. Lousy shouldn't have spent so much money to resurrect you. When the others come, you will share the money. Those are all Lousy's coffin books, 2 devil fruits. Plus a full 500 million berries, it's simply astronomical." Every time he thinks about it, Rayleigh feels a twinge of pain. And Jabba pretended not to hear, and asked Roger expectantly. "What are your plans after resurrection?" Heard the words. Roger didn't speak for a long time. Go to sea again? Obviously there's no need for this. The secret of One Piece is known. The only thing that makes me worry about it, only Rouge and the unborn child. After pondering for a moment, Roger asked slowly. "How are their mother and son?" Rayleigh responded softly. "Rouge died hard. And your unseen son, Ace, now captain of the 2nd Division on the Whitebeard ship. After you died, many things happened on the sea." Roger murmured in disbelief. "Rouge is dead, dead? Think back then. I gave Rouge to Garp's care, could it be that? That old guy broke his promise. No, if Garp broke his promise, his son would never have been born, nor would he live to this day. Mr. Roger, let's go in and catch up on the old days." Ron smiled and said, "I feel like you need a bottle of wine right now." Advertisement. Rayleigh quickly explained. "He is Ron, the owner of the tavern in front of you, and he resurrected you." After Roger recovered, he patted Ron on the shoulder. "Thank you, lad. Looks like the old guy Rayleigh is under your care." Heard the words. Rayleigh's face darkened suddenly. "Yes, he took such good care of me, take care until now. Not only is Lousy's coffin gone, but his body is also exhausted. Come to the tavern and sit down." Roger didn't say anything when he saw Ace hanging on the wall. After all, he is already a dead man, and I am afraid that he will not need a knife in the future. Soon, the three of Thor brought a few erguodo and placed them in front of Rayleigh and others. "Please use your wine slowly." "Thank you." Roger nodded, unscrewed the bottle cap, and took a gulp down his mouth. Gulu. With a sip of wine entering his throat, the unique aroma and sweet taste immediately caught Roger's eyes. "Not bad, good wine. Tell me, what happened after my death?" Rayleigh took a sip of his wine and said softly, "In order to prevent the investigating Marine from killing your only blood. Rouge was pregnant for 20 months and died of exhaustion after giving birth to Ace. After that, Ace was raised by Garp and ended up on Whitebeard's boat by accident. Later, suddenly, you said Ace is Whitebeard's second team captain now? So, instead, I listened silently to the story told by Rayleigh, and Roger, a stranger, lamented the past. Shengzu, Sister Geisha, Big Wolf, Aizen and other regular customers also came to the tavern. From the turbulence of the sea to the current situation. Ace called Grandpa Garp, my son, calling Whitebeard Papa every day now? Rayleigh rubbed his head. Actually, there are more excessive things. They didn't yell too loudly. Roger seemed to remember something, raised his head suddenly, and stared at Rayleigh with straight eyes. After Roger heard this, a strong killing intent surged in his body instantly. Roger. During this time, Rayleigh nodded blankly. That's right. From red-haired sailing alone in the sea, to making a fortune, he became the current 4 emperors in one fell swoop. Rayleigh followed up with a lot. From Ace's cruelty to Roger, to the slow understanding now. Chapter 190. Seemingly helpless, but in fact secretly fighting. Roger was dumbfounded. It doesn't matter if your son calls someone else's father. How could you make yourself a father, family? Who knows? The old guys Garp and Whitebeard are too low. A whole speechless. How did Garp explain it? Roger took a sip of his wine, trying to calm down his restless heart. But, the clenched fists proved that he really wanted to hit someone. He said, I'm old enough to be Ace's grandfather. And the grandson is about the same age as Ace, and they live together, so they can't be called by 2 names, right? It's cheap, don't take it for nothing. Rayleigh seemed to be helpless, but in fact he was secretly fighting. Is there a phone bug that can reach them? Roger asked in a deep voice. There's a phone bug that can communicate with Whitebeard. Rayleigh nodded, pulled a phone bug from his pocket, and opened it. Soon, The phone bug was connected, and a thick voice sounded slowly. "What's up?" Roger sneered. "It's a big shelf now, Newgate." Hearing this voice that was so familiar that it could no longer be familiar. Newgate on the phone bug's side froze in place, and his thoughts drifted back to the past. Until a few minutes later, Whitebeard asked a little uncertainly, "Roger? I didn't expect you to remember me, I'm really honored." Roger snorted coldly. "You? Aren't you dead?" The phone bug's eyes widened suddenly, conveying Whitebeard's shocked expression vividly. Across the sea for so many years, what strange thing Whitebeard hasn't seen. But, people are resurrected after death, but they have never heard of it. "No, I dare not even think about it, it's dead. Let Ron bring me back to life again. My son has been taken care of by you." Roger's face was extremely gloomy, as if dripping water. "Ron, looks like Rayleigh told you everything? In this case, I won't talk nonsense with you, let Ace talk to you." Whitebeard understood everything instantly, and spoke slowly. "No, you come to the Sabaody Archipelago right now. I'm going to surprise Ace." Roger smiled, and the beautiful picture of the reunion of father and son had already been imagined in his mind. When "That scene must be very sweet," heard the words. Advertisement. It wasn't just Whitebeard on the phone bug side who was speechless. Even the faces of Ron, Doflamingo, and Rayleigh on the side turned black. "Are you sure this is a surprise, not a scare? A man who has been dead for almost 20 years. Suddenly appearing in front of his own son, anyone who sees him will think he has seen a ghost, right? Ahem. Your character is still so bad. I see, I'll be at the Sabaody Archipelago in 3 days. Let's go, little ones, Sabaody Archipelago." Whitebeard shook his head helplessly, then hung up the phone directly. Ace, who was drinking at the side, asked in confusion, "Dad, what happened?" Whitebeard said casually, "Gu la la la. Some B asterisk 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 D said he was going to surprise the world. Similarly, I will give you a surprise, Ace, huh?" Inside the tavern, Doflamingo looked at the sleeping phone bug, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Whitebeard coming, and according to reliable information, it's not just the redheads who will come to Sabaody Archipelago with the old part of the Roger pirates. Even Big Mom left Wangguo a few days ago. There is a high probability that the old part of the Roger pirates suddenly gathered and came here to check the situation. In this way, the 3-4 emperors except Kaido are all gathered. You can catch them all in one go. Also save yourself a full new world, conquer them one by one. Seeing Doflamingo's unkind eyes and the corners of his mouth raised crazily, Rayleigh suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. He asked in a deep voice, "Doflamingo, what tricks are you trying to do?" Doflamingo shrugged his shoulders and said with a harmless look on his face, "Ah. Don't worry, Mr. Rayleigh, I don't mean any harm. I just want to cooperate with them. If they won't cooperate, it's not my fault." With Doflamingo's current strength, there is no need to deliberately hide it. In the face of absolute power, all the conspiracies and tricks are too much to watch. What's wrong? Jabba also saw that something was not quite right. Rayleigh didn't bother to explain, and quickly took out the phone, trying to tell the redhead to leave immediately. And the farther you run, the better. However, it's too late. Haven't waited for the phone bug to get through. The door of the tavern was slowly pushed open. A group of former members of the Roger Pirates in red hair walked in quickly. When I saw Roger sitting at the bar, Red Hair, Crocus, Spencer and others were stunned on the spot. Original. They have made sufficient psychological preparations. They must not cry, but laugh, and laugh happily. But the moment they saw Roger, the corners of their mouths raised, but tears burst into their eyes. Blurred the whole cheek. Long time no see. Spencer, Sunbell, Lowencourt. Advertisement. Roger slowly stood up and hugged each crew member while calling them by name. Many of the crew members didn't come. Either dead, seriously ill in bed, or unable to be contacted. Time flies. Seeing the white hair on the temples of the former crew members, Roger felt a sore nose. But this body made of dust had no tears at all, and could only cry in sorrow. Suddenly, Roger remembered a person and asked, "Where's Buggy? He's usually the noisiest. How is he now?" The redhead touched his head and said with some embarrassment, "He and Bullet are both locked up and impelled down. One is on the 1st floor and one is on the 6th floor." Heard the words, Roger's face suddenly darkened. Waste. It's such an embarrassment to the Roger pirates. Isn't impelled down one level prepared for some of the weakest pirates? If it is possible, Roger really wanted to take Buggy back and rebuild it. Immediately, everyone in Roger's pirate group started chatting enthusiastically again. Ron greeted quickly. "Stop standing still. Go sit and chat on the terrace. The drinks will be coming soon. The weather is nice today. It's a good day to make money." Fortunately, the tavern broke through, otherwise it really wouldn't be able to seat so many people. Good. Roger nodded and led the crew to the platform to sit down. For a while, Ram, Thor, and Connor are also very busy. In the end it was too busy. He had no choice but to ask Weed and the Ant King to carry the wine together. "Is it time to hire some employees?" Ron stroked his chin and murmured under his breath. "It's no better now than before. There are too many customers, and there are only so few store employees. Not even Connor. Thor and Lukoa would sometimes stay in bed for the whole day. In other words, the entire burden falls on Ram and Ram." "Boss, can I do that?" Doflamingo rubbed his hands and asked with a flattering look on his face. Can't? Ron shook his head and asked curiously. Aren't you going to cooperate with the red hair? Doflamingo smiled and said, Don't worry, I can't bear to disturb such a tender scene. At least we have to wait for Big Mom, otherwise it would be too troublesome to come one by one. The voice just fell. The door of the tavern was pushed open hard. An extremely large woman wearing a large pink dress walked in slowly. Chapter 191 Why is Wan Guo not your One Piece? Watching the woman slowly walk into the tavern, Ron felt relieved. Fortunately the pub broke through. Otherwise, the door to the tavern will definitely be crushed. This woman is simply too big. A full 8 meters, almost 9 meters tall. The person coming is none other than one of the New World 4 emperors, Big Mom. The queen of the Todo Land Kingdom, a user with the Soul Fruit ability, is known as a natural destroyer. The bounty is as high as 4.388 billion berry, Linlin? Big Mom, Roger, the red-haired man and others glanced at the door and felt surprise. Roger, how did you survive? Big Mom's pupils suddenly shrank, and her voice was full of shock. Surprise? What is a surprise? This is what a surprise is. Original. She just wanted to see what the old members of the Roger Pirates were up to. Who knows Roger faked the corpse? It was the owner of this tavern who resurrected me. Roger didn't hide anything and pointed at Ron sitting at the bar. Big Mom glanced in Roger's direction. My heart instantly became clear. All the recent big events on the sea are basically in the Sabaody Archipelago. Most likely it's all because of him, but what surprised Big Mom was the way Doflamingo looked at him. That feeling, it was like watching prey, which made Big Mom feel very uncomfortable. Welcome, Big Mom. My name is Ron, and I own this pub. There may not be room for you at the end of the table, so I'll have to share the table with you and Roger. Ron greeted with a smile. Big Mom quickly shook her head, with a chrysanthemum-like smile on her heavily made-up face. No grievance, no grievance. Listen to the boss. Finished. She came to Roger's side and found a seat to sit down. Now that I can become 4 emperors, Big Mom is certainly not stupid. Putting aside the past few days, the celestial dragons who died in Sabaody Archipelago, the battle between Whitebeard and Marine, and the sudden closure of Morgan's newspaper, just resurrect Roger. Advertisement. Big Mom knows in her heart that Ron must not be offended. Roger, what are your plans after your resurrection? Big Mom took a swig of wine and asked with a smile. The crew has met, if there is still concern in this world. That leaves Ace. Roger thought for a while, and a wry smile appeared on his face. Born but not raised, he was sorry for Ace, and also sorry for the word, father. Since resurrection, then Roger will start to pay off the debt, no matter how much time he spends or what method he uses. Hearing Ace, a trace of embarrassment appeared on Big Mom's face. Got the news at first. He once let Kaido get involved, which can be regarded as indirectly cheating Ace. Don't let Roger know about this, otherwise, there will definitely be a fight. Mama, Whitebeard seems to have accepted Ace as his son. Ace got all the fatherly love you didn't give him from him. Big Mom immediately diverted the trouble to the east and went crazy. I know, when that old guy comes, I will thank him properly. Roger's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he gritted his teeth and said, It's not just Whitebeard. And Garp. When the time comes, they must have 2 men on top of each other. The strong man locks the man, the 2 men advance and retreat, the left and right men surround the man, and they reluctantly ride the man. Jabba saw that something was not right about the atmosphere and immediately changed the subject. Rayleigh, I remember after a certain battle with rocks. You have had a heart-to-heart talk with Linlin and gotten over in depth, right? As he said that, a smirk appeared on Jabba's face. The other members of the Roger Pirates also raised their mouths crazily. As for the people from the motherland who were very familiar with Rayleigh, Shenhai and others had even more disdain on their faces. Tank driver. Rayleigh? No. Big Mom's size is even harder to hold up than a tank. Rayleigh became anxious and cursed with a dark face. Don't talk nonsense. Linlin Big Mom and I are innocent. Everyone in the Roger Pirates looked on with disdain and didn't believe a word he said. Mama. When I was young, I called her Linlin, but now I call her Big Mom. Linlin is so sad. Big Mom covered her face with one hand, pushed Rayleigh gently with the other hand, and started moaning. For a while, Rayleigh's old, sallow face turned darker. Advertisement, that's all, in the midst of laughter. Roger and others reminisced about the past while talking about the interesting past. Not long after, the wine table was filled with empty wine bottles, and several drunken sailors were lying under the table. Roger, now that you are resurrected, can you tell Linlin? Does One Piece really exist? What is it and where is it? Drunk Big Mom hugged Roger and asked drunkenly, actually, how can the world not be your One Piece? The people around you, partners, family ties, love, they're the last treasures around you. Like the guys I have next to me, and Ace. Roger lowered his head and said softly. No, Big Mom rejected this answer, she doesn't understand. Why did Roger start the Great Pirate Era? Why do they, the strong men of the old era who have already reached their peak, end up paving the way for the new era? She is unwilling. But a series of events that happened recently made her have to be prepared for danger in times of peace. Because no one can stop the torrent of this era. Don't think too much, why are you still obsessed with those things? Our old era must give up their throne to the new era. No matter how dazzling we were in that era, but it's not as good as the new era. New era. There are no ships that can carry us. Red hair, Big Mom, do you two want to hang out with me? A pair of big hands rested on Big Mom and the red-haired person respectively across Rayleigh. P.S. It was not easy, I finished writing it before 6 o'clock. But he immediately cheered up again. Let me interrupt. Besides, if you know everything from me, what's the point of being a pirate? Doflamingo's gloomy voice sounded. After hearing this, Big Mom looked a little lonely. Immediately afterwards, everyone, now that you're done drinking. I'll find it. The voice just fell. Mama, you are right. Finally, please give me some reminders and feedback, and thank you all readers. Roger turned to look at the port outside the window and was filled with emotions for a moment. Big Mom took a swig of wine and said in a deep voice. I can only tell you that One Piece really exists. Chapter 192. Is this an inappropriate script for the protagonist Shuangwen? Inviting or convincing 4 emperors to join and cooperate is the most important part of Doflamingo. Just like this, he can rely on their influence to quickly integrate all the pirates in the sea. Certainly, if Shanks and Big Mom are really unwilling to cooperate, you Doflamingo don't mind taking their heads to expand your influence. But this is the worst policy. After all, the combat strength of 4 emperors can play a vital role in the future on the battlefield. And if they really killed them, their subordinates would make trouble for themselves. Now, some Shanks and Big Mom, who were too drunk, looked back at Doflamingo in disbelief. Did this guy drink fake wine? Otherwise, what grade is he? Let yourself hang out with him. Roger and the former crew members who sat on the side just smiled and didn't care. I just think Doflamingo is a cute junior. On the other hand, Rayleigh, who knew everything, suddenly sank in his heart, and kept winking at Shanks. But, Shanks didn't seem to understand, but waved his hands impatiently. Doflamingo, I'm in a good mood today and don't want to kill anyone. Leave quickly. Don't disturb my reunion with the captain, otherwise. Rayleigh quickly said. Shanks, calm down, but he hasn't finished speaking yet. He was interrupted by Shanks raising his hand. Executive Captain, stop talking, today is an important day. I will never allow anyone to destroy it. Big Mom sneered even more. Mama, if I remember correctly, you are Kaido's subordinate, right? Do you want me to contact him? Doflamingo shrugged. Okay, you can try. He's here, so I won't have to do anything. Heard the words. Shanks and Big Mom frowned at the same time. Always feel weird. Seeing this, Ron sitting at the bar couldn't help but shook his head with a wry smile. Did Doflamingo take the script of the hero Shuangwen? Isn't this a proper slap in the face? Soon. The phone bug in Big Mom's hand was connected, and Kaido's dull voice came. Lin, Big Mom said in a deep voice, your subordinates ran to me and got drunk. Tell me to hang out with Shanks and him. Advertisement. Let him go quickly, or I might kill him uncontrollably. After hearing this, Kaido on the phone bug was obviously a little panicked. Don't, calm down, be calm, and don't fight Doflamingo, it's better to be gentle. It doesn't matter if that kid Shanks dies or not, I don't want to watch you die yet. Where are you now? I'll go there right away. Big Mom froze for a moment. In a tavern in Sabaody Archipelago. Then don't do anything, or you don't know how to die, Kaido asked seriously. What happened? Big Mom just wanted to continue to ask something, but Kaido hastily hung up the phone bug. For a while, the originally lively atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Everyone here is familiar with Kaido's strength, and even more so with his temper. How is it possible to have such respect for the kid Doflamingo? Big Mom, Shanks, Roger and others looked at each other, and they could clearly see the shock in each other's eyes. Since becoming 4 emperors or retiring, they themselves have forgotten when was the last time they leaked this expression. Foo. Is there anything else you want to say? The corners of Doflamingo's mouth began to rise wildly. Excitement was written all over his face. From geometry, he is also called around by Kaido, acting as the younger brother, the man-made devil fruit porter. But today, everything has changed. It can even be said to be elated. What happened just now was even more satisfying than when Kaido was blasted with one punch. What if I say no? Shanks' left hand rested on the scabbard, and there was a hint of murderous intent in his voice. I'm not that kid from Kaido. Either defeat me or I'll kill you. Big Mom's eyes glowed with coldness, and the expressions of Zeus and Prometheus beside her also changed from harmless to ferocious. Don't be impulsive. Even if you fight, go outside and fight. Rayleigh quickly spoke to dissuade her, but it's too late. Big Mom has already slashed at Doflamingo with Napoleon in hand. At the critical moment, a figure broke through the door and stopped Doflamingo the moment the blade struck him. Kaido. Big Mom was not the only one who was stunned when he saw the visitor. Even Roger, Shanks and others on the side had surprise written all over their faces. How long did it take for you to rush over after you ended the call? What speed is this? Or was he originally nearby? Didn't I say that? Don't do anything while I'm here. Advertisement, look around you. If you had taken action just now, you would never survive today. Kaido let go of the blade and sighed helplessly, heard the words. Big Mom, Shanks and others quickly looked around. He saw Thor, Lukoa, Holy Lord, Meluum and others staring at him. Although their faces looked normal, but after feeling the vague and terrifying aura on their bodies, Big Mom and others couldn't help but feel happy. Fortunately, I didn't do anything just now. Otherwise, I would never have been able to leave the tavern today. Okay, then let's go out and fight. Big Mom frowned slightly and pretended to walk out. Calm down, Lin. Stop talking about you, let's count the three of us together. Can't beat the current Doflamingo. Kaido quickly grabbed Big Mom and said with a helpless smile. Language fall. Big Mom, Shanks, Roger and other crew members suddenly widened their eyes. Look at the whole world. Even the ancient Saint Figalandu Green, the rocks back then, couldn't defeat the three of them at the same time, right? If that's the case, then how strong is Doflamingo now? Think of this, Shanks asked in a deep voice, in that case. Then tell me your purpose. Doflamingo grinned, it's very simple. I want to overthrow the world government and sit on the throne of the void. And now I need your influence. It was a dead body without a complete body, and it eventually sank into the sea. One whale falls and all things are born. The battle won't end in 3 minutes, so you can mourn with them. So, now you can either mix with me or cooperate with me, or die. There is no third option. Doflamingo frowned slightly and waved his hand impatiently. I'll give you 2-3 minutes to tell me the answer. Doflamingo sneered, a faint red light flashing in his eyes. Roger, who had been silent all this time, suddenly asked. The last person who had such an idea was Rox. Then let's fight. Once we win, we'll discuss the terms. The red-haired man pulled out, Griffin, and said with great fighting spirit. P.S. There is one more chapter that will be published before 7 o'clock. Dear readers, please wait a moment. Mama, that's a good suggestion, Big Mom said with a grin. My patience is running out, and his fate, that can only be blamed on him being too weak. I leave it to you, Kaido. As the saying goes, the destruction of Rock's pirate also created countless great pirates. Chapter 193 30 years in heading, 30 years in Hexi, don't bully the young and poor. Now, Kaido finally knows what the sense of gap is. Before this, when he sneezes, Doflamingo trembles with fright. But now, once one is a little unhappy, it can be as light as a scolding and 2 big fights. More importantly, Kaido, you die for me. 30 years in heading, 30 years in Hexi, don't bully the young and poor. This sentence, it can be described as vividly reflected in today's Doflamingo. Angry? Of course Kaido was angry, and he was mad as hell. But he has nothing to do, after all, there's a gap in strength here. Now, Kaido said in spite of the urgency, I see. It will take less than 3 minutes, but the voice just fell. Seeing that Liang Bing slapped Doflamingo's head with lightning speed. Boom. Accompanied by a muffled sound, Doflamingo's eyes suddenly went dark, and he even vaguely saw his dead mother. Liang Bing pointed at his nose and cursed, F***K. I ask you, are you SB? You started to float after gaining such a little power? My mother gave you strength to let you spread ideas and conquer the world. I'm not asking you to kill each other here. Liang Bing scolded for a full 10 minutes before his anger subsided a little. Period. Doflamingo kept nodding and bowing, not daring to take a breath. Shanks, Big Mom, Roger and others who looked at the side were stunned. This slap in the face came too fast. On the other hand, Kaido has a moved face, wishing to show his loyalty by hugging Liang Bing's thigh right now. If there is a next time, you lead yourself to death. Liang Bing left a word, and walked slowly back to the original seat and sat down, then continued to sweetly swear with her sister. But, it may be because of anger, this time the scolding is even more fierce. I take back what I said earlier, it's better for me to convince you personally. Doflamingo covered his head in pain while talking. That was a blow from the divine body of the 4th generation. If it weren't for the cold ice, keep your hands. That slap just now was enough to smash Doflamingo's head into pieces. So, advertisement, he needs to let off steam. You can do whatever you want, and it will save me from doing it. With the backing of Liang Bing, Kaido spoke a lot harder. Doflamingo didn't care either, and got up and walked out of the tavern. Shanks and Big Mom followed suit. Is there anything to open? Resurrecting such an old thing like you has used up my coffin. I have to make up for it. Rayleigh looked at the former crew with a smirk. Jabba and the rest of the crew also understood and bet one after another, beating Shanks and Big Mom to win. The final odds went straight to 1 to 60. Wait for Tushan Yaya to help collect the money and keep the account. Rayleigh, Roger and others walked out of the tavern together, ready to watch the battle. The port outside the tavern, because the area from number 1 to number 30 of the Sabaody Archipelago was assigned to Ron. So there is no one here, not afraid of accidental injury, nor afraid of breaking something. Even if some buildings are broken, Doflamingo is responsible for repairing them. Let's start. I also want to see how you can finish both of us in 2 minutes. Shanks pulls out the griffin and wraps around Conquerors, battle written all over his face. Mama. Doflamingo, I hope your strength is as strong as your words. Big Mom grinned. Bring it on, I'll let you guys know. Whether it is the fruit ability or the Conqueror's haki, they are vulnerable to absolute power. Doflamingo put his hands in his pockets, and his tone was unusually calm. Like that. As if standing in front of you was not the 4 emperors, but 2 children. I hope you can still say that later. God avoids. Shanks frowned slightly, and the invisible momentum swept away in all directions, and the sharp blade in his hand also slashed horizontally with a Conqueror's slash. Wherever the slash passed, one could clearly see the air vibrating. Even Rayleigh, Roger and others, who were watching the battle, were amazed by the terrifying aura. Go to hell. Sound cannon. Big Mom's son homies. Prometheus opened his mouth to hold the end of Napoleon's giant sword, and the top of the sword passed through Zeus' body, forming a huge energy ring. Finally, under Big Mom's sword swing, the energy ring suddenly shot out a high-density laser, attacking Doflamingo. Foo 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 foo. Is it only to this extent? Doflamingo grinned, unfazed by the two incoming attacks. Advertisement when it was about to be hit. Doflamingo even stretched out his hands, abruptly parrying the two attacks with his bare hands. Immediately, with a slight upward throw, the Conqueror's slash and incoming lasers flew skyward, eventually colliding and exploding. Boom! Accompanied by the rise of a mushroom cloud. The strong aftermath caused the sea to churn with huge waves. The cumulus clouds that originally stayed in the sky were also blown away, and the sun enlightened the earth, illuminating all the darkness in the world. See this scene. Rayleigh, Roger, Jabba and the others suddenly widened their eyes. My heart is full of shock. Unarmed Shanks and Big Mom's all-out punch. Even Roger in his prime wouldn't dare to think about it. And at this moment, Shanks and Big Mom were shocked, but they didn't dare to relax their vigilance. Now, the two of them finally understood that what Doflamingo said was true. But suddenly, Doflamingo came to Shanks and Big Mom in an instant. Is it my turn? Doflamingo let out a big mouthful, swinging both fists at the same time. See, Big Mom and Shanks instinctively want to fight back. But Doflamingo is so fast that he can only defend passively. However, accompanied by two muffled sounds of bang, bang, jingle. But there was a sharp pain all over his body, and the blood in his mouth couldn't stop flowing. The bodies of Big Mom and Shanks flew straight out and barely stopped after crashing into countless buildings. Finally, please ask for a wave of reminders, thank you. See. The chest had collapsed, but no internal organs were injured, only the sternum was broken. Look down. Big Mom and Shanks know that they have lost, and they have lost completely. With the ringing of the doorbell, the door was slowly pushed open. At the same time, P.S. Dear readers, guess who this is? Do you really want to say yes to Doflamingo? A tall, red-haired man with stars painted on his face walked into the tavern. Inside the tavern, the two were just about to struggle to get up. Chapter 194 I just want to pretend, there's no need for this, right? On the port, everyone couldn't believe that Big Mom and Shanks were killed in one blow. This is far beyond the understanding of Roger, Jabba and other crew members. To know, the blow of the two just now was Conqueror's entanglement. The top power in the world. Even Lobia, phantom beasts have to stand aside. But, to be defeated so easily, can't accept it. And at this moment, watching Doflamingo step by step towards Big Mom, who was seriously injured, Shanks approached. Roger wanted to step forward to block it, but Rayleigh stretched out his hand to stop him. They are not in danger of life. Even if there is, I'll think of a way too, if Doflamingo really wants to kill. In the worst case, Rayleigh would shamelessly go back to the tavern and ask the Holy Spirit for a spell. Even if it is to sell her virginity, she will not hesitate. But when she thought of the Holy Lord's size, Rayleigh's anus suddenly tightened. Can we talk now? Doflamingo stepped forward slowly and asked with a smile. Mama, if you let me hang out with you, you'd better give up. You are not Lord Rox, and what you want to do is doomed to failure. Big Mom wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and said with a sneer. In this world, the only one who can make Big Mom surrender willingly is Rox. But Shanks didn't say anything, just frowned, as if thinking about something. Foo 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 foo. You want to anger me and let me kill you with my own hands to protect your last dignity? You are too naive. Actually, we can cooperate, just like Kaido. You help me overthrow the world government and sit on the throne of the void. I'll help you find One Piece. As for Shanks, I don't know what you want yet. Doflamingo touched his chin and spoke slowly. It would be a shame to kill them like this. If the cooperation is successful, in the future on the battlefield, they will be the best cannon fodder, why not do it? I won't agree. You'd better give up. Shanks stood up slowly and said in a deep voice. No oil or salt comes in. Well, if you don't agree for a day, I will kill 10 of your subordinates. Until you say yes. Advertisement, oh, right. I heard you were so fond of a kid named Luffy that you even lost an arm for him in East Blue. Then let's start with him, what do you think? Doflamingo suddenly remembered this person, and asked with a playful look. Hole. Shanks swore angrily, but the voice just fell. Doflamingo kicked Yu Junfei, which hit Shanks in the stomach. Boom. Under this huge force, Shanks' body dragged the ground and slid tens of meters before barely stopping. Doflamingo's power was well controlled, and the kick wasn't fatal, but it made Shanks feel a sharp pain. Large amounts of blood spurted out from the mouth. Seeing such a tragic situation, the bodies of Roger, Jabba and other crew members instantly burst out with monstrous murderous aura. To be honest, Shanks is what this group of people has grown up watching. There is no difference at all from my own children. Now I am watching helplessly being beaten by others. They really can't turn a blind eye, do not impulse. Shanks won't die. Give me a few minutes and I'll give you guys an answer, Shanks. After Rayleigh calmed their emotions, he turned around and ran towards the tavern. At the same time, as Doflamingo took a step forward, he was in front of Shanks in an instant. It seems you care about that brat, if you still don't agree. I don't mind wasting some time, catch that brat now. Finally, use Shiao Zizai's method and kill him in front of you. You must have heard of that madman, right? Heard the words. Shanks was silent. He doesn't want to do anything against his will, nor does he want to fall under Doflamingo's hands. I don't even want to see my companions die because of me. Think of this. Shanks gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few bites with difficulty. I agree to cooperate. Wouldn't it be better to just do it earlier? Arise, my dear partner. Doflamingo nodded with satisfaction and reached out to pull Shanks up from the ground. It can be next second. Rayleigh appeared behind Doflamingo inexplicably and put his hand on his shoulder. Great power. Even Doflamingo, who was fused with the second-generation divine body, was half kneeling on the ground. Advertisement, your cooperation has nothing to do with me. But, you hit Shanks, you have to pay it back, otherwise I won't be able to explain to Roger. Rayleigh said with a playful look. Just now, he ran back to the tavern and asked for a month's worth of drinks. Ask the Holy Lord for the ox talisman, the rabbit talisman and the horse talisman. Do you think? Doflamingo laughed ferociously. But before he could finish his harsh words, Rayleigh slapped him and sent him flying out. For the next few minutes, Rayleigh, who was blessed by a talisman, suppressed Doflamingo and beat him violently throughout the whole process. The fists were also moved as far as possible towards the waist. It can be said that he is a professional and despicable kidney striker. For a while, there were muffled sounds and Doflamingo's cries of pain from the port. Roger, Jabba and others looked confused. Big Mom dragged her seriously injured body to Roger and others, and murmured in a low voice. When did Rayleigh become so fierce? In the past, there was no movement in front of me for a few minutes. Roger said with a bad smile. What, are you excited? It's not too late for you to pursue him now. Big Mom nodded seriously. You can consider letting him be my 44th husband. To have the 86th child together, Roger and others. And at this moment, Doflamingo really wanted to die. First he was scolded by the queen, and now he was beaten severely by Rayleigh, an old guy. First, then, finally. Lousy just wants to show off, there's no need for that. When everyone returns to the tavern, Doflamingo dragged his seriously injured body and discussed the next plan with Big Mom and Shanks. When Rayleigh came to sit down at the bar, she also found a face she had never seen before next to her. Instinct told him. This man is dangerous. The temperament in every gesture and gesture cannot be said to be the same as that of the natives of the motherland, Shiao Zizai and others. But one thing is certain. This man must also be a complete pervert. Ron greeted with a smile. Welcome, Mr. Hsoka. Chapter 195 Green and astringent fruits will always make people salivate. Hsoka. Nickname. Pervert Fruit Farmer. A character from the world of Hunter. At the same time, it is also the 5th guest with the pervert trait in the tavern. The strength is extremely strong. The interest is to cultivate strong enemies and then defeat them. Hello. You have good wine here, said the voice that directed me. People are nice, Hsoka licked his lips and said meaningfully. He stood up and looked around, his eyes quickly swept over everyone's faces, feeling their breath. Suddenly, his second head, also the second body, stood up. That's right. The moment Hsoka saw Naruto, he bokied. He can see that Naruto will be strong in the future, very strong. The kind that slowly waits for the fruit to ripen. He picked it off himself, and the thrill of tasting it made Hsoka want to stop. It's like pinching fingers. Calculate the girl in front of me, after a few years, she must become particularly bulging and warped. But if he falls in love with a girl now and breaks up in a few days, then he will lose his particularly attractive and potential girlfriend forever. Yes, that's how it feels. And at this moment, after Naruto felt the strange eyes of Hsoka, his whole body trembled, and he asked in a trembling voice. You. What's the matter with you? Hsoka shook his head slightly. Little friend, don't get excited, I won't eat you again. Grow up quickly. I'm looking forward to fighting against your future self. Talking. He licked his lips again, forcibly suppressing the desire to kill as if he hadn't had Kun for 10 years. I will become stronger, Naruto nodded, not paying much attention to Hisoka's expression. Only, it always feels weird. On the other hand, Jiraiya, native of the motherland, Deep Sea, and Kirajiying saw this. Identified immediately. This product must be a pervert. Just in case, Jiraiya dragged Naruto to sit elsewhere. You better restrain yourself. Don't wait for you to finish drinking here, and someone will beat you with a black stick when you leave the door. Ron lit a cigarette and reminded him somewhat helplessly. Advertisement. Although the only rule in the tavern is no fighting. But, after all, this is a public place. To do this to a child in front of so many people. If any big boss's sense of justice suddenly bursts out, maybe he can secretly kill Hsoka. You are the boss here, listen to you. Hsoka shrugged and sat down at the bar again. Soon, Ram took a bottle of fruit wine and put it in front of Hsoka. Please use your wine slowly. Thank you. Hsoka nodded with a smile, then picked up the wine, opened the bottle, and poured the wine smoothly. He looked like an old alcoholic. He picked up the cup and took a sip, his eyes suddenly lit up. The fruit wine made from green fruits has a sweet and sour taste without losing the sweetness of the wine. Not bad, really good. Sure enough, the green fruit will always make people salivate. His voice was pretending to be steady, but it couldn't conceal the coquettish ghost. During the conversation, staring at Naruto from time to time, licking the wine remaining in the corner of his mouth, suppressing his excitement for the future battle. You really are a pervert. There's a longing for desire in every line. Ron snuffed out the cigarette in his hand and said softly. I don't like the word pervert very much. I'm just eager to fight, a little bloodthirsty, that's all. Hsoka sipped the wine and said with a smile, actually. Compared to the green fruits that can only be picked in the future. I am more eager to fight with you. You are very strong, stronger than all the people here. Heard the words. Everyone in the tavern looked at this man with his hair up to the sky and scribbled on his face in disbelief. To this day, it seems that no one has taken the initiative to challenge Ron. It's not that I dare not, it's because I already know the outcome of losing. So, neither Geisha, Pluton, nor Shui Huang took the initiative to mention it. Even if it's death, want to fight me too? Ron asked softly. Of course, fighting the strong and killing is the meaning of my life. Hisoka lowered his eyebrows and swung the fruit wine in his glass slowly. This moment, the clown clothes on him seemed to be reflected in reality. Knickerbockers, pointed shoes, face paint, this is Hisoka. Advertisement childlike innocence, with nothing to worry about and no fear, he compares himself to a clown and regards the whole world as his playground. Eager for novelty and all kinds of excitement, wait for a while. I will take you to another world. Ron touched his chin and said with a smile. Original. Ron wanted to go to the end world to see and test his own strength by the way. And this test is to single out all the gods in the end world. So adding a Hisoka has little effect. No problem. Hisoka looked excited, looking at Ron as if he was watching his prey. Available immediately. He frowned slightly and asked softly. You won't be like Corolla Lucilu, make full preparations in advance, will you? Once bitten, twice shy. Not so long ago, Hisoka got into a fight with the leader of the Phantom Brigade, Koro Rishiru. But, according to Hisoka's ability, Koro Rishiru made a sufficient battle plan. Not only that, Koro Rishiru can also take away the ability of any member of the brigade. In addition, occupy the advantage of the field. Koro Rusilu directly turned the audience into a mobile bomb. And, Koro Rishiru can take away the abilities of anyone in the brigade. So not so long ago, Hisoka fought with the entire Phantom troop. Ron, the rest of the tavern, but the thought that was planted in advance was resurrected and became stronger. And this battle, Hisoka lost without a doubt and died. At last, they shamelessly lent their abilities to help him. In order to take revenge on the members of the two brigades who lent Koro Rushiru's abilities. Now, then I'll be even more shameless and kill them unsuspectingly while they're shitting. Hisoka has officially declared war on the Phantom Brigade. When we go back, please ask for a reminder and feed, thank you readers. I found those two people, in the toilet. P.S. I didn't expect to finish writing so soon, the hand speed just now is as bulky as Hisoka's desire. I'm on the ship of Kajin Kingdom, waiting for the irresponsible captain to come and kill the indiscreet me. No, don't worry, Ron smiled and shook his head. Speaking of this, Hisoka paused, and his voice became more and more crazy. That's good. Hisoka breathed a sigh of relief, so he said half-jokingly. Chapter 196 The King's Treasure going to the toilet on someone else. And it's still shitting, assassination in this unsuspecting situation. Talent. Talent in pervert. Even Shiao Zizai, people from the motherland would not be able to do such a thing. Hisoka is really a god of toilet war. It seems that you are now confident enough to kill Koro Rusilu. Ron said with a smile. Certainly, it's not just Koro Lucilu, the leader of the Phantom Brigade is coming to kill me. In order to pursue stronger fighting pleasure and excitement. I also hired Illuma to hunt me down, then we will meet 3 ways. It will be another exciting battle. Hisoka fantasized about that scene, almost convulsed with excitement. Before the death of Koro Rushiru's men, he had initiated the idea of death as a conditioning condition. That is, once he died, Hisoka would automatically use his mind ability to give himself a cardiac pacing rescue. Once the rescue is successful, Narciso's ability to read will be even stronger. This was the confidence he had to face Koro Rusil and Illuma alone. At the same time, this is also his character, he does not pretend to be lofty and does not suppress his inner wildness. Vengeance must be avenged, and the methods will be extremely bloody. Just like his 2 mind abilities, flimsy deception, and retractable love. A person who makes a show, entertains the world, and treats the whole world as his own playground. A straightforward, decisive killing will turn into purgatory wherever he goes. I wish you a successful hunt. Ron raised his wine glass. Thanks. Hisoka also raised his glass. Ding. When the wine glasses collided, there was a crisp and pleasant sound unique to glass. When Hisoka drank the wine in one gulp, suddenly, a smear of blood appeared in the peripheral vision. He subconsciously turned his head to look out the window. It was a man wearing a white cloak and rimless glasses, chasing a group of pirates. There was no scream. Men will take away one of the internal organs of a pirate. The technique is crisp and neat, without any unnecessary movements. That is, it is like a cat catching a mouse. It's also like a man feeling the pleasure of life slowly disappearing. Not only that, advertisement under the extreme fear, the adrenaline of the pirates soared all the way, as if they could not feel the pain, they ran all the way. Intestines leaked from the wound, blood staining the green grass outside red. Oh, it's so beautiful, this method of killing is so beautiful. Who is this man? I want to know him. Hisoka pointed out the window, his voice trembling with excitement. Shiao Zizai. A pervert marine. Before Ron could respond, the man from the motherland spoke first. Kira Yoshikage, Shanhai, and Yusen Xi, who were sitting on the side, also nodded in agreement. Heard the words. Hisoka's face turned black. What the hell? Why do you guys have the nerve to say that others are pervert? One is touching a severed hand, the other is talking to an octopus. What is the last one eating? Is it human flesh? And this one in a Superman suit. Can you put the fresh milk you just warmed up? He was a sick man, a conscious-born criminal. The natives are right, he is indeed a pervert. He regards killing as an extremely joyful thing. It even needs some ritual enjoyment. If the situation permits, he will even take a bath and change clothes before killing. Ron lit a cigarette and explained with a smile, so I'm more interested in him. Can he come to the tavern today? After hearing this, Hisoka's eyes lit up, and he asked with great anticipation. Probably won't come. He's Marine Vice Admiral, and he doesn't have time to drink every day. Ron shook his head. Now the position of Marshal Marine is about to change. Marine has a lot of affairs waiting for Shiao Zizai to deal with. He is still working in secret, preparing to hunt and kill Figalondo Grim. How could there be time to drink? What a pity. But it's okay, I will come here often in the future, and I will meet one day. Hisoka took a sip of his wine and said with a smile. Actually, it doesn't matter to him whether he knows him or not. The main reason is to ask Shiao Zizai about the method of killing. At this time, the system's mechanical prompt sounded slowly in Ron's mind. Ding, customer. Big Mom finished talking. Close black lens bracket, customer Big Mom, observation hockey, taijutsu, paramecia. Soul fruit. Host can choose one of the abilities. Close black lens bracket. Advertisement open black lens bracket ding, customer. Roger finished talking close black lens bracket. Customer Roger. Conqueror's hockey, God's avoidance, swordsmanship, armament hockey. Host can choose one of the abilities. Close black lens bracket. Ding, customer Hisoka finished talking. Close black lens bracket, customer Hisoka. The ability to change minds, flexible love, frivolous illusion. Host can choose one of these abilities. Close black lens bracket. Ding, customer Jabba, Rayleigh, Spencer, Moon Isaac Jr., Sigil Gans Nostin. Finished talking. Close black lens bracket. There are too many guests today. The reminder sound lasted for more than 10 minutes before it finally ended. That's why, Ron wanted Hisoka to wait and start the war. Choose Big Mom's soul fruit, combined with Roger's Conqueror's hockey, and Hisoka's ability to transform. After thinking about it, Ron said softly, as for the abilities of the rest of the Roger pirates. Because it's useless. Ron simply packaged these abilities and some idle abilities into points. Ding, host now has 56,000 points. Close black lens bracket glanced at them all. Ron was surprised to find that the king's treasure only cost 80,000 points. There are all artifacts here, 80,000 points, an absolute conscience price. Immediately, Ron replaced some unused devil fruits and man-made devil fruits with points. Only then did 80,000 points be collected in exchange for the king's treasure. Everyone, do you want to go to another world and see the so-called gods? Ron used dragon magic to transmit the sound to the ears of the Lord, Hisoka and other regular guests in the tavern. Except for Rayleigh, Ron didn't want the rest of the world to know his secret just yet. Tens of thousands of creatures gathered in the auditorium of the arena, quietly waiting for the start of the 8th battle. Heard the words. Ron pulled Big Wolf to his side and said with a smile. Valkyrie. The space in front of Brunhilde shatters like a cobweb. Arena. Ron and several figures walked out slowly from inside. Then let's go. The 8th battle, let Big Wolf go. Immediately afterwards. P.S. Another one will be posted before 7 o'clock. Readers, please wait a moment. Suddenly, Shengzu, Geisha, Liangbing, Kyu and others nodded silently. The last Valkyrie, world, before waiting for Brunhilde's response. Battle of Ragnarok. Ron snapped his fingers with a snap, and the figure including Holy Lord and others disappeared in the tavern in an instant. Chapter 197 I just want to single out all the gods, that's all. Big Wolf was dumbfounded. What's the situation? Lousy is here to eat and watch the show, not to fight. Even if you fight, you should also tell me in advance so that I can be mentally prepared. What if I die in the arena? Besides, why not let Shendu, Aizen, Geisha play? Which of them is not better than me? Why did you let me play? To be honest, Ron, do you want to eat wolf meat? Not only Big Grey Wolf, but Brynhilde was also confused. She asked in a daze, who are you, to be honest? The way Ron and others appeared caused Brunhilde's world to collapse instantly. This comes from breaking up space. Even the god King Zeus can't do it, right? Do not be afraid. My name is Ron, I am the owner of a tavern, and behind me are my guests. I'm just here for sightseeing, by the way. Come and beat up all the gods on your side, that's all. Ron shrugged, smiled and stamped out the dying cigarette. Heard the words. Brunhilde's pupils suddenly shrank and she looked at the young man in front of her in disbelief. Ordinary. It's just too ordinary. Judging from his aura, he is just an ordinary person. How dare he say such a thing? There is also this wolf that is pushed out to participate in the 8th battle. In addition to being able to walk upright, Basically, they are no different from ordinary wild wolves. But the Holy Lord and others behind her made Brunhild feel palpitated. You say that because you want to die? Brunhild said solemnly. The voice just fell. Shengzu, Aizen, Liang Bing, Geisha and other big shots looked aside suddenly and no longer held back their oars. That terrifying coercion that seemed to be substantial swept across the entire arena. Instantly, Brunhild felt her heart suddenly stop, and without any time to think about it, she quickly raised her hands to resist, trying not to kneel down. Countless creatures in the arena also fell silent at the same time, and their bodies couldn't help but tremble. The expressions of God King Zeus, Odin and other gods sitting across from him changed drastically, and they looked here in shock. Okay, stop it, don't scare them. Advertisement Ron raised his head and said softly. Language fall. This terrifying aura slowly dissipated. But this also alerted all the Valkyries, as well as the human players who were about to participate in the battle, and came to check the situation. I scanned everyone here, including the so-called gods, and there is no one who can fight them. Can this be called a god? Liang Bing said with a disappointed look on his face. Geisha, Holy Lord and others also had the same look. Too weak, really too weak. The human combatants headed by Sasaki Kojira suddenly frowned. They were just about to step forward, but he was stopped by Jack the Ripper and Brunhild. Jack the Ripper smiled and said, Everyone, if you don't want to die, it's best not to be impulsive. Brunhild asked, Do you know them? Jack the Ripper nodded. I know them. They're very nice and kind people. The wine in Ron's tavern is also good. Brunhild. What a nice guy, didn't you feel the murderous aura just now, as if you wanted to kill everyone here? I'm really stuck on my cue, it's the same sentence I just said. Is it okay or not to let Big Wolf join the battle? Ron asked with a smile, before Brunhild could respond. Then I saw a man in a white dress and tie coming out, looking down at the big gray wolf. Why do you think that this wolf can fight in my place? Is he strong? The person who came was the player representing the human side who was going to participate in the 8th battle. Nikola Tesla. He is regarded as the only magician in human history and a genius scientist. His inventions are far superior to yours, if you don't accept it. When Ron said this, he turned to look at Big Wolf again. Bring your invention with you or not, show him. Only brought a softening spray. Big Wolf took out a purple watering can from his pocket. Immediately, it then described the effects of heart softening spray. After Tesla and others heard this, their eyes suddenly widened. This is not science anymore. Is it magic? Just spraying it can make people feel soft. This is not in line with any scientific theory at all. I do not believe. Tesla struggled to squeeze out a few syllables through his teeth. But the voice just fell. Big Wolf used the soft-hearted spray and sprayed it on Tesla. Advertisement few. Water mist sprayed on his face, and Tesla was about to get angry. But he saw Big Wolf throwing himself directly into his arms, bursting into tears and crying loudly. It's so hard for me. If you can't catch the sheep, you have to be forced by Ron to play fake games. Ooh. Tesla just wanted to push him away in disgust, but his heart suddenly softened. Stop crying, I can catch a sheep for you. If you don't want to play, you'd better let me do it. As soon as the words left his mouth, Tesla was stunned on the spot and said nothing for a long time. It turns out, it's true, I really felt soft just now. Let's put it this way, everything you invent, Big Wolf can also invent. Whatever you can't invent or imagine, Big Wolf can also invent. Ron relit a cigarette and said slowly, I'm not as good as him, let this wolf lift me up. Tesla said with a wry smile. No, Brunhild refused directly. How can a wolf merge with Jendel and make a magical weapon? I can't agree to it no matter what, even though Big Wolf's invention is very powerful. But from Brunhild's point of view, he couldn't get into Beelzebub's body at all. Big Grey Wolf frowned slightly and sneered. Do you think this king needs the power of others? This king will let you know what the most powerful invention is. What Big Wolf can't stand the most is being looked down upon by others. Especially by a woman. When my wife scolds me at home, it's okay to say it's useless. Why are you a human being? Brunhild said solemnly. The war will start in 5 minutes. What can you invent in such a short period of time? Big Wolf said proudly, 5 minutes is enough for me. As he spoke, he tugged on Tesla's clothes. Let's go, take this king to your laboratory. Okay. Tesla nodded, turned around and left with Grey Wolf. Looking at the backs of the two of them, Brunhild knew that she could no longer stop her, so she could only ask Ron. What on earth do you want to do? Ron shrugged. Nothing. I just want to see how strong I am and whether I can challenge all the gods here. That's all. Chapter 198 Big Wolf. This king is here. After hearing Ron's words, Brunhilde couldn't help exclaiming. Are you crazy? Singled out all the gods? And that's all? You know, in the arena at the moment, it's not just the gods of Olympus. There are also the gods of the Nordic and Indian Vatican civilizations. Add up. A total of nearly 10,000 gods. Let alone beating, every mouthful of saliva can drown you. Do you think these so-called gods are strong? Ron asked back. Of course, God created this world and created human beings. Our mighty power. It's not something humans can try to achieve, of course, except for a very small number of humans. Brunhild raised her sharp chin and said proudly, even if she is a demigod. It is also very different from ordinary people, not to mention. If she hadn't started Ragnarok, mankind would have already faced the end. The gods will recreate another batch of intelligent beings. So, Brunhild thinks he's qualified to say that. However, when Brunhild looked back, he found that the expressions of the people behind him had changed. There is banter, there is disdain, and there is disgust. It was an expression Brunhild was all too familiar with. It was exactly the same as when the gods pronounced the death of mankind at the Valhalla Gods conference not long ago. And the expression that seemed to determine the life and death of the bug now appeared on this group of people. Hateful. If you do, it will only make the gods more angry, and thus bring down the punishment of the gods. In the end, it will be human beings who are injured. Brunhilde bit her finger, her tone raised unconsciously. Then beat them until they are served. Force. It's still useful in this world. Ron shook his head slightly, and looked at the stand of the gods opposite him. Because just now Holy Master and the others were fully breathed. Just at this moment, Zeus also looked over, and in the empty eye sockets, a touch of gold flashed away. The two looked at each other. Like two lakes with no waves on the surface, but the bottom of the lake is dark and turbulent. At this time, Hisoka asked in a deep voice, "When will the battle you promised me be fulfilled?" Advertisement he can't wait. The desire for a strong fight soars to the sky. Hisoka wants to enjoy the thrill of fighting against the strong. Only in this way can the inner needs be satisfied. After a while you will be with those gods, one more you is not much, one less you is not much. Ron said with a smile. Hisoka's face turned black. What the hell? I'm just making up the numbers. Lousy likes to be beaten by gangs, and then kill everyone in the bloodiest way. Instead of fighting with a group of slaughtered people who claim to be gods. If you are not satisfied, you can come first, and it won't take too long. Ron touched his chin and said seriously, you are really confident. Hisoka had bulging veins on his forehead, and his face was gloomy, as black as ink dripping out. Suddenly, deafening shouts sounded from the arena below. This also indicates that the two outbound players are about to debut. The 8th arena. It also turned into a hexagonal hollow platform, and on the pillars at each corner there was a statue of a demon, sneering at the center of the ring. The field commentator wearing a black robe and holding a horn. Heimdall is sitting in a skeleton airship, shouting. The arena is finally fully equipped and the competition is about to begin. This moment, whether it's the god's side or the audience and players on the human side. They all looked at each other's exits, because the victory or defeat of the next battle will tilt the balance that will establish the victory to that side. Holding the trumpet, Heimdall continued, before starting the 8th battle, the Shenmei side won 3 times. And humans have won 4 victories. It is the first time in history that humans have surpassed gods. In order to understand this humiliation, some gods came from hell to join the war. Language fall. At the entrance of Shenming Square, a fly pattern suddenly appeared. See this scene. All the gods in the auditorium opened their mouths and their eyes were full of fear. A god said tremblingly, "Could it be that guy?" Heimdall continued, emerging from the darkness with a skeleton scepter in hand. Which cursed god brings despair to mankind? I haven't waited to finish. With a loud bang, the gate of the entrance was forcibly broken open. Next moment, advertisement there was a light sound on both sides of the gate, and then 2 columns stretched out, quickly forming a road leading to the ring. He is the dark god from below. It is also the incarnation of gluttony, one of the 7 deadly sins, and the ruler of evil spirits. Heimdall shouted excitedly. Immediately, a man slowly emerged from the darkness and stepped on the road leading to the ring. This god, it was Beelzebub, and it was commonly called, Lord of the Flies. Watching him stand the scepter on the ring, not only is the human face full of fear, but the face of the gods is also extremely ugly. Although Beelzebub is a player who refreshes his mind and joins the battle. But the gods who have anything to do with him will suffer misfortune. Immediately afterwards, all eyes turned to Beelzebub, wondering who would join the battle on the human side. Sudden, there was movement at the entrance of the human side. The pillars of the threshold popped out, and the road was built. But, the contestants never showed up. After a few seconds, the door opened, and at the same time as a strange light lit up behind the door, a burst of cheerful singing sounded. We are little sheep, and the little sheep are very happy. Although Big Big Wolf lives next door, and even though sometimes there is no sun, only Yankin has music, singing and dancing are crazy. With cheerful music pouring into the ears, both humans and gods present were stunned. What kind of appearance is this? Did you do it? Brunhilde asked with a dark face. There must be a different way of appearance, right? Otherwise it would be too monotonous. Ron shrugged and smiled. With the voice down, along with the singing, bolts of lightning poured out from the door, covering the entire arena in an instant. Heimdall couldn't help complaining. The human side is too exaggerated. It's special effects again, and it's BGM again. The one who appears below, he just wanted to introduce the original Tesla. But suddenly, a figure in mechanical armor jumped out of the door and flew into the air. Big Big Wolf in the mechanical armor grinned and said, "The Great King is here, Gods and Men, Chapter 199 Prison of the Gods." Along with the god side, the human side contestants enter the arena. The road at the entrance was withdrawn, and the battle officially began. But, the moment when Big Big Wolf came on stage. Whether it's the gods, humans, or Beelzebub standing opposite, they're all dumbfounded. What about Tesla? Why is there a wolf on the stage? Hey, where's Tesla? As the referee, Heimdall, the commentator, questioned Brunhilde. Language fall. Countless creatures at the scene looked in the direction of Heimdall together, their eyes full of puzzlement. Some humans have even cursed. Hey, what are you doing? Humans have finally gained the advantage, and now we send a wolf on the field, we need an explanation. Sure enough, all Ragnarok legends are fake, and Brunhilde still wears a pair of pants with the gods. We want Tesla to play. Instantly, countless humans shouted Tesla's name in unison. At this time, holding a loudspeaker, Tesla hurried from the laboratory to Brunhilde's side, shouting loudly. Don't worry, this battle will never be lost, please trust the big wolf. His talent is far above all human scientists. During the conversation, Tesla's voice was slightly trembling, and his gaze towards big wolf was full of greedy excitement. It's like seeing the most beautiful woman in the world. After the humans in the stands heard Tesla's words, they stopped protesting. But their eyes were still full of doubts. After all, it is really not reassuring to let a wolf decide the life and death of human beings. What the hell did the wolf do? The mechanical armor on his body seems to be a little different from yours. Brunhilde looked at Tesla with an excited face and asked puzzledly. 5 minutes. In less than 5 minutes, he made a complete copy of my superhuman automaton beta. And improve it. The Super Tesla coil is also fully evolved, it can be used infinitely, and there is no limit to the number of times. Not only that, Big Wolf even. Looking at Big Wolf below, Tesla said excitedly. He is very happy now. Advertisement. Fortunately, Big Wolf was allowed to play and let him enter his laboratory. Otherwise, Tesla will never see that beautiful invention scene. What? After hearing this, Brunhilde's pupils shrank suddenly, and he couldn't help but exclaimed. Finished. She knew that she was a little rude, and after sorting out her emotions a little bit, she continued. How did he do that? Tesla shook his head slightly. I don't know, he just glanced at my drawings. Really? Humanity still has a long way to go on the road of science. Ron smiled and said, I said, Big Wolf will not let you down. That's the Big Wolf. Aizen flattered him without leaving a trace. Immediately, Ron and the others went down to the lower ring together, waiting for the start of the battle. In midair of the arena, Heimdall, who knew everything, picked up the megaphone and made the opening remarks. The game continues. It is this ruler of darkness who will annihilate the hope of mankind. Or this Big Wolf, who even Tesla is ashamed of, can break through the darkness and bring light to mankind? In short, the 8th game that determines the fate of mankind. It's officially kicked off, as the host announced the start of the game. Beelzebub frowned and asked, Are humans sure they want to send you on? Big Wolf in the battle armor said proudly, Of course. This king will defeat you, the so-called god, with an absolute attitude. Beelzebub said lightly, It doesn't matter, the most important thing right now is to fight quickly. Language fall. Beelzebub raised the skeleton scepter above his head, stretched out his hand, and a huge phantom of a fly emerged. Although you can't judge a book by its cover, but the human side actually let a wolf fight with him? Other people's opponents are either the Emperor of the Ages, or the strongest god of war in mankind. To me as a wolf, this really made Beelzebub a little angry. Otherwise, you can't come up and just amplify your moves. And the second move is called, Fallen Angel of Gluttony. As Beelzebub raised his scepter, the fly's mouth exploded with light. Feeling threatened, Big Wolf grinned with sharp fangs. Then come on. After finishing speaking, he put his hands together and the entire battle armor flashed dazzling lightning instantly, and finally all gathered in his fists. Plasma Pulse Fist. Neither of the two flinched, and in the first round of the fight they decided to zoom in on the hard anus. The next moment, advertisement, the two collided, and the lightning and ripples also collided, and they were on par for a while. Oh, my lord understands, your ability is vibration, right? And this invisible barrier is also achieved through high-speed vibration. With just one glance, Big Wolf can see through what kind of ability it is. Heard the words. The face of Beelzebub who was seen through sank, and the strength in his hand also increased a few times. Immediately afterwards, the original circular ripple turned into a big knife. The strength of all concentrated vibrations has more than doubled. This also made the hearts of all the human beings present instantly raised their throats. The Big Wolf under the huge corrugated broadsword was calm, just took one step, and the speed was as fast as ultimate, and even created a phantom. Boom! The big knife fell, and there was a violent roar. A huge gully also appeared at Big Wolf's position just now. One can imagine, if he was hit just now, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. Seeing that the move was dodged, Beelzebub's original confident expression disappeared from his face. Floating with anti-gravity, stepping out, can you achieve the ultimate acceleration? It seems that I underestimated you. Big Wolf grinned. I didn't expect God to understand this. Then teach a lesson to you arrogant gods. Saying that, Big Wolf raised his head and opened his armor's arms. See. Beelzebub immediately felt a strange feeling, and also looked up at the sky. The sky shrouded in black clouds was flickering with countless electric lights as thick as arms. Lightning flashes, as if to shatter this god realm. Big Wolf retracted his arms and crossed them in front of his chest. Next second, the only coil on his chest suddenly started spinning rapidly. Come and accept the baptism of this great king. Stupid god. Accompanied by Big Wolf's low growl, all the electric lights converged on his chest, forming a halo. Then, he opened his arms and the halo enlarged, covering everything including the stands in an instant. There are countless intersecting lines extending inside the halo, forming a deconstruction like a cage. Big Wolf raised his head and looked directly at Beelzebub, including all the gods behind him. Welcome to Prison of the Gods, Chapter 200. My Majesty will let your proud gods get their heads down. Prison of the Gods? Seeing the prison made of electricity, all the gods present were furious. To know, this prison doesn't just cover the entire arena. It even included all the gods present, provocative. This is a naked provocation, especially the look in Big Wolf's eyes was full of disdain and pity. It's like looking at a group of bugs that can be crushed to death at any time. It's so much fun. This is the first time I have encountered this situation in countless years, ha ha ha. Zeus stood with his hands behind his hands and murmured with a smile. Having said that, but his two skinny legs suddenly swelled with muscles, crushing the ground directly to vent his inner anger. Odin, Shiva, Thor and other gods also had gloomy expressions on their faces, wishing they could tear up the big wolf with their hands right now. But at this moment, a scene appeared that made the gods even more angry. Beelzebub asked in a deep voice, "Prison, what means?" Big Wolf spread his hands and grinned, "In this square world. God is not you, but this great king, language fall." Grey Wolf, wearing a mechanical armor, began to slowly take off. This is not a reaction to the jet. Instead, this layer of electric light is attached to the feet, and the anti-gravity system is used to complete such a miracle. On this stage, the extremely gorgeous electric prison is accompanied by Wei Tailong's Hockey's incomparable speech. It directly brought the anger of all the gods to the top. Lord Beelzebub, kill him in the most cruel way. O God from hell, swallow him with darkness. We can't let this kind of bug be so arrogant. Beelzebub, you can't let me go. The shouts of the gods resounded throughout the world, and a murderous aura filled the entire arena. On the other hand, the already desperate human sighed. Then hope is rekindled. Scientists in history were moved to tears when they saw such scenes. Especially Edison choked up and said, "So beautiful. More beautiful than Tesla's science," in the uppermost auditorium. Brunhild asked with a shocked face, "How on earth did he do it? It's actually several times bigger than the original cage." Tesla shook his head slightly and said excitedly, "I don't know. Advertisement, when I was in the laboratory just now, I also felt that his idea could not be realized. I didn't expect. It actually succeeded. Not only is the power countless times greater than before. Even the stability is far greater than that of the Superman automata beta I invented." Talking, he explained the principle again. The most important thing is a certain particle, which is named Super Tesla particle. When the particles reach saturation, it will react with the Tesla coil to achieve anti-gravity starting conditions. This is the condition for the big gray wolf to be able to hang in the air in the birth of the prison of the gods. And in the prison of the gods, big gray wolf's speed will reach ultimate. In the arena, Beelzebub looked around at the currents and said softly, "This place is quite suitable for me. It suits you to kill me, and it suits me to kill you." Big Wolf grinned and said, "Really? Then let's see if this great king can kill gods today." With the voice down, Big Gray Wolf was so close that it created an afterimage. He arrived in front of Beelzebub almost instantly, and then struck with an uppercut. Facing this sudden punch, even Beelzebub almost didn't react and could only launch a confused defense. Bang! A violent roar exploded between the two of them, blowing away all the smoke from the arena. Beelzebub slid back a few meters before stopping. Defensive though, but he still couldn't catch it as perfectly as before, and a large amount of blood spurted out from his shoulder. "This king underestimates you a little. I didn't expect that I could catch this. So, what's next?" Big Wolf smiled, and the moment he opened his mouth, 2 fingers of the armor were already in front of Beelzebub. The latter reacted quickly and was about to launch a shock defense. Available immediately, Big Wolf actually controlled the armor and came behind Beelzebub in a weird posture. Wait for Beelzebub to react. Big Wolf unexpectedly returned to his original position, and then his fists fell like raindrops. Although Beelzebub reacted and reluctantly turned around. However, the shock defense failed to fully deploy, and he could only be injured again. This time, Big Wolf didn't give him any chance to breathe. While waving his fists, his figure was also in strange postures, constantly adjusting his angles to find the right moment to deliver a fatal blow to Beelzebub. Bang 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 bang, with bursts of muffled sounds. There were also large and small wounds on Beelzebub's body, and his shirt was completely damaged. This is an extremely embarrassing scene. The hearts of the gods instantly sank to the bottom. Advertisement, especially Ares, the god of war, whose resolute face was filled with shock. The successive injuries also made Beelzebub extremely unhappy. His right hand, which had been idle, flashed with light. This time, he didn't choose to defend, but gave him a hard anus from the front. This is Beelzebub's ability. His left hand is shock defense, and his right hand is shock power that can launch strong attacks. The skull scepter is an artifact that enhances the power of vibration. I saw Beelzebub's shining right hand slashing out horizontally. Although Big Wolf felt a sense of crisis, he had no intention of evading and instead stretched out his right hand. The Tesla coil on the chest rotates crazily, and in the blink of an eye, the energy is accumulated. A terrifying energy shock mixed with electric current shot out. Boom. The two attacks collided, there was another violent roar. But Beelzebub's offensive did not stop there, he held his cane in both hands and slashed down horizontally. Fallen angel of gluttony. However, Big Wolf, who was in the armor, moved his steps and dodged in a way that was contrary to common sense. This coquettish move made countless creatures present dumbfounded. Immediately afterwards, Wei Tailong took advantage of Beelzebub's killing move to miss, his body was parallel to Beelzebub's, and he punched back. There was a roar. Seeing this, the humans in the auditorium jumped up excitedly. The Valkyrie sisters couldn't help but cheer and shout. But, when the smoke cleared, they found that something was not quite right. The humans' waving arms also froze in midair. I saw that Beelzebub turned from offense to defense at that moment, defending that punch. Big Wolf's entire body swelled with light, turning into a ball of dazzling light, and disappeared before Beelzebub's eyes. There's no way he's hitting me. Aizen, record this king's highlight moment, I want to go home and show it to my wife. Language fall. Correct. Beelzebub waved away the smoke and dust from his body and said calmly. Yesterday's amazement is nothing more than today. Big Wolf shook his head. That young man named Tesla said something to the king. P.S. The remaining one will be posted before 6 o'clock. Readers, please wait a moment until. I have seen through all your attacks. Big Wolf's laughter echoed. Take a good look, my lord will let you group of arrogant gods bow their heads. All the currents converged on the chest. On the huge arena. Science is continuous progress, and there is no endpoint. The Tesla coil on the armor shines brightly. 9 Mount Chapter 201 This shame will take a lifetime to wash away. Seeing that Beelzebub was the only one left in the ring. Everyone present was stunned. If we say that Big Grey Wolf's speed just now was almost ultimate. Then he is now. It just disappeared from the naked eye. If it weren't for the mess of the battle still remaining in the ring, and Beelzebub covered in scars. Everyone even thought that everything that just happened was an illusion. Amazing. This is simply a miracle. How did Big Wolf do it? As the commentator, Heimdall shouted with great strength, bringing the shocked people and gods back to reality from their shock. Now, no matter humans, gods or kings, their faces were full of shock. Only Aizen silently took out a camera and filmed everything that happened in the ring. Suddenly, the Big Wolf was reassembled by countless photoelectrics, appeared behind Beelzebub, and then slammed down heavily. Bang! Beelzebub didn't have any time to react at all, and flew out directly amid the roar. This trick. Even Zeus, Odin, Achuomosu and other god kings could not see it clearly. Wait for the reaction. Then he saw Beelzebub falling on the ring, with lightning flashing all over his body, and blood spurting out uncontrollably from his wounds. In the stands of Shenming's side, Ares, the god of war, asked with a shocked look on his face, Hermes, what exactly did you just say? Hermes shook his head. I don't know, but it can be confirmed. Beelzebub on the field must have seen it clearly. And this is indeed the case. Beelzebub struggled to stand up, half kneeling on the ring, and said lightly. Is it teleportation? Big Wolf in the armor looked down at the god and grinned. That's right. This is Tesla's invention, but I have slightly improved it. Original. There are 3 limitations to this ability. First, it takes a while to charge, but Big Wolf has shortened the charge time to ultimate. Secondly, the position of teleportation is also limited, and it must be used in the prison of the gods. Secondly, a high concentration of super Tesla particles is required. This is why Big Grey Wolf kept punching at high speed just now. As long as you keep shaking your fist with electric current, you can gather super Tesla particles. Third, the number of times it can be activated is also limited, but with Big Wolf's improvements, it can be used infinitely. No matter how you improve, after using it once, there must be a period of time between use. Otherwise, I'm sure your mecha can't bear it. Advertisement Beelzebub analyzed with a serious look. That's right. My Majesty, I will tell you that there is a certain interval of time. But it only takes 10 seconds for me to use it again. Come on, use these 10 seconds to defeat this king. Big Wolf spread his hands and said proudly, heard the words. All the scientists were slapped in the face. What the hell? Why did you reveal all your weaknesses? Genius, King Big Wolf is definitely a genius. No wonder he keeps saying that the armor has shortcomings. It turns out to be here. 10 seconds, and the time interval for teleportation on my armor takes a full 63 seconds. Moreover, King Big Wolf's armor is completely automated and does not require his control at all. That is to say, he never made a move from beginning to end. Tesla covered his face with his hands and said extremely excitedly. Aizen on the side curled his lips. Nonsense, that's King Big Wolf. With the voice down, the human side instantly boiled. Tesla's words are tantamount to declaring the victory of Grey Wolf. For a while, humans who originally had doubts about Big Wolf stood up and cheered and shouted. On the other hand, the gods fell into silence, lost. Especially those in the stands, Odin, Zeus and Achuo, who had high hopes for Beelzebub. The faces of the 3 god kings were extremely gloomy. Once this game is lost, the gods will be 3 points behind humans. To God, this shame will take a lifetime to be washed away. At the same time, Beelzebub looked at Big Wolf's confident look and couldn't help laughing. I'm so confident, you actually told me your weakness. Now, there are still 2 seconds left, right? Talking. He leaned on the skull scepter and tried to stand up. But suddenly, a large amount of blood spurted from his mouth. In fact, Beelzebub, who looked calm, was at the end of his strength after suffering the blow just now. No time to think too much. Beelzebub held the skull with both hands, and a burst of light burst out from its empty eye sockets. Advertisement random. A strange force is gathering around Beelzebub. See this scene. Zeus and Akynu panicked. Could it be that this guy wants to use the taboos of the underworld? Zeus murmured in disbelief. But Big Wolf remained unmoved, watching with interest as Beelzebub held back his ultimate move. Now, the vibrations emanating from Beelzebub's hands holding the skull were completely opposite. The left hand represents absolute defense, and the right hand contains the terrifying power of shock. Immediately afterwards, these 2 opposing forces converge. This can also be seen as the fusion of the patron saint representing fertility and the fly god representing demons in Beelzebub. Finally, the taboo of the underworld was born. False god descends. After the fusion was completed, Beelzebub's body was already flooded with light. Instantly, the countless creatures present felt a chill down their spines. Zeus even stopped him with skill. Beelzebub, stop now. But Beelzebub couldn't stop. A chilling light enveloped the entire arena, turning into black light and forming huge cages. Next second, the cage exploded, and the roar that resounded through the world suddenly exploded. Bang! The strong aftermath spread crazily until it spread to the entire building. The host, as well as the audience gods and humans, were blinded by the wind and waves. Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty, was also blindfolded by the 2 mountains. One can imagine what will happen to Beelzebub and Big Wolf in the middle. After all, almost no one has ever seen such a taboo move of false god, because most of the people who have seen it are dead. Immediately, all humans and gods stared at the arena intently, waiting for the smoke to clear and the mystery to be revealed. In the end, who wins and who loses? However, when the smoke and dust cleared away, just when the gods thought that Big Wolf would blow up with the blow just now, there were no bones left. A dazzling light lit up again. Wei Tailong, who was wearing a battle armor, was recombined by countless photoelectric lights and appeared on the ring unscathed. On the other hand, Beelzebub, while a large amount of blood gushed out of his mouth, the wounds on his body also completely collapsed, releasing clouds of blood mist. It is already in a state of exhaustion. Beelzebub asked calmly, before you kill me. Can you tell me how you avoided it and fought back? Chapter 202. This is a life gamble at this moment. The gods are in the auditorium. The faces of the gods have lost their arrogance at the beginning, and their faces are full of heavy colors. They don't understand. Why didn't the terrifying blow just now not kill Big Wolf? Didn't even shed a wolf hair. On the other hand, Beelzebub was bathed in blood. The stands. Atuo Moxu frowned and asked, what is the origin of that terrifying move just now? Zeus explained. The false god. I just heard about it. Beelzebub overlapped his attacking right hand with his defensive left hand, compressed the vibration force of both hands, and exploded in one breath. The reason why this trick even scares me is because of its power. And the particularity of fighting with one's life. Take a good look. After using that move, Beelzebub's body has been completely damaged. This battle, we lost, although I don't want to admit it. But Zeus still spoke the truth with difficulty. After all, one is intact, the other is covered in blood, and if one is not careful, the body will completely collapse. The balance of victory has been completely tilted towards the human side. In the stands on the human side, the eyes of countless famous scientists, ancient and modern, are also full of puzzlement. Just what did Big Grey Wolf do? Under that level of explosion, even if he didn't die, he should be seriously injured. That has gone far beyond the scope of science. It should be called a miracle. Brunhild's eyes looked at Ron. What the hell happened? Before Ron could respond, Aizen, who was holding a camera at the side, suddenly trembled and murmured incredulously. It is the power of Hogyoku. The Big Wolf just used Hogyoku. That's right. It's definitely that power. Aizen looked down at Big Wolf in the ring, his eyes full of longing for Hogyoku. Heard the words. Brunhilde, Ron, and the Holy Master all looked over. I saw the mech expansion of the mech open from the middle, exposing various sophisticated control equipment to the air. Big Wolf unbuttoned his seatbelt, jumped out of the mech, and explained in front of Beelzebub. Your move is very strong. Originally, at the moment of the explosion, the self-identification system of the mech directly ran the power to the limit. While defending, it also used the greatest energy impact, which offset part of the vibration force. But my lord knows that even so, he will suffer unimaginable heavy losses. Then, saying that, Big Wolf took out a gemstone shining blue-black light from behind his buttocks. Advertisement, my king can only show his whole cards. When making this armor, I specially designed an energy belt that can use Hogyoku. It can forcibly break the interval between instant teleportation and teleport directly without borrowing the Tesla example of Prison of the Gods. But it's a pity that the battle armor will collapse after it is used up. With the voice down, this pitch-black battle armor instantly turned into dust. While Hogyoku's power breaks the limit of using teleportation. But, because the material of the battle armor is too rubbish, it can't bear such a powerful force at all. I see. It's a magical power, but how can you fight me without your battle armor? Beelzebub endured the severe pain on his body, slowly got up and looked down at Big Wolf. Heard the words. The countless creatures present reacted instantly. Even though Beelzebub was seriously injured, the power did not disappear. And Big Wolf, it can be said that he is unarmed. For a while, the disadvantage was instantly reversed. Hope was rekindled in the hearts of the gods. Looking at the countless humans on the stage, their expressions suddenly became extremely ugly. Brunhilde in the stands looked even more hopeless. What the hell? In order not to be injured, you teleported away at the cost of destroying the armor. Now the armor is gone. What do you use to fight Beelzebub? Take one of your fangs. However, even so, Big Wolf's expression remained calm. As if everything was according to his plan, still so calm. Do you want to retain the dignity before death? Rest assured, I'll let you die without pain. Beelzebub raised his right hand, using the force of the vibration, as if he was about to chop it off. But the next moment, Big Wolf took out a bottle of purple spray from nowhere, and sprayed it on Beelzebub's face. Phew. Beelzebub didn't care, and let the water mist fall on his face. Since his body might collapse at any time now, he basically launched a shock defense when attacking. You can only quickly understand the life of Big Wolf and win this battle. Just at the moment when the hand knife was about to fall, Big Hooling suddenly burst into tears. Woo, this king is too miserable. I'm beaten by my wife with a pan every day. I was forced by Ron to fight in the ring today, and now my life is almost gone. Language fall. Advertisement. Beelzebub's heart softened instantly, and his originally calm and murderous gaze became soft. The hand knife was also suspended in midair abruptly. Immediately afterwards, a scene that made everyone present couldn't believe it happened. Beelzebub withdrew his hand, hugged Big Wolf, and said softly, "Do not cry. I pulled back. Didn't hurt you, did I?" Big Wolf raised his head and asked with tears in his eyes, "I'm fine. Then can you admit defeat?" Beelzebub, who originally wanted to refuse, suddenly softened his heart. "Okay, I admit defeat." As he spoke, he looked up at Heimdall in the air. "I admit defeat in this match." With the voice down, suddenly there was no sound in the huge space. Especially on the side of the gods who have rekindled hope, they really want to die. Do you want to reverse it like this? Do you want to be so dramatic? How can you be soft-hearted, you devil in hell? And the human side was also dumbfounded. They tried to think that Big Wolf used countless ways to win the battle. But who would have thought? This product won by selling miserably. It turned out to be the bottle of potion, too. In that situation, no one can defend. But this move is too dangerous. If Beelzebub starts to defend, Big Wolf will definitely die. It's a life gamble. Brunhilde is also dumbfounded. It's not a gamble. If this trick doesn't work, Aizen will save him. Ron shook his head slightly and said softly. Brunhilde glanced at Aizen, and sure enough, the man with the back of his head had already drawn his sword. At this time, Heimdall, who was stunned in midair, also reacted, and asked in shock. "Lord Beelzebub, are you sure?" Beelzebub nodded. "Sure." Heimdall smiled wryly, and could only announce the result. The winner of this battle is Big Wolf. After all, the darkness failed to swallow this unknown creature. He won the game with weird science and an incomprehensible spray. With the voice down, after a brief silence on the human side, an astonishing cry broke out in an instant. It is also this victory. The aura of the human side instantly reached an unprecedented height. The stands. Ron lit a cigarette with a smile, and looked directly at Zeus in the distance. "Finally, it's my turn. Because of your arrogance and anger, you release killing intent on all human beings, and after that, there must be killing intent on you gods." Chapter 203. Meet death with the ugliest gesture, in the arena. Beelzebub, who had been relieved of the effect of the medicine, looked at the humans cheering for victory, and suddenly looked bewildered. But soon, he recalled everything that had just happened. "It's that spray bottle. After coming into contact with the spray, I became a big gray wolf and softened my heart. Think of this." Beelzebub spat out a mouthful of blood. No matter what, he never thought that he would lose like this. "This is simply humiliating. Hurry up and get treated, or you will die." Big Wolf's voice sounded slowly. Beelzebub followed the voice and looked down. It turned out that he still frankly held Big Wolf and didn't let go. "Whether I die or not has nothing to do with you, and I wanted to die too." He pushed Big Wolf out with a look of disgust, and asked, "What's with that bottle of potion?" "I have to explain it again." Wei Tailong had no choice but to describe the ability of the soft heart potion again. "Ha ha ha ha. I didn't expect that I would lose on this kind of thing." Beelzebub covered his face, raised his head and laughed. "Because the range of motion is too large." The scabbed wound burst open again, and a large cloud of blood mist burst out. His breath and vitality also gradually weakened. And at this moment, the gods in the auditorium yelled at Beelzebub because they didn't understand the whole story. "It's too humiliating. You should die and accompany Lord Hades. You are soft-hearted towards human beings. You are not worthy to be called a god." Sure enough, the fly in hell is where you should be. In this endless abuse, Beelzebub's laughter became even crazier. He thought he was cursed and shouldn't live in this world. The death of his friend made him live in pain every day. Hades' death was the last straw that crushed him. Beelzebub wanted to die, and with the ugliest posture, to welcome death. See this scene. Atuo Moxu frowned and said, "We must take him to treatment quickly, otherwise he will die." Zeus shook his head slightly. "Forget it, if Beelzebub wants to live, then he will naturally ask for help." Finished. The thin old man turned around slowly, ready to leave here. Now he needs to vent. The defeat of 3 consecutive games made Zeus extremely angry, and he wanted to fight again. Suddenly, after the 2 figures appeared on the ring, Zeus stopped immediately, and a golden light flashed in his empty eye sockets. Advertisement. It was Ron and Aizen who came here. For a while, all the gods looked at the 2 of them. Seeing this, Brunhilde's heart sank, and he flew to the ring in a hurry. Big Wolf, you are tired, I will take you to rest on the stage. Next. Just leave it to Ron, Aizen said with a gentle face. It's quite sensible. Wei Tailong raised his chin and said proudly. Immediately, Aizen picked up Big Wolf by the waist and flew towards the stands on the human side. After the 2 left, Ron looked at Beelzebub, who was almost crazy, and said softly, "I can help you revive your friend, as long as you have their bodies. Pluton is also available, but it's a bit more expensive." Heard the words. Beelzebub's laughter stopped abruptly, and he asked in shock, "Are you kidding me?" "Of course." Ron shrugged with a smile. "What conditions?" "It's very simple. You have the scepter in your hand, your friend's artifact, and all your experimental results and materials. If possible, you can bring their bones tomorrow, and let Jack the Ripper bring you to me." Ron smiled and made a condition. "This is a great deal." The price paid. It's just that Shiao Zizai went to kill a few pirates, and Ron wasted a little time to impure world reincarnation. "No problem, I'm going to prepare now." Beelzebub didn't hesitate at all. After nodding in agreement, he turned around and ran to the rear regardless of his injuries. Although his own curse is that when love reaches its peak, he will destroy the thing he loves with his own hands. But, at this moment, Beelzebub had made up his mind. As long as Lu Cypher, Lilith and the others could be resurrected, I would be willing to immerse myself in loneliness and never bother them. "Can you really resurrect Lu Cypher and the others?" Brunhild asked in disbelief. "Now is not the time to answer questions. If you are interested, you can come to my tavern tomorrow. Now, what I have to do is to see if these so-called gods can defeat me." Ron smiled and looked up at Zeus in the stands above. His voice is not loud, but it spread throughout the arena, and reached the ears of all humans and gods. For a while, everyone at the scene was stunned. Is he going to challenge all the gods? "Young man, you are very confident." Advertisement. Although Zeus's voice was gentle, the veins on his forehead suddenly popped up. Enough to see. This god king is very angry, and at this moment, whether it was the ancient Greek gods or the Nordic gods headed by Odin, they all glared at Ron. Instantly, the blood-curdling murderous intent shot straight into the sky. For countless years, the fate of human beings who provoke the gods is without exception, and that is death. What's more, he still has to challenge all the gods alone. It's not that you are confident, it's that you are too weak. You have 2 choices now. Either I single out all of you, or I waste a little time and deal with them one by one. Ron opened his arms and said with a smile. These provocative words made the faces of the gods almost distorted, and their hearts were extremely angry. Ares, the god of war, even crushed the guardrail to pieces with his bare hands. "Human beings, you will pay for your words." Atuomoxu roared, jumped off the high platform, and punched Ron. The speed and power directly tore the air apart. A sonic boom suddenly sounded. Atuomoxu was extremely angry because Pluton died at the hands of Qin Shi Huang. And Ron appears. In his opinion, it would be a good outlet. It's really impulsive. Ron smiled, and the moment the fist arrived, his body turned around, and a whip kick hit Atuomoxu's face. Boom. Accompanied by a muffled sound. Actually, I don't really want to write about combat, I still like to write about daily life, because the writing is too spicy, so whisper. Finally, please ask for reminders and feeds, thank you all readers. The terrifying aura rushed out of Ron's body. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Under this pressure, it can be regarded as a summary of abilities. There was a flash of horror in front of the eyes of the gods. They even feel that they are false gods, and Ron in the ring is the real god. The next moment, a former so-called pressure enveloped the hearts of Zeus and other gods. See this scene. After Ron smiled and comforted him, he no longer hid his strength. For a moment, and Zeus, who knew the identity and strength of Atuomoxu, sank to the bottom of his heart. Atuomoxu flew straight out, and then hit the wall of the stand, and there was no further movement. I just want to see how strong I am now. Can I start now? Chapter 204 The Chaotic Scene Pressure. This is an oppressive feeling that transcends the level of life. At the moment of feeling the pressure, the eyes of Zeus and other gods shrank suddenly, the blood in their bodies seemed to be completely cooled, and the penetrating chill rushed to their hearts from the soles of their feet. Let their whole body seem to collapse. Now, there is only endless fear in their eyes, and the chill that keeps gushing out of their bodies. The one with the strongest feeling was Brunhilde standing next to Ron. She half kneeled on the ground, gasping heavily, sweat dripping down her forehead uncontrollably. Contain your breath. Otherwise, Master Zeus and the others dare not fight you under such pressure. And, we gods didn't provoke you, isn't it too rude for you to do this? Brunhilde looked up at Ron, struggling to get a word out of his mouth. The so-called rules are prepared for those who don't follow the rules. But, You're right, it's really impossible to fight like this. Ron stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, and restrained his breath. Instantly, Zeus, Odin and other gods finally breathed a sigh of relief. But the fear in his eyes didn't weaken a bit. And at this moment, since Ron deliberately avoided the human side, they didn't know what kind of horrible scene happened. But even so, after seeing these proud gods dripping with sweat, humans also sensed that something was wrong. Nostramus, the great prophet sitting on the top of the stands, said in surprise. This person seems to be able to single out all the gods. It's interesting, it's so interesting. Edison murmured in a low voice. Who is this guy, that even the gods are frightened? Galileo shook his head slightly, and said with firm eyes, it doesn't matter who he is, as long as he can beat up these arrogant gods and make them bow their heads. After hearing what these people said, the eyes of all humans brightened. That being the case, will Ragnarok be over? Humans don't have to face destruction anymore? Think of this. Advertisement people shouted at their heights, and their aura reached an unprecedented high. Beat this group of proud gods violently, and mankind will regain hope. Heroes are simply the heroes of all mankind. End this farce. Hearing the cries of human beings, the faces of the gods couldn't help but become even uglier. If the plan to destroy humanity ends so hastily, the dignity of that god will be completely pressed to the ground and rubbed crazily. After hesitating for a moment, Zeus asked, what is your purpose? Is it true that this group of humans said that they want to prevent us from destroying humans? Ron smiled and shook his fingers. No, I never thought about being a hero, or a savior. That thing has nothing to do with me. And that's between you, Rain Girl without melon. After the fight, you continue to Ragnarok. Today I want to single out all your gods, but I just want to see how strong I am. Okay, I'm done explaining, can we start now? Language fall. The human side seemed to be Shizun pressed, and there was no sound for an instant. Countless arms that were waving excitedly just now were hanging in midair abruptly. After the deathly silence, a human asked loudly, why? You obviously have this ability, why can't you save mankind? If humanity loses the subsequent battle, will you also watch humanity be destroyed? This series of questions, it was like a fire was thrown into the haystack, directly igniting human emotions completely. They glared at Ron. I want him to give a reasonable explanation. God of trickery. Loki's face was extremely ferocious, and he said in a sarcastic tone. See it? This is humanity. These are the bugs we want to destroy. The optimal solution for a creature like a human being is the solution that best conforms to his moral perception, which is the optimal solution. They will always judge the strong from the moral high ground. Come on, join us and let the gods completely wipe out human beings. Odin also sneered. Look at those silent humans. They are not thinking, but sorting out their prejudices. Immediately afterwards, countless gods spoke one after another. What's more, they gave up their status, rights, and interests. Some goddesses even spoke frankly. Advertisement: as long as Ron joins the gods, Ron will make himself white dew and slightly frosty every day, and every layer of the forest will be dyed, and all the details will be revealed. It can be said that it is prosperous day by day, with countless seafood merchants gathered in Ron. The humans retorted loudly, persuading Ron and at the same time quarreling with the gods. For a while, the scene was chaotic to the point of ultimate. The gods no longer looked like gods, but more like evil spirits in hell, taking out bright red apples to lure Ron into the endless abyss. Because humans want to live, they become like saints one by one, speaking high-sounding principles. Sudden, Ron heard a pop sound and lightly snapped his fingers. A ray of light quickly spreads outward with itself as the center. When the light covers the entire arena, both humans and gods kept silent at the same time and made some noise. This is dragon magic, which can silence people for 5 minutes. It's finally quiet. First of all, I am not from your world, and your life and death have nothing to do with me. Don't use your 3 views to label me. Lousy has no 3 views. At last, my patience is at its limit. If you don't do anything after I unlock this magic, then don't blame me. After Ron finished speaking, he lit up a cigarette and snapped his fingers again. Snapped. Zeus laughed loudly and said. Zeus arrived in front of Ron, and then punched out with a punch speed of 0.0001 seconds. Zeus moved and jumped directly from the high stand. It's really a battle of great disparity in strength. These gods know this clearly, with the crisp sound echoing in this silent space. The originally thin body also expanded hundreds of times in an instant. Everyone, try your best and try not to lose too badly. During the conversation. But then his end will be very miserable, very miserable. Instead of doing this, it is better to take action first. Odin, Hermes, Thor, Shiva and countless other gods also rushed towards Ron. It also made me more motivated. Chapter 205. The wife is unkind and deliberately punches. Watching the gods rush towards Ron at the same time like making dumplings. Standing above the auditorium, Liang Bing asked with great interest. Everyone, would you like to make a bet on how long it will take Ron to end this battle? Snow Emperor and Pluton didn't talk to each other. The reason is also very simple. Pluton was sealed in the Xuanming coffin, and the Snow Emperor was imprisoned in the Xuanming Black Cave. To sum up one sentence is, no money, poor, Geisha said softly. The main thing is to see his interest. If you are happy, you can play for a while longer. If you are not happy, the battle will be over in that second. Having said that, she still took out a flaming sword as a bet. Mainly to make my sister happy. 3 minutes. Geisha held out 3 fingers. Immediately afterwards, Holy Lord, Big Wolf, Aizen and others also placed bets. The betting time is basically 5 minutes. Then I'll bet for 20 minutes. If the battle can't be over within 20 minutes, then we can only hope that Ron can do something else for 20 minutes. A smirk curled up on the corner of Liang Bing's mouth, and said softly. Heard the words, Geisha and the others immediately felt something was wrong. This woman seemed to be playing a word game, she was being fooled. Within 20 minutes, not 20 minutes to end the fight. In other words, Liang Bing wins at the end of 5 minutes. Bitcha is indeed bitcha. Geisha couldn't help curling her lips. It's you who are stupid, don't blame me, you can't let others do it. Liang Bing's voice was thick and clear, and she lost her former queen-like tone, like a coquettish little girl. Holy Master and the others shuddered subconsciously when they saw this. Geisha couldn't help but sarcastically said, Are you disgusted? After 10,000 years of living, an old woman who may have stopped menstruating is still acting coquettishly. Liang Bingliu raised his eyebrows, opened his mouth and started rapping. To this, others were not surprised, and then looked at the arena below. At the same time, Zeus' sandbag-sized fist had already swung down on Ron's head. The swift fist tore through the air, and a sonic boom suddenly exploded in their ears. However, when Zeus was about to grab his hand, there was only a muffled sound of bang. Advertisement. Ron actually stretched out his right hand with a nonchalant expression and took the punch abruptly. There are no fancy moves or cool special effects. It was as if Zeus's punch hit cotton. How can it be? Zeus's pupils suddenly shrank, and he wanted to retreat, but found that his fist could not be withdrawn at all. And at this moment, Odin, Loki, Hermes and other gods have also arrived overhead. The gods in the audience also rushed to the ring. Coarse filter estimate. There are nearly 10,000 gods on the scene. Hisoka, who had originally promised to join the fight, also disappeared from the stands, not knowing when he was ready to take action. So, the game officially begins. Ron smiled, pulled Zeus forward with his right arm, then wrapped his arms around Zeus's waist and rushed out. Immediately afterwards, under the gaze of countless eyes, Ronan jumped up with Zeus on his shoulders. Let's take off. The next second, Zeus's body was hit hard on the ring. So powerful, just the impact of landing sent countless gods flying away. As for Zeus himself, all the bones in his body were shattered and he had lost his fighting ability. This was the time when Ron had released most of his power. Otherwise, Zeus must die. See this scene. The gods immediately stopped, their eyes filled with horror. Zeus is the most powerful god. But after just one meeting, he was instantly killed. Do not stop. Don't be sad for me either. Hide your inner fears. The weather is nice today. Don't make yourself too embarrassed. For the dignity of God, try hard to win this battle. Even if you lose, you must lose beautifully. Zeus, who was lying on the ground, roared with all his authority. It was also this roar. Let the eyes of the gods become firm again, and the steps taken become more solid. In any world, whether god or man, in any battle a man stands up first, and then a group of men follow him to the battlefield. That's what Zeus is. Defeat him. For the dignity of God, charge. Ares, the god of war, raised the bronze spear in his hand and let out a war cry. Oh, advertisement. Amidst the thundering sound, the gods raised their weapons and rushed toward Ron. In a blink, all kinds of weapons and all kinds of brilliant attacks came to Ron's eyes. But he was unmoved and even opened his arms to welcome him. Boom 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 boom. It was accompanied by numerous explosions. The attacks continued to fall on Ron like raindrops. But look carefully. However, he discovered that these attacks were blocked by an invisible defense 10 centimeters away from Ron. And Ron's body was not only unscathed, but even glowed with a faint golden light. The more attacks fall, the golden light became more and more dazzling until Ron's whole body was submerged in it. When the gods saw that Ron did not resist, the attack did not stop. After a few seconds, Hermes, Odin, Loki and other gods faintly felt that something was not right, so they shouted at the same time. Back off now. But, it's too late. My wife is unkind and she punched me on purpose. Ron muttered in a low voice, then punched hard. Language fall. The eyes of the gods were suddenly swallowed up by a golden light, and a violent roar sounded in their ears. When the light fades away, all the gods in front of Ron were blown away. Although they were not dead, they were seriously injured. 2 attacks. Nearly 10,000 gods have lost a full third. It's such a shame that you're human. Dear readers, please forgive me, I'm sorry for kowtowing here. I saw Thor, the god of thunder, wielding the awakened thunder hammer, Mjolnir, hitting him. There must be no reservations. Looking at the attacking Lord God, Ron smiled and said. Then let's end it with one move. After all, there is a guy who is getting impatient. God of War Thunder Hammer. Ron looked up. There are too many gods in the end of the world. I can't focus on describing one god, and I can't be too vague about it, so it's too painful to write. If it continues like it did just now, the gods' side is destined to lose, and the loss will be ugly. P.S. Okay, I regret it, the battle writing is really bad. A rich male voice sounded in the air. It would be great if you were God. This thing like God is just an arrogant name for the ruler. It's not over yet. They know it, since we choose to go together. All the main gods of the three civilizations including the god King Odin, Loki, Hermes, and Shiva, attack together. Chapter 206 The Power of the Four Great Dog Lickers. Facing countless incoming attacks, although Ron's eyes were still calm, there were changes in his eyes. The pupils and whites of the eyes turned purple, with circular ripples attached, and the pupils also became Magatama surrounded. It's Rinnegan. Immediately, Ron's body ignited with red flames, and began to condense into shape. As the flames rose, it was like fiery snakes flying freely. The moment when the red flames have completely condensed. A huge figure wearing samurai armor and holding a Susan sword stood on the ring. Immediately afterwards, a layer of black armor quickly covered the original armor like water, with red and black lightning shining all over. After doing all this, that heaven-destroying aura instantly filled the entire place. The gods who rushed towards Ron couldn't help but froze in place, their eyes full of shock. Now, they have only one thought in their hearts. That is, the person in front of you cannot be defeated at all. Although Thor, Odin, Hermes and other gods who have already attacked are extremely fearful in their hearts, they have no choice but to shoot. In a roar, various gorgeous attack coefficients dropped. I've always wanted to experiment with Susanoo before, and now I finally have the chance. Add a layer of Conqueror's wrap. It's honorable for you to lose. Ron, who was in Susanoo, had a smile on his lips and let all the main gods attack him. Boom, accompanied by a roar that resounded throughout the world. A thunder column covering the entire arena rose into the sky. After all kinds of gorgeous skills were blasted on Susanoo, there was a strong aftermath, which blew away all the rubble on the ring and the incoming gods. When the explosion ends, the entire arena was filled with smoke and dust, and it was a mess, making it difficult for people to see what was going on inside. Sudden, a giant sword energy entwined with red and black lightning appeared, roaring and blowing away the smoke, flying straight towards Odin and other gods. See, Odin's heart suddenly sank, and he quickly shouted, "Retreat immediately." He could feel the terror of this sword energy. If you are hit from the front, although you will not die, you will definitely lose your combat effectiveness. But, the main gods just wanted to retreat, but found that it was too late. This sword energy is too fast. It's here in the blink of an eye, and there's no time to react. Advertisement. It would be nice if Beelzebub was here. His absolute defense should be able to stop it. Everyone, stop hiding and try your best to fight back. It will be considered a decent defeat. Odin raised the Gangner in his hand and let out a low roar. Hermes, Thor, Shiva and other major gods looked serious and tried their best to transfer their status to ultimate. Next second, the giant sword energy that almost covered the entire arena had flown in front of him. All the main gods also used their strongest attacks at the same time. Boom boom boom. Huge roars and explosions instantly echoed through the sky, and powerful air pressure spread to the entire arena. It's so strong, it's almost suffocating. Is this young man really human? It would be great if he could represent humanity. When the humans saw this scene, they all exclaimed, and the contestants were even more shocked. Honestly, Ron's power has completely exceeded human imagination. After all, the contestants faced a god with great exertion, and even died on the spot. When the smoke clears, the huge Susanoo also slowly dissipated. In the arena, Odin, Hermes, Loki and other main gods were lying on the ground with injuries all over their bodies, and they had already lost their ability to fight. Actually, they successfully blocked the sword energy just now. Can be in the center of an explosion. They are unavoidable at all, the explosion plus the aftermath and strong air pressure directly caused them serious injuries. Is it enough? Puff. Odin struggled to get up while leaning on the Gangner, with a lot of blood pouring out of his mouth. You'd better lie down obediently. Now, it's the turn of the gods behind. After lighting a cigarette, Ron turned and looked back, smiling. Until now, a total of only used Rinnegan, Conqueror's Winding, and wrist skills. There are thousands of gods left. Just to test my other abilities. Stop it, do you really want to destroy this place? Odin asked in a deep voice. Advertisement. However, the only response to him was the continuous screams of the gods. Now, on Ron's forehead was the flaming dragon scale of the double-faced turtle, and his fists were attached to the Healy of the boiling sheep and sheep. Coupled with He Xiaohu's black-hearted evil palm and Zhuang Juxian's divine foot skills, these four dog-licking abilities directly rushed to the side of the gods. Instantly, the shrill screams and painful wails instantly resounded throughout the arena of the gods. Every time Ron threw a punch, a god of unknown civilization would fly backwards. During this time, the Cyclops of the Motherland, the demonic energy of the seven great demons, the power of spells, appeared in the arena one after another. This endless ability, whether it is human beings or the gods who have lost their fighting power, their hearts tremble. A few minutes later, all the gods of various civilizations lost their ability to fight, and they all lay on the ground, their eyes full of doubts about life. Too strong. Ron's strength has far exceeded their cognition. Can it be over? Odin asked in a deep voice. Looks like there's one more that didn't play. Ron pointed to a blonde woman in the stands on the Shenming Square. Woman as beauty. Aphrodite. Her body was wrapped in pure white, her pretty face was exquisite to the extreme, and her blue eyes seemed to contain azure sea water. There are two stone statues beside him, each with a hand outstretched, holding up the huge burden of the goddess of beauty. I'm not good at fighting, but, if you want to fight, then come. Seeing Aphrodite deflated, Ron smiled and said, P.S. I finally finished writing this paragraph. It was really not easy. My scalp was numb when I wrote it. If you're free, you can come to the tavern for a drink with Beelzebub tomorrow. Another one will be posted before 7 o'clock. Readers, please wait a moment. Is it really okay to be in front of human beings under a large crowd? Hisoka, can't you wait? I don't hit women. Ron smiled. Okay, then you can call. After all, I can't resist you, I can only scream. Are you talking about me? Say it. Chapter 207. A strong hand splits the skull. At the same time, the Holy Lord, Pluton and others didn't have much reaction after seeing Ron defeating the gods in a crushing way. As if this is a matter of course. On the contrary, Liang Bing glanced at the time and couldn't help but said excitedly. The battle will end in 18 minutes. It seems Ron is in a good mood, otherwise I would have lost. Liang Bing said as he took the gambling winnings into the god-killing weapons arsenal. With the witchcraft of the Holy Lord, Saitama promised to give Liang Bing the corpse of a dragon-level monster for experimentation. The most important, it's Big Wolf's obedient broad beam. In front of this thing, even Geisha's flaming sword can only be said to be a toy. Bitcha, you can only do this little clever thing. Geisha curled her lips with disdain. If I can deceive you, then I am not very clever. Liang Bing, who won the bet, was surprisingly lifeless, and then asked. Does that kid named Hisoka really want to fight Ron? He doesn't look very strong. Hisoka's frivolous illusion, and flexible love, although these two mental abilities are very strong. But, in the face of absolute strength, this ability is really not enough. Ron will probably give Hisoka a try so that he won't lose ugly. After all, Hisoka is a guest of the tavern. Pluton touched his chin and said softly. Liang Bing, Geisha, Shengju and others also deeply agreed with his words. It's more than just getting to know Ron. And because Pluton is a great philosopher, what he says must make sense. In the arena, Odin, Hermes, god of war Ares and other gods didn't stay here too long. Dragging their seriously injured bodies back to their respective residences, they began to heal. Especially the upcoming sun god, Apollo. You must restore your body to its peak condition before the next battle begins. And at this moment, as Ron finished speaking, Hisoka's figure slowly emerged from the darkness at the entrance, then jumped into the center of the ring. Oh, awesome, you are indeed stronger than I knew. But this is fine, I'm even more excited. Hisoka's expression was almost distorted, and his lower body subconsciously moved forward. When observing Ron's battle just now, his desire to fight has reached a climax, and he can't help but become bokeh. If Hisoka hadn't wanted to share the fruits with others, he would have ended just now. Although I know you're a pervert. Advertisement. But can you restrain yourself? Ron sighed helplessly. I've been waiting for this moment for too long. If I don't let it go, I'll hold it back. Hisoka covered his face, his voice choked with madness. Then shall I leave? Ron smiled and lit a cigarette. However, the moment he lowered his head, Hisoka moved. Stretchable love, controlled countless playing cards and flew towards Ron. Originally, Hisoka planned to fight Ron openly. But after he watched the battle just now, this idea was shattered. In the face of absolute strength, all battles of wits are like children playing house. Therefore, it is necessary to win by surprise. Even if the hope is very slim. Now, but Ron seemed not to notice and continued to light the cigarette. As a flame burst out from his fingertips, he lit the cigarette. The smoky room. The playing card with the power of telepathy was like a sharp blade, slicing through Ron's body and then returned to Hisoka's hand. Seeing the blow succeed, Hisoka even imagined Ron's body exploding into clouds of blood mist. But, after waiting for several seconds, no drop of blood was seen. Hisoka immediately realized that something was wrong, and immediately took a look at the playing cards that flew back. Sure enough, all the playing cards that flew towards Ron just now were missing part of them. How did you do it? Hisoka asked with a confused look on his face. I did not do anything. To be precise, I should be too lazy to hide. Ron exhaled a puff of smoke, swirling upward like a rolling blue tide. Not so long ago, Ron did an experiment and scratched himself with Liang Bing's old silver dagger. That was a god-killing weapon. But apart from a white mark on the skin, even his own skin couldn't be cut. So, there was no need to hide Hisoka's playing cards. Heard the words, Hisoka's eyelids twitched suddenly, and his breathing became heavier. If anyone else had heard this, they would have been furious. But Hisoka is different. He became more excited, and the eyes he looked at Ron became more passionate and full of desire. This is really rude, but I like. After Hisoka groaned, he activated Stretchy Love again. Advertisement. This time, it's not just the playing cards, it's also the countless gravel on the ring. Immediately afterwards, Hisoka himself also disappeared, hidden in the countless attacks. He didn't believe Ron had no weaknesses. So, you have to look closely and find a way to win with one blow. He must not let Ron touch him even once. Let's end it. Ron stamped out the cigarette, and a strong breath instantly surged out of his body. Instantly, the gravel was about to fall, and the playing cards stopped abruptly in midair. It's as if the entire space has frozen. Immediately. Ron's arms slowly stretched out, then jerked back. Crack the skull with a strong hand and absorb stars. Hidden in the rubble, Hisoka wanted to escape, but it was too late. A strong suction took him flying towards Ron. Next second. Ron's right hand grabbed Hisoka's head, and then he collided with his left hand violently. Boom. Accompanied by a muffled sound. Hisoka immediately rolled his eyes and lost consciousness. On his deathbed, he wanted to die. The battle he wants is bloody and hearty. It's not like being killed instantly. I'll find you an interesting opponent next time. Me too. Ron led everyone out of the space. ... Three terms instantly came to Ron's mind. After taking a look. P.S. Dear readers, guess who this is? At the same time. Just when he was about to take everyone away. Immediately afterwards. Ghost back, ghost brain, ghost bag. Ron smiled, picked up Hisoka and flew back to the stands. Finally, I would like to ask for a reminder for updates, and I would like to thank all readers. Before I could take a breath. Okay. Ron nodded and looked in the direction of Rem's finger. Goddess of beauty. Aphrodite shouted. I will go to you tomorrow, let Beelzebub take me there, right? Chapter 208 Accept me, all are female. Ghost back, ghost brain, ghost bag. These three things come from the Blade Tooth world. And the man sitting by the window represents the back of a ghost. The man has red hair and a firm complexion. His black t-shirt is stretched tight by his solid muscles, and his figure presents an inverted triangle shape. Just a glance, I feel that the male hormones of men are absolutely bursting. He is the strongest creature on the surface, Yuhiro Fanma. Nickname, the weakest creature in the hotel, the gentlest creature on the ground, etc. Because Yuhiro Fanma is the first guest after all the guests with the pervert feature have arrived. So, Ron was also very curious, what characteristics would he have? Strongest, crumbs, or a loving father and a filial son? Just as Ron was pondering, the system's mechanical prompt sounded slowly in his mind. Ding, guest. Yuhiro Fanma has entered the tavern and started testing. Close black lens bracket. Ding, testing completed. Close black lens bracket. According to the system analysis, Yuhiro Fanma's characteristic is the strongest, and the following four guests from other worlds will also have the strongest characteristic. Close black lens bracket. P.S. Guests from other worlds randomly invited every day are not included. Close black lens bracket. Hear the system prompt. Ron's eyes lit up. It's not easy. Finally a normal feature. Think about it. Ron then took out a bottle of burning knife from the wine cabinet and put it in front of Yuhiro Fanma. Welcome, Mr. Yuhiro Fanma. My name is Ron, and I own this pub. Yuhiro Fanma took the wine, grinned and said, I never thought I would come to another world. It's really interesting. As he spoke, he waved his left hand lightly, and the mouth of the wine bottle was completely cut off. The completeness of the incision. As if the wine bottle was originally like this. Immediately afterwards, Yuhiro Fanma lifted the bottle, raised his head and took a sip. Gulu. With a sip of wine entering his throat. Yuhiro Fanma's originally calm expression suddenly became extremely ferocious. This wine is too strong. It was like swallowing fire. From the throat, to the esophagus, and finally to the stomach, it was hot all the way. It's like having a knife cut in the stomach. Advertisement. But this feeling was quickly replaced by a burst of warmth, and there was also a sense of sweetness. Good wine. The wine I drank before was really too weak. Yuhiro Fanma couldn't help admiring. Drink more if you like, but be careful not to go crazy after getting drunk. Ron reminded with a smile. The man in front of him is used to doing his own thing. Now drink again. Who knows what he would do when he was drunk? I won't drink too much. In a while, I will go to war with my son. If you drink too much now, you won't be able to savor this delicacy that has been cooked for more than 10 years. Yuhiro Fanma took another sip of his wine and said with a smile. The people on the side heard the words. Subconsciously glanced at Hisoka who was still in a coma. The two seem to have similar interests. The only difference is that one is to hit the sun. The other one is not picky about food, as long as it is a green fruit with growth potential. Young man, it's better not to kill your son. After I beat up my son yesterday, this rebellious son seems to hate me even more. Laozi just didn't treat him after the fight, and left him alone that night. The holy master took a sip of his wine and shook his head helplessly. After everyone heard this, their faces turned black. What the hell? No wonder the demon dragon hates you so much. If you do this, everyone will kill their father. Too much. It was too much. As my son, the Fanma family. He has the same blood as me. He was born to train him to be my opponent. Fanma Yuhiro didn't take it seriously, but said lightly. Then does your son listen to you? The holy master came to sit beside him with a drink, asking for advice with a serious face. Fanma Yuhiro shook his head. Don't listen, he even wants to kill me. Why? Because I killed his mother, and I did it in front of him. Yuhiro Fanma's face was calm and his tone was indifferent, as if this was a trivial matter. Ah, not only the holy master was stunned, but other guests in the tavern were also stunned. Something is wrong. This man is very wrong. Killed his wife in front of his son. Advertisement. Is this something a normal person can do? Actually, I went too far in that matter. That was my first fight with my son, and I beat him very badly, very badly. When I want to continue. The woman rushed over and hugged me, and bit my neck. And I hugged her hard. To me, attacking means going all out, so I didn't pull back and killed that woman directly. Yuhiro Fanma kept pouring spirits into his mouth, and a trace of loneliness flashed in his eyes surprisingly. At that time, he was addicted to desire. But, after the end of the first match with Blade Ya, it was the first time that he had emotions other than satisfying desires. No doubt, Fanma Yuhiro is the strongest on the surface in his world. Can overcome cancer cells, grow up with adventurers, and indulge your willfulness and desires with strength. But only at the moment of killing that woman. He lost to Hongshan. It was also the appearance of that woman that Yuhiro Fanma began to reflect on his identity as a husband and father. Will you kill your son later? The Holy Master asked slowly. Of course not. Fighting is our way of bonding between father and son. In that world, our father and son have no rivals. For us, there is no better gift than fighting. I am like this, and my son is even more so. And today, it can be said that except for me, they are all female. The Holy Master asked in confusion, what do you mean? This word that didn't match Yuhiro Fanma at all also appeared on his face. P.S. Another one will be posted before 8 o'clock. Readers, please wait a moment. Would you like to grow up with me? Well. Holy Lord. The Lord patted Fanma Yuhiro on the shoulder, and comforted him softly. Gentle. Yuhiro Fanma lit a cigar and said slowly. I'll teach him how to make a fist, teach him how to use strength. Looking at the hideous face in front of him, Yuhiro Fanma suddenly asked. Ron explained with a smile. Yuhiro Fanma's androgen is 10 times normal. Like a kind old father, he wants to educate his son seriously. It's not easy, although I don't agree with the fact that you killed your wife with your own hands. This moment, adventurer, Joe William is 48 years old. He is a man with hair all over his body. He was forced to grow up by him. Chapter 209 Holy Master, even a demon like me thinks he is pervert. As soon as Ron said this, it wasn't just the other people in the tavern who widened their eyes. Even the people from the motherland, Shenhai, Kirajing and other perverts were shocked. The Lord felt the chrysanthemum tighten even more. What the hell, pervert, it's too pervert. In his 40s, with hair all over his body. How did you manage to do it? It's really a man's man, a man's man. In my eyes, there is no difference between you and women. Yuhiro Fanma said lightly, heard the words. Roger pirates and others, including Kirajing and other perverts, also subconsciously tightened their chrysanthemums just like the Lord. A demon, I don't know what your taste is like. Yuhiro Fanma took a sip of his wine and looked at the Lord with desire in his eyes. Shut up. If you keep talking, I really can't help but kill you. The Lord's face was dark, and his low voice made people tremble. What the hell, I really should have called the big sister devil, Boogang over here. If you have the ability, you can tell her this. See if she pressures you or not, it's over. Ha ha ha. Just kidding, don't take it seriously. Yuhiro Fanma didn't want to cause trouble here either. After looking at the time, he got up and said. It's almost time. Boss, I'm leaving first, and I'll come to drink another day. Ron smiled and said, welcome to visit next time. Yuhiro Fanma nodded, drank the wine in the bottle, put down a wad of banknotes on the bar counter, turned and left the tavern silently. At this moment, it is dusk. In the afterglow of the setting sun, although his figure became taller and taller, he also looked so lonely. He's a natural fighter. Although he has invincible power, he is also doomed to have no opponents on the road in the future. Therefore, he cultivated the blade. I am afraid that except for Yuhiro Fanma, no one would have thought of such a wonderful idea of having a child with his own blood and becoming an opponent. Boss, the ones who come here are all perverts. And this one is the most pervert. As a devil, I think he is pervert. The Holy Lord looked at Yuhiro Fanma's strong back, and said with a look of disgust. No way. You can't look at a monster with canine teeth that was only 1 day old from a normal perspective. After Ron lit a cigarette, he slowly told the story of Yuhiro Fanma. Advertisement. The story is short, but shocking enough. With one man's power, against the whole country. Others are failures throughout their lives, but Yuhiro Fanma is different. In his life, there was no failure. Certainly. Except for being put down by Nobi Haihuang with a tranquilizer gun. However, although he is strong, he is also very shameless. Compete strength with more than 140-year-olds, and compare skills with prehistoric savages. It can be said that it is the ultimate. Soon, Ron briefly narrated the story of Yuhiro Fanma. The expressions of everyone in the tavern were also different. There is shock, there is appreciation, there is disdain, and there is also nausea. There is no way, the matter of pulling a woman to grow up forcibly cannot be cleared up. Talent. We can have a good chat next time. The man from the motherland sipped the fresh milk and said with a satisfied face. I want to taste how his meat is. Forget it. It's all muscle, it must be bad. Yusen Xi held a knife in his left hand and a fork in his right, savoring a piece of raw meat carefully. Heard the words. Everyone was speechless for a moment. If you dare to say this to Yuhiro Fanma, he will definitely kill you without hesitation. Perhaps, I will also force you to grow together. That scene must be very exciting. At that time, it will really be the danger of R********GA man, solving the man's problems, moving forward and retreating with two men, welcoming the man to solve the problem, knowing the man and going up, adding men to the man, and reluctantly riding the man. At this time, the system's mechanical prompt sounded in Ron's mind. Ding, customer, Yuhiro Fanma has finished talking. Close black lens bracket. Customer Yuhiro Fanma. Neutralization, ghost back, ghost strike, physique. The host can choose an ability. Close black lens bracket. Customer Yuhiro Noma, the person he confided to is Saba, who will be visiting the tavern in the near future. The ghost's back is too ugly, but the ghost's back can be used by Lukoa and the others. After Ron complained, he said softly, select the force and merge. Ding, start optimizing the destruction defect, make up for the lack of ability, and start the integration. Close black lens bracket. Language fall. Everything about the dead force appeared in Ron's mind. The so-called dead force. Just deliberately relax your body, like a floating tissue, even a sharp razor can't hurt it at all. By the time Ron figured it out, the night had passed quietly. As time passes little by little. Advertisement. The patrons of the tavern left in 2s and 3s. At last, only the Roger pirates were left drinking and singing. Master, what should they do? Rem asked quietly. Don't worry about them, you go and rest first. They're probably going to talk all night long. Ron smiled and rubbed Rem's head. After all, they haven't seen each other for decades, so there will definitely be endless things to talk about. And they continued to drink. Ron can continue to make money, so why not? After briefly explaining to Rayleigh what kind of wine was where, Ron went to the backyard to wash up. Negligible. A figure passed by and pulled him directly into the room. Ron was about to say something when a finger blocked his mouth. Immediately afterwards, a lazy, fatally seductive voice sounded. They all say deep love, but where does the love come from if it's not deep? If water can draw hair, it must not be pure lovesickness. Don't you think so, Ron? The next day, early morning. After a night of fighting, Ron woke up early as usual. After gently covering Lukoa with quilt, Ron washed up and went to the tavern, ready to have breakfast. This is a treasure map I drew just now. It was hidden before. It is considered as today's drink money. Language fall. P.S. Regarding the strongest feature, do you readers have any opinions? They had too many fights last night. Finally, please urge me to update, and thank you all readers. Jingle. If there is, you can tell me. Too polite. Roger is not under the influence of alcohol, cannot sleep, and has no pain. I don't know exactly what it is. Excuse me. The doorbell of the tavern suddenly came to mind. Ron smiled and took the treasure map without any courtesy. Because of impure world reincarnation. As soon as I arrived at the tavern, I saw a bunch of drunks lying on the ground sleeping soundly. It was just as Ron expected. Roger touched his head awkwardly, then handed Ron a sheepskin. Chapter 210 Battle for Marine Marshal. Jingle. As the doorbell rang, the door was slowly pushed open. One after another, figures entered the tavern. Ron looked over his shoulder. It was Beelzebub, Jack the Ripper, and a man in a black robe with a hood that couldn't see his face clearly. Beelzebub carried 5 coffins on his shoulders, and his expression was as mournful as ever. Boss, I brought you the man. Oh my god, how much alcohol did Rayleigh and these guys drink? Jack the Ripper covered his nose and mouth with a handkerchief, and said with a look of disgust. The tavern at this moment is full of strong alcohol smell and the smell of food. The empty wine bottles all over the floor show that Roger, Rayleigh and the others really had a good time last night. Sit down first. After Ron greeted with a smile, he waved his hand. Next second, there was an inexplicable breeze blowing in the tavern, and the smell of alcohol quickly dissipated in the air wherever it passed. At the same time, this gust of breeze also blew off the hood of the man in the black robe, revealing his beautiful face. It is the goddess of beauty, Aphrodite. Instantly. The whole tavern seemed to be a little brighter because of her appearance. The beautiful appearance makes people unconsciously think of the 4 words, beautiful beauty and trouble. Coupled with that explosive figure comparable to Lukoya. In Ron's words, Lousy is very excited. Thor, Rem, and Ram on the side couldn't help but feel a sense of frustration when they saw this. Especially the twin sisters, their delicate little faces couldn't hide their disappointment. Why can she have a few pounds more meat than herself? It's so unfair. I was still unmoved when I saw you yesterday. Why are you so dumbfounded? Aphrodite came to the bar and sat down, holding her cheek with one hand, and asked with a smile. Your temperament reminds me of a few people. Ron sighed softly, longing written all over his face. Who? Aphrodite asked puzzled. My mother's friend, my boss's wife, my classmate's mother. Ron said with a straight face. Aphrodite, although she didn't know what Ron said. But, just based on those few words, you can tell that it will definitely not be a good word. Just kidding, just kidding. Back to the topic, what do you two want to drink? Ron asked with a smile. Advertisement. Whatever, Aphrodite said softly. Before drinking, can you revive the 4 of them first? Beelzebub shook his head and said in a deep voice. Finished. He put the skull scepter, 5 weapons, and a bunch of research materials in front of Ron. This is a previous agreement. Ron resurrects Cypher, Samael, Azazel, Lilith and Hades. Beelzebub gave him the artifact research information, as well as the artifacts of the 5 of them. Also, let's start. Ron nodded, then took a phone bug from the bar drawer. Soon, the phone bug connected, and before Xiao Zi could speak freely, a heart-piercing howl rang out first. Ah, Shiao Zizai killed me, don't torture me, I will give you whatever you want. My lifeblood, you devil, the world government will not let you go. For the next 5 minutes. The piercing screams can be heard endlessly, just like the howling of a ghost. In this, it was also mixed with the sound of bones breaking, and Xiao Zizai's comfortable laughter after his desire was satisfied. When everything returns to silence, Ron smiled and asked, you killed another celestial dragons. Xiao Zizai from the phone bug heard Ron's voice and said quickly. Sorry, I didn't know it was you. Just caught a lone celestial dragons who happened to have a devil fruit in his hand. I will send it to you today, and it will be settled between you and me. When Xiao Zizai first came to this world, because of his lack of strength, Ron gave him an armament hockey. And in exchange, Xiao Zizai wants to return a devil fruit to Ron. Ron nodded. Okay, before you come, please find me 5 criminals or pirates, 4 men and 1 woman. No problem, I'll be at the tavern in 10 minutes. Xiao Zizai didn't refuse either, and hung up the phone after he finished speaking. This guy is really interesting. Those who take pleasure in killing are like me, a hopeless person who has fallen into darkness. Beelzebub said with great interest. He has standards for killing, and he doesn't kill indiscriminately. Drink first. He'll be here later, Ron said with a smile. Soon, Rem took a few bottles of wine and placed them in front of Beelzebub, Aphrodite, and Jack the Ripper. Please use your wine slowly. Advertisement. The 3 nodded, unscrewed the bottle cap silently, poured it into the cup, and took a sip. At this time, Rayleigh didn't just wake up. It was because the voice of the phone bug was too loud just now. He shook his drowsy head, got up with a tired face, and went to the bar to sit down. After drinking a glass of water, Rayleigh was about to say something when he glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw Aphrodite beside him. In this instant, his heart seemed to miss a beat, and the tiredness on his face disappeared completely. Beautiful. It is so beautiful. If Thor is the sweetness of a girl, Lukoa's beauty can arouse the desire in a man's heart. The woman in front of him is definitely for appreciation and cannot be desecrated. As long as you take a look from a distance, this life is enough. Who is this? Rayleigh leaned forward and asked cautiously. Like that. It's like when I was young, I met the big sister of the neighbor's house, shy and throbbing. Although these words are not suitable for an old man in his 70s. Beauty, Aphrodite, Ron teased with a smile. Okay, Rayleigh nodded silently, not looking at Aphrodite. For this dying man in his 70s, knowing the name and just looking at it is enough. This is a real man's restraint on beauty. Shaki, that woman is all in my mouth. At this time, go back, I'll be exhausted. Rayleigh lit a cigarette and said with a melancholy expression. Shaki won't be mad if you didn't come home last night. It is this kind of restraint that can prevent you from falling into it and discover more beauty. The door of the tavern was slowly pushed open, and Xiao Zizai walked in with a satisfied face. I wanted to reward you the night before yesterday, so I bought a pack of popping candies and went home. P.S. There is another chapter that will be posted before 8 o'clock. Ron asked with a smile. Boss, the person you want is outside. I have read all your comments and opinions, and I will try my best to arrange what I can. Thank you for your suggestions. I really answered a word. The old cow doesn't drink water, she is forcing the cow to bow her head. Akynu would like to invite you and Queen Geisha to watch the battle. You've had enough. Ron. Result. By the way, Mr. Akynu will start a battle with Aokiji for the Marine Marshal in the evening. Advertisement. 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 ... Rem then pointed to the window of the bar. Master, there are new guests in the tavern. Ron turned around and glanced, but did not respond. With a pop and a snap of his fingers, the figures including the Holy Lord and others disappeared from the world at the same time. The space near the tavern bar suddenly shattered like a spider web. What the hell? Ron ignored her, then turned and looked into a dark corner. Aphrodite's pretty face suddenly darkened. Can you find a space to be alone and do a math problem together? I will solve it, and you will set it up. The mentioned Aphrodite froze for a moment, then smiled. Chapter 211. Welcome the ugliest death possible. Marine Marshal Battle. As soon as Xiao Zizai said this, Rayleigh, Roger and the other pirates woke up instantly. They know Akainu's character. Brutal. Extremely brutal. As long as it is the mission he participated in, the pirates must have suffered countless casualties. In case this guy is appointed Marshal of the Marine. From then on Marine will only have one faction, and that is the Hawks. The pirates in the entire sea will be thoroughly cleaned. Shouldn't it be tomorrow? Why earlier? Ron asked puzzled. The Whitebeard pirates are heading to the Sabaody Archipelago. Mr. Akynu couldn't wait, and sent an application to the world government. Only Marshal Marine. Only he can fully control the Marine. At that time, there is no need for orders from the world government, and he can directly launch a war against the 4 emperors. After thinking for a while, Xiao Zizai said slowly. Although it is not a problem to single out the entire Whitebeard pirate group with Akainu's current strength. But, he was a soldier after all. A soldier's bounden duty is to obey orders. Without orders, he doesn't want to act rashly. But, once you have absolute power, it's another matter. What about 5 elders, world government? Sorry, I don't know you well. I see. I'll take Geisa to watch the game tonight. Ron nodded and agreed. Good. This fruit seems to have just been obtained by celestial dragons from a place, and the specific ability is unclear. Now we're clear. Shiao Zizai pushed his glasses, smiled and handed over a devil fruit. After Ron took the fruit, the system's prompt sounded immediately in my mind. Ding, this devil fruit is Logia. Dark fruit, which can be exchanged for 1000 points. Close black lens bracket. Heard the words. Ron's eyes lit up. Since the last time Blackbeard came to the tavern, he didn't confide. So I didn't get any ability from him. Did not expect. After making such a big turn, the fruit finally came into his hands. Good. Advertisement. Take their bodies, let's get started. After Ron nodded in satisfaction, he walked out of the tavern slowly. Okay. Beelzebub carried the coffin that was just played this morning, and immediately followed. The goddess of beauty, Aphrodite, also walked out with great interest. Just walked out of the tavern. The 3 of them saw the 5 pirates were still at the door. They knew Shiao Zizai's killing methods, so they struggled to escape, but all their limbs were broken, and they could only whimper in pain while wriggling like maggots. How do you revive Lord Hades and Lucifer? Beelzebub frowned and asked. Look carefully. After Ron signaled him to be silent, he immediately began to seal. With the voice down, a phantom of a Shinigami in a white robe emerged from behind. 5 groups of strange rays of light floated out from the phantom of the Shinigami and landed on the 5 pirates. The next moment, countless white dust enveloped the 5 pirates. They instinctively wanted to break free, but it was just in vain. At last, Ron slammed the ground, reanimation jutsu. See this scene. Beelzebub reacted immediately. This is to use people as sacrifices in exchange for the souls of Hades and others, so as to be resurrected. While pondering, the 5 bodies covered with white dust changed. The dust was broken by figures one after another, standing in front of Ron and Beelzebub. It's Pluton Hades, Lucifer, Lilith, Samael, Azazel. You really resurrected. Beelzebub was stunned for a moment, his voice choked up. And at this moment, Hades and Lucifer were also dumbfounded. Resurrected himself, Lucifer and Lilith looked around their bodies for a week, and after finding out that it was true, they excitedly stepped forward and hugged Beelzebub. On the other hand, Pluton. Hades stood where he was, with an extremely complicated expression on his face. How did you resurrect us? Lucifer asked with a look of surprise. It's Ron. He resurrected you, thank you or thank him. Beelzebub pointed at Ron, trying to suppress the excitement in his heart, but he couldn't hide his trembling voice. Lucifer, Azazel, and Samuel looked in the direction of the fingers, and then bowed at 90 degrees. Thanks. Before Ron could say anything. Suddenly. Advertisement. Lilith rushed over directly. Ron also felt that his eyes were darkened, and his breathing was a little difficult. At this time, seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Beelzebub turned around silently and left. He made up his mind yesterday. As long as Hades, and Lucifer and his friends can be revived, I will disappear from their eyes forever, and the feelings in my heart will be sealed forever. Then, to live in a more miserable, despicable, and painful way. Finally meet the ugliest death possible. Only in this way. Beelzebub felt that he had completed the atonement. After all, Lucifer, Lilith and the others were stabbed through the heart by Beelzebub himself. Just when Beelzebub was about to leave this world. A hand grabbed his arm, and then Hades' voice sounded. Did you forget what you said? Beelzebub nodded silently. I remember, but you have been resurrected, and the curse will continue. When my love for you breaks through the peak, I will still kill you with my own hands. He didn't want to suffer the pain of losing his friend for the second time. Rather than this, better to be alone, but suddenly. Hades took Beelzebub's hand and directly pierced his heart. See, Beelzebub's eyes widened immediately, and he roared angrily, Master Hades, what are you doing? Lucifer and the others quickly stepped forward, revealing Beelzebub, and did not let go for a long time. Now, do you still want to be alone? Hades asked with a smile. What a fool to want to leave us. After the resurrection, I felt something was wrong. Is it right? I don't want to. I want to be with you forever. Beelzebub raised his hair and smiled from the bottom of his heart, letting tears flow. Hades smiled gently. Take a good look. Did you shed a drop of blood? Language fall. Now we can't die. Or, only Ron can kill us. The tavern doorbell rang again. Jingle. So. Ron broke free from Lilith's arms and said with a smile. But it wasn't long after I sat down. Ron didn't bother their long-lost reunion, and returned to the tavern alone. That's right, you will disappear only if I remove the spell. And you can also repair wounds without limit. In theory, you can't die temporarily. Hades' wound was instantly healed by a cloud of white dust. Chapter 212 Let the world achieve true peace. Jingle. As the tavern doorbell rang, an old man with white spiky hair walked in slowly. The old man was wearing a black robe, his face was haggard, and his right eye was covered by bangs. Ron looked up, immediately stood up and said hello. Welcome, Mr. Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara. It comes from the world of Hokage Ninja, also known as Black Zetsu looking for mom. the former leader of the Uchiha clan. Not only was the Uchiha clan the strongest ever, still the same, legendary ninja, as Senju Hashirama. At the same time, he is also the second guest in the tavern with the strongest attribute. Rayleigh, Jack the Ripper and other guests couldn't help but be a little surprised after seeing this old man. They also saw many old people in the tavern. For example, Yamamoto Yuan Ryazai, Emperor Zongyan. But they are a bit ridiculously strong, unlike this one, who is like a dead tree and feels like he will fall to the ground if touched. And even if the body has reached this point, Haki in Uchiha Madara's eyes is still undiminished. Hehe, I didn't expect that someone would recognize me even though I'm like this. But that's right, after all, you invited me to this world. Uchiha Madara slowly came to the bar and sat down, and said very calmly. Language fall. Connor held a tripod-shaped wine bottle and placed it in front of Uchiha. Your wine, use it slowly. Maybe it's because Uchiha Madara is too old. Before Connor left, he even unscrewed the bottle cap thoughtfully. When the bottle cap is opened, a rich wine aroma bursts out, which is a comfortable wine aroma after natural fermentation, with a hint of fruity aroma. Connor sniffed it inadvertently, and his fair face was stained with a blush. It looks really cute. This wine is called Bawang Zui. It should suit you, Ron introduced. I haven't had a drink in many years. I hope I won't get drunk for a while. Uchiha Madara smelled the rich aroma of the wine and immediately moved her index finger. After filling the wine glass, she couldn't help but take a sip. Gulu. When you take a sip of D&D and Jinggying into your mouth, you can instantly feel the warmth and mellowness of this wine. Advertisement. The elegant and pleasant aroma of the wine is even more refreshing. Good wine. Uchiha Madara couldn't help but praise. I told you you'd like it. Your clan members Uchiha Sasuke, Jiraiya, and Naruto also frequent our store. Ron said with a smile. After hearing these three names, Uchiha Madara's expression suddenly changed and she asked coldly. Will they come today? If Sasuke and Jiraiya knew that they were not dead yet, all those plans will be in vain. I don't know. If they come and you don't want them to see you, I can erase your existence. Ron lit a cigarette and said calmly. Because it involves guests from different timelines. So Ron must also respect the privacy of his guests. Okay. Uchiha Madara nodded silently and drank one cup after another. Soon, the bottle was half empty. During this time, Uchiha Madara's expression is extremely complicated. There is madness in battle, there are people who have come to the end of their lives with unresolved wishes, there are also people who are young and successful and full of high spirits. Ron knows. He was drunk. The alcohol content of Bawang Zui is 70 degrees. Strong drunkenness caused Uchiha Madara to recall all the past. And at this time, the crew members of the Roger Pirates also woke up, got up from the ground, and continued to chat about their lives over the past few decades. The lively environment is filled with all kinds of stories. There are plain ones, there are extravagant ones, and there are also magnificent passionate years. Uchiha Madara was also listening quietly. It's been a long time. He suddenly spoke slowly and said, I once had friends who could be like them and chat with them all day and all night. Ron whispered. Is it Hashirama? That's right. Decades ago, in order to achieve peace, he and I established the first ninja village, Konoha. Originally I was supposed to be the Hokage, with Hashirama assisting me. But it was himself who became the Hokage in the end. I wonder if Hashirama is just trying to assimilate and weaken the Uchiha clan just for his own clan. If things continue like this, Uchiha will also perish. I told these thoughts to the tribe, but the tribe has had enough of the war and is very satisfied with the current situation of the village. Advertisement. In the end, I was the only one left. Uchiha Madara took a sip of wine and slowly recounted the past events one by one. Although what he said was just conjecture from decades ago. But they all come true. The huge Uchiha clan was isolated and unable to touch the core of Konoha. In the end, they could only serve as security guards. Actually, it doesn't matter. What I pursue is never rights, but ideals. Let the world achieve true peace. Of course, I can also use absolute power to unify the ninja world, but this is meaningless. At last, the stone tablet written by Sage of Six Paths at Nanga Shrine gave me the answer. That's infinite Tsukuyomi. Uchiha Madara continued to drink heavily, his old voice full of excitement. But as soon as it enters the throat, a large amount of blood spurted out from the mouth. But he doesn't care, because his ideal is about to be realized, and the plan is proceeding step by step. Is it really worth it? Ron asked softly. There is no doubt that Uchiha Madara is a hero, and his life is filled with the word, Haki. But in order to seek the eternal peace under infinite Tsukuyomi, Uchiha Madara smiled, with longing in her eyes for the ideal world in her heart. He believes that only a world created by his own strength can be controlled by himself and there will be no more disputes. But, you have never seen a battlefield littered with corpses, nor have you seen a real river of blood. Wait for infinite Tsukuyomi to arrive. For those who are immersed in infinite Tsukuyomi, everything they see and feel is based on lies. Because of Hashirama, the death of his younger brother, and the instigation of Black Zetsu, Uchiha Madara completely went to an extreme path. This is eternal peace. Worth. This just confirms the saying. There are no villains in the Hokage. No one can persuade them back. He is willing to fake death, hide behind the scenes, and even rely on the nutrition of Gedo statue to survive. Ron silently lit a cigarette and didn't respond. After the Battle of the End Valley. The second half of Uchiha Madara's life was so sad. There will be no war in the world, there will be no more pain, and people will be accompanied by their loved ones. Isn't this a good world? Chapter 213 This is life. If there is justice in Uchiha Madara, then his justice must be illusory, and it is also extremely beautiful. Although the method is extreme. But as long as you use infinite Tsukuyomi, you can get it done in one fell swoop. Using the moon as a carrier, people all over the world are trapped in illusions and enter dreams. All wishes can come true. However, the fact is that people who are hit by infinite Tsukuyomi will turn into white Zetsu after a period of time. Become a warrior without consciousness. The world will also end here. Ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. Uchiha Madara spent half his life just for the ideal peace in his heart. Available from start to finish. However, he was always used by Black Zetsu as a tool to resurrect Kagaya, and in the end he was even stabbed in the back by Black Zetsu. Once Uchiha Madara knows everything, I'm afraid I'll go crazy just like that. Therefore, Ron was hesitant about telling Uchiha Madara everything. Think of this, he slowly said, have you ever thought that true peace can be achieved without you? Uchiha Madara took a sip of wine and couldn't help but sneered. This sentence is too childish. Wherever there are people, there will be disputes over land, wealth, and rights. So, strictly speaking, there is no real peace at all. Only by immersing yourself in illusion can people avoid these problems. Ron continued to ask. Maybe, there will be someone else to achieve peace for you. You don't need to solve it. Uchiha Madara retorted with a proud look. What I can't do, others can't do either. Except Hashirama. I am the strongest in that world. If you are weaker than me, then why can you do what I can't do? Heard the words, Ron also shook his head helplessly. Can't persuade. I can't persuade you at all. This is Uchiha Madara, a man of extreme ego. Don't understand the weak. What he pursues is his absolute self, and he doesn't care what others think or do. This just proves it. Advertisement. It is impossible for such a person to bring peace, so his peace can only be realized in an illusion. At this time, Rayleigh held up the wine bottle, swayed to Uchiha Madara and sat down, and said drunkenly. Brother, what are the strong and the weak? Don't live so tiringly, it's time to retire. As he spoke, he patted his chest and grinned. Look at us retired old guys. I drink and gamble every day. When the mood strikes, I can go to Hongromantic to discuss the meaning of life with the female bodhisattva. By the way, I'm sucking some abalone juice. Look, this is life. Heard the words. The crew members of the Roger Pirates suddenly looked contemptuous. What the hell? When you go to Hong Kong for romance, can you please not take us with you? Ron also looked contemptuous. Really? Dogs can't change from eating shit, and babies in the toilet won't go home hungry. Even though I was so drunk, I still couldn't forget the female technician. Uchiha Madara turned to glance at him and said calmly. The reason why you retired is that your ideals have been realized and you have nothing to worry about. And my ideal is still far away. Okay, it's time for me to go. I hope I can have another drink before I die. With that said, he put down a wad of money, got up slowly, and was about to leave. He is really a stubborn person. Rayleigh also smiled helplessly. Ron didn't say anything more, just said softly, welcome next time. Uchiha Madara nodded silently, then turned and left the tavern. Although it has reached the state of exhaustion. But every step he took was extremely firm. In a daze, Ron seemed to see the man wearing red layered armor dancing on the battlefield again and said proudly. This world is too small, only enough for me to toss by myself. No one can stand behind me. It's just gravel, not half as good as me. Do you want to dance too? Every sentence reveals Uchiha Madara's haki and handsomeness. But alas, he was doomed to go astray. Looking at the back of Uchiha Madara going away, Rayleigh's face was completely drunk, and he murmured with some vicissitudes. I've heard some of what you just said. Is there real peace? To be honest, the old man admires him, a person who devotes his whole life to his ideal. Because this old man was once such a person. Advertisement. Ron sighed softly. Although they are all chasing ideals. But the only difference between you is that you succeeded, but he failed in the end. Rayleigh asked curiously, can you tell me his story? As soon as you hear it, tell the story. The crew of the Roger Pirates, Jack the Ripper, and the newly arrived Holy Lord came to the bar to sit down. That's why they like to come to taverns. There are different people every day. Different stories. It was as if I had lived a different life. Immediately, Ron picked a few key points, connected the stories together, and briefly narrated Uchiha Madara's cry. When the story ends, there was a sudden silence in the tavern, and shock was written on everyone's faces. If you don't hear it with your own ears, they never imagined that the old man just now had such a magnificent life. A long time, Roger just came back to his senses, and said slowly. Chang Yamato is alone, his lifelong best friend, and Hashirama is the only one. At last, the ideal that I want to pursue throughout my life is nothing but an illusion. The Lord said indifferently. Whether it is Uchiha Madara or Black Zetsu, neither of them is wrong, they just want to pursue different things. It's like Chang Long stopped me from ruling Blue Star. Heard the words, everyone's complexion suddenly darkened. The system's mechanical notification sounded slowly in Ron's mind. Are you talking about a problem? What the hell? Sure enough, The brain circuits of demons are different from those of normal people. Jingle. Ron said softly. Customer Uchiha Madara. Hashirama Cell. Host can select this item to copy. Close black lens bracket. At this time. Ding. Customer. Uchiha Madara finished talking. Close black lens bracket. Continue to drink. Everyone nodded, and then dispersed from the bar. Meanwhile, Marine Admiral follows behind. Kuzaru. The tavern doorbell rang. After thinking for a while, Ron said softly, select Hashirama cells and fuse them at night. Customer Uchiha Madara. Fire style ninjutsu, sealing jutsu, illusion, wood style ninjutsu. Host can choose one of the abilities. Close black lens bracket. Uchiha Madara will come again, he won't die just yet. As the door was slowly pushed open, a tall man with sunglasses and a mechanical arm walked in. With the voice down. Chapter 214 Master and disciple dislike each other. After the man with the mechanical arm came to the bar and sat down, he grinned and said. I heard from Pelusalino that the wine here is good. Ron said softly, you won't be disappointed, Mr. Zephyr. It was none other than the former Marine Admiral, Black Arm, Zephyr. Countless people are born. Now many well-known vice admirals, including the current 3 admirals are its students. But his life can be described as a whole great tragedy. He insisted on justice all his life, but never killed pirates. But even so, Zephyr's relatives did not get mercy from the pirates, and all the students were murdered. In the original book, Zephyr's death was also ordered by Akynu, moved by Kuzaru, and dug by Aokiji. They are all good apprentices. The wine here is much better than Jerez sherry. Kuzaru also came to the bar and sat down, but the seat was far away from Zephyr. I can see it. The relationship between the master and apprentice is not very harmonious. Not long after, Ram took 2 motais and placed them in front of the 2. Please use your wine slowly. Thank you. Zephyr nodded with a smile, then unscrewed the bottle cap and took a gulp down his mouth. Gulu. With a sip of wine entering his throat. The smooth taste and the unique sweetness of motai make Zephyr endless aftertaste. Indeed, as Kuzaru said, the wine here is indeed better than Jerez sherry. Good. Zephyr couldn't help admiring, and a smile finally appeared on his serious face. Kuzaru on the side curled his lips quietly. Why do you 2 have time to drink here today? Ron asked with a smile. The 2 formed the pirate guerrilla team to hunt pirates every day. One is Marine Admiral. There are a lot of things waiting for them to deal with on weekdays, but they don't have time to travel so far to drink. Sakazuki and Kuzan will have a martial battle this afternoon. The location is Punk Hazard. It just so happens that your tavern is in the Sabaody archipelago, so come over for a drink, and we're leaving after we're done. Zephyr took a sip of his wine and said with a complicated expression. They are all your students, who do you support to be the marshal of the Marine? Ron asked curiously. Heard the words. Zephyr fell silent. Aokiji's personality seems lazy, but he has a good relationship with his subordinates and has won the support of the people. Marine can be effectively managed. Advertisement. He is undoubtedly the best candidate for the Marine Marshal. On the other hand, Akynu has a bad temper and cruel methods, and he doesn't have the attitude that a superior should have at all. But, ever since Zephyr's family and students were killed by pirates, there was a slight change in his thinking. Actually, it seems that pirates should be killed without leaving anyone behind. And Akainu's zero-tolerance attitude when facing pirates is very good, very good. After he takes office as Marshal of the Marine, the sea will definitely look different. There was a moment of silence. Zephyr said slowly. In all fairness, I choose Akynu. For Marine's sake, it's Aokiji. Kuzaru teased with a smile. Teacher Zephyr, no one really offends. Old fritters. Zephyr turned his head and glared, and Kuzaru swallowed the words he wanted to continue teasing. Immediately, after taking a sip of the wine, Kuzaru said with a smile. Teacher Zephyr, you don't really need to go to this battle. That Akynu guy is sure to crush Aokiji with absolute power. Zephyr asked puzzled, why? Because Akynu is too strong now, too strong. Kuzaru laughed and played a charade. Akynu once warned, never reveal a single bit of information about Geisha. If I said, Kuzaru was really afraid that Akynu would break his leg. Snort. Look at Akynu, and then at you. Even Aokiji, his haki is stronger than yours. Your talent is the best among the 3 of you, but in the end you only rely on your fruit ability. Zephyr snorted coldly, wishing that Kuzaru could be remade right now. In youth, Kuzaru is called a monster because of his powerful strength and spitting performance. But what about now? I'm lazy all day long, fishing for money at work, and when I have nothing to do, I go to be famous and spend a lot of money. How could Zephyr not be angry about this? Teacher Zephyr is still so strict. It's better. How about you test my sword skills now? Kuzaru's hands glowed with light, as if the Amankongan sword was about to be unsheathed and kill the master in the next second. Ha ha ha, good, I don't mind warming up. Zephyr grinned fiercely. See this scene. Advertisement. Ron smiled helplessly. No wonder in the original work, when Kuzaru was about to kill Zephyr, the 8-foot jade was not crooked at all. And playing Straw Hat Crew, the 8-foot stroked jade statue is sending off. The original reason is here. Zephyr really dislikes Kuzaru. Seeing that the master and the disciple were about to fight. A hearty laughter suddenly sounded. Don't hold me down. It's rare to see an old friend. It would be rude of me not to go up and say hello. Kuzaru and Zephr turned their heads following the sound, and their pupils suddenly shrank. This is Roger. Zephr thought he had seen it wrong and rubbed his eyes with his hands in disbelief. Just as the two entered the tavern, Rayleigh, Jabba and other crew members hid Roger under the table in order to avoid causing trouble. But who would have thought? Roger, the careless captain, jumped out on his own. He even said hello in such a big way. This is Marine Admiral and the former Marine Admiral. If the news of Roger's resurrection is spread, not only the sea will boil completely. Marine will catch him at all costs. How did you? Zephr looked confused and was about to ask. But he was interrupted by Roger. It was Ron who resurrected me. Don't worry, I will not go to sea or cause trouble in this resurrection. Kuzaru smiled bitterly and said, Roger is resurrected. Heard the words. At last, I must report this to Mr. Sengoku first. Kuzaru said and took out a phone bug from his arms. The resurrection of Roger the Pirate King is really scary. Sengoku, what the hell? Whether it will cause trouble or not is another matter. Are you calling this trouble? Soon. Chapter 215 Black History. The moment when I heard the four characters of Roger's resurrection. Sengoku only felt a boom in his brain, and his eyes were also absent-minded for a while. This news is for myself, for civilians, and even for the whole world. No less than the clown buggy used the fruit ability to blow up naval headquarters in the Holy Land. Mariajoy. In this instant, Sengoku predicted what kind of impact Roger would have if he appeared in front of the world. First, the arrogance of the pirates will rise to an unprecedented height, not even inferior to the beginning of the era of the great pirates. Civilians once again panicked. The credibility of Marine and even the world government will drop significantly. At this time, Roger leaned forward and said softly, Sengoku, after so many years, do you miss me? Hearing the voice so familiar it could have nightmares. Only then did Sengoku come back to his senses, and squeezed out a word through his teeth with difficulty, get lost. Immediately, he continued, it doesn't matter how you were resurrected. No matter what, you can't appear in the public eye. Once I find out, Marine will execute you again no matter what the price is. Roger said disdainfully, I still like to say such big words. When the battle between Akynu and Aokiji is over, come and meet me at the tavern in Sabaody Archipelago. Sabaody Archipelago. Sengoku knew instantly. What the hell? Roger's resurrection must be Ron's trick again. I see, Sengoku said, ending the call. The commander-in-chief of the three armies, Kong, who just walked over, saw that his expression was not right, so he asked. What happened? Sengoku hesitated for a while, but still didn't say what happened just now, but said lightly. Nothing. Just now Kuzaru sent a message saying that he and Zephr will come later. As the Marine Marshal, he had to understand Roger's attitude before making any plans. Reporting rashly, the world government will definitely start a war regardless of everything. And for a group of retired old guys, it's not worth it to Sengoku to send Marines countless fresh lives. Kong nodded dubiously. Inside the tavern. Looking at the sleeping phone bug, Roger pouted. It's still this bad temper, it's getting too rigid. Garp is cuter than him. Advertisement. Although Kuzaru knew he shouldn't ask, he still couldn't help his inner curiosity and asked. Do you know some secrets about Mr. Sengoku? Rest assured. I will definitely not talk nonsense. Zephr on the side pricked up his ears silently. Roger took a sip of his wine and said with a smile. I remember one time we were sitting and drinking after a fight. Sengoku got drunk and said something funny. That year when he was only 14 years old, a group of pirates rushed into his village, burned, killed, and looted. That fellow Sengoku was going to the toilet. Hearing the movement outside, he lifted his pants, grabbed the mop, dipped it in the toilet, and then flushed out. That moment, the mop is stained with shit, Sengoku is like a god of war. Kuzaru held back his smile and asked, Mr. Sengoku drove the pirates away with that. Really, normal people would never fight with someone holding something. It's okay if you run into it. The unsmiling Zephr was also pinching his inner thigh at this moment, trying not to laugh out loud. Roger smiled and shook his head, of course not. However, we bought some time and survived until Marine came to the rescue. At that time, it happened that Kong led the team, and happened to see Sengoku who was not afraid of pirates, and finally took him to the Marine Academy. The story is over. Zephr, Kuzaru suddenly had a dark look on his face. Good guy. I'm such a straightforward guy. Turns out it was a mop that allowed Sengoku to enter Marine. He should really thank that bubble shit. Otherwise, Sengoku would not have lasted long at that time. With Sengoku's temper, he definitely didn't throw away the mop. Maybe he kept it at home. Roger touched his chin and analyzed it seriously. Really? Kuzaru's eyes suddenly lit up. Available immediately. I gave up the idea of stealing the mop. In case you get caught. He will definitely be beaten to death by Sengoku. I've heard the story. We should go. We won't make it if it's later. Zephr let go of his hand on his thigh, stood up slowly and said. Good. Kuzaru counted out a few berry bills from his wallet and walked out of the tavern first. Zephr was about to follow. But he was stopped by Thor. What's wrong? Zephr asked in confusion. Advertisement. The money wasn't enough. The uncle only gave him his own drink money. Thor explained with a smile. Zephr. Traitor. Ask Lousy to come over for a drink and only pay your own money. Where is your conscience? Just wait until Lousy goes out and I'll break his legs for you. After paying, Zephyr had a dark face and ran after him. Looking at their backs, Roger smiled and said, the relationship between master and disciple is still so bad. Ron was stunned for a moment. You know. Roger raised his chin and said proudly, of course. These guys were chasing Lousy all over the world. They must know some of their secrets. Kuzaru kid didn't get the sparkling fruit back then. Because I was lazy and wanted to be romantic, I ordered a Zephyr technician. I was caught by Zephyr on the spot. Kuzaru was beaten so badly by Zephyr in the end. Ron smiled and asked, did Garp tell you that? Roger was still very disciplined and denied it directly. How can it be? That guy has the toughest mouth. Having said that, but the corners of Roger's mouth that couldn't help but turn up betrayed him. Immediately, he ran back to Sante and started chatting and drinking with the crew. As time passed by every minute and every second, Big Grey Wolf, Aizen, Sister Geisha, Holy Lord and other regular customers also came to the tavern one after another. For a while, the atmosphere in the already lively tavern became even more cheerful. In addition to the sound of hearty laughter and conversation, the space was filled with the crisp sound of wine glasses clashing with each other. At this time, suddenly the tavern doorbell rang. Jingle. The door opened, and a white-haired boy walked in slowly with bare feet. The boy was thin and had a delicate face. His black t-shirt and white shorts were covered in blood. The skin on the toes is bright red, as tender and smooth as a newborn baby. Not only that, his eyes were black and red. Although his eyes were indifferent and calm, as if everything in the world had nothing to do with him, there was madness deep in his eyes. Before the boy could speak, Yusen Xi, who was dining, tilted his head and glanced, then stood up suddenly, stepped forward and hugged the young man, saying, so much blood. What the hell did that be ******** D do? Chapter 216 It's not me that's wrong, it's this twisted world. Regardless of the high-end suit on his body and the blood stains on the boy's clothes, Yusen Xi hugged him tightly in his arms. But the next moment, a strong sense of crisis surged from my heart. Yusen Xi subconsciously let go of his embrace, and his purple eyes looked at the boy tenderly, as if looking at the love of his life. Kaneki, you have changed. Become stronger. This white-haired boy is exactly Kaneki Ken who came here through Yusen Xi. Through the hands of Kano, he was transformed into a half-human, half-ghoul. The future one-eyed king. Actually, in the beginning, Ken Kaneki was just an ordinary college student who wanted to date. It became like this by accident. It's not that I've become stronger. It's just that I want to understand that the more pure and flawless a person is, the easier it is to get stained. Weakness is sin. Didn't you want to eat me in the first place? If that's the case, then it's only natural for me to eat you, right? Kaneki Ken snapped his fingers and said lightly. No. After learning that you were captured by Gecko, I joined the team to rescue you. In the beginning, I wanted to save you and enjoy your delicacy. But after seeing you become stronger just now, I suddenly want to follow you. It seems that I can do a lot of interesting things. Yusen Xi shook his head vigorously, and said with a confused face. That way, it's like being in the face of asking but not getting first love. Originally, what Yusen Xi wanted was Najiwe. The legendary one-eyed, just from the taste alone, made Yusen Xi have an incomparable appetite. When he learned that Jin Muyan was captured by the Gecko, Yusen Xi's mentality has changed, because someone wants to take away his food, so he has to protect Kaneki Ken even more, occupy him. Very pervert and humble, especially after seeing the white-haired Kaneki Ken who became stronger. Yusen Xi knew that Jin Muyan was no longer a food from now on. It's the unattainable taste. It is the love of a foodie's life. Think of this. Yusen Xi knelt down on one knee, took Kaneki Ken's hand, and said obsessively. What can protect you is neither the shield nor the armor, but the dagger hidden by the pillow. Please let me make that short sword. See this scene. Disgusted expressions suddenly appeared on the faces of everyone in the tavern. Advertisement. What the hell? A dagger is a dagger. What do you mean by pillow? Want to sleep together? Disgusting. So disgusting. But, it's reasonable to say these words from Yusen Xi's mouth. He's a pervert after all. It's up to you. Jin Muyan shook off his hand, and slowly came to the bar to sit down. Tsukiyama followed closely, sat next to Kaneki Ken, and said to Ron. Boss, have a glass of fruit wine. Ron nodded. Wait a minute, it will be ready soon. Before that, it's better to clean up the blood on Kaneki Ken's body. Language fall. A gust of wind blew over Kaneki Ken's body. The next moment, the smell of blood on his body, the blood stains on his clothes, and the filth dissipated in the air. Seeing this, Kaneki Ken couldn't help flashing a trace of surprise in his eyes. Yusen Xi smiled and explained. The boss is very powerful, this is just the tip of the iceberg of his ability. Kaneki Ken nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Not long after, Rem held a bottle of fruit wine and placed it in front of him. Please use your wine slowly. Thank you. Kaneki said softly. I'll help you pour the wine. Yusen Xi picked up the wine bottle like a dog's leg, opened the bottle cap, and filled the wine glass. The movements are smooth, done in one go. Looking at the boiling sheep sitting not far away, He Xiaohu called out to lick the dog. Since Kaneki Ken likes coffee and doesn't usually drink much, after taking a sip, he didn't think it was very delicious. But, he liked the rich fruity aroma very much. How did you escape from the gecko? Yusen Xi asked curiously. A trace of disgust flashed in Jin Muyan's eyes. I ate him. That smell. It's like dying from rotting internal organs. After hearing this, Yusen Xi could not help but exclaimed. What? He's the same as me, but he's an S-rank ghoul. Even if I face him alone, I don't dare to say that I can get away with it. How did you do it? For a while, Tsukiyama Hao looked at Kaneki Ken with more and more fascination. Advertisement. At this moment, he knew in his heart that he couldn't do without Jin Muyan. Although people in the world have many unknown delicacies, Yusen Xi has no appetite and does not want to taste them. He just wants to watch Kaneki Ken grow up, that is the ultimate taste in his heart. After experiencing abuse after abuse, I used to be so indecisive. My mother's words. I would rather hurt myself than hurt others are so naive in this world. There is no good or evil in this world, only the strong and the weak who cannot tell the truth. So, I have admitted the fact that I am a ghoul, and my power surpasses that of a gecko. Kaneki Ken tasted the fruit wine, his voice was flat but faintly crazy. What did he do to you? Yusen Xi asked tremblingly. Kaneki used to be so gentle. So different. The scent it exudes is sweet yet with a hint of bitterness, soft yet rotten. Although the current Kaneki Ken is no longer attractive, it has a little more flavor. It is enough to show that he must have been treated inhumanely. My fingers and toes are constantly being pulled out and reborn, over and over again. A 20-centimeter centipede was also put in the ear. I can even clearly hear the centipede eating my brain, and the hooks on its upper legs are stirring the flesh and blood in my head. At that moment I understood. In order to no longer be alone, I will not hesitate to hurt others and take their lives. How can Yusen Xi not be in pain? It's not me that's wrong, it's this twisted world. Something that I cherished so much was shined so brightly. Kaneki licked his ears and expressed his pain in a calm voice. He also died due to the gecko's abuse. If Shiao Zizai's pervert hears this, he will definitely applaud and call his confidant. But it seemed like it was all a dream, so hypocritical, and the real thoughts and ending would only make people miserable. Jin Mu murmured softly, he once had family and friendship. On the side, Tsukiyama Shi covered his head with both hands, with a ferocious expression on his face, as if he had endured the pain that Kaneki Ken had endured. All of Kaneki Ken's cognition was completely shattered the moment he became a ghoul. Kaneki Ken ignored Tsukiyama Shi beside him and just drank the fruit wine silently, his eyes full of pain. But Kira Yoshikage, a native of the motherland, Deep Sea and other perverts sitting nearby, listened with interest. That good job called gecko should be rewarded. Distortion, destruction, madness, and tearing, the face of the world has long been distorted and devastated. The white sea of flowers in the inner world has been replaced by the bloody flowers of the other side, blooming. Chapter 217 Doflamingo stealing home. As soon as Kaneki Ken said this, a thought popped up in Ron's mind. It's not me who's wrong, it's the world. World. Ah yes, Lousy is so wrong again, isn't he? Actually, Kaneki Ken is strong. He completely lost his desire to survive, and this mentality continued until the later stages of the story. Especially the 1000-7 penalty set by Gecko for Kaneki Ken. The aggrieved Kaneki Ken suffered on weekdays, and the feeling of being out of place made him feel even more painful. But, excessive stimulation gave Kaneki Ken the illusion that, as long as you are strong, you won't be bullied in the future. By the way, it subverted the gentle concept of, I would rather hurt myself than hurt others, that my mother taught him since he was a child. This is a form of negative reinforcement. In order not to suffer anymore, he desperately wants to be strong, and thus accepts the fact that he is a ghoul. Very painful, very pitiful. Just as I met Saya said, the stronger the golden wood. It means the more damage he has suffered. Yusen Xi said with a trembling voice, the tyrannical flower that the gecko tortures and urges to grow, go and release the pain in your heart. Indulgence and destruction, this is the right of ghouls. When you fall in love with someone, your IQ will be cleared. This sentence refers to Yusen Xi. Now he has made up his mind to pursue Kaneki Ken for the rest of his life. He only takes a scoop of weak water for 3,000. I will join the bronze tree. Not for killing and indulgence, but for survival. Only a stronger power can protect everything I own. And guard the coffee shop where I belong. Kaneki Ken got up slowly after taking the last sip of wine, his eyes were full of thirst for strength. I'll help you guard that coffee shop. I will watch you silently. Go and shake the world. Yusen Xi was not surprised, but grinned. He is also very curious. To what extent will Kaneki grow to the best? Mr. Yusen, although I still can't trust you. But it's good to have a partner like you. I accept the pillow dagger you mentioned. Kaneki Ken murmured softly, then nodded to Ron. Boss, the wine here is good, I will come here often. After speaking, he walked out of the tavern silently. As for the drink money, of course it was Yusen Zaifu. Advertisement. Welcome to visit next time. Looking at his back, Ron's eyes were full of pity. This transformation is just the beginning. He will experience a lot later, and experience different personalities. Every time, both physically and mentally are subjected to inhuman abuse and become stronger. Until you become the one-eyed king. What did he just say? Yusen Xi asked in disbelief. The motherlander laughed and teased, that kid said he wanted to kill you. No. Yusen Xi stood up abruptly, took out the blood-stained handkerchief, covered his nose with both hands, and sniffed heavily. When the smell that belonged exclusively to Kaneki Ken drilled into his nostrils, after recalling the words just now. Yusen Xi feels that he has sublimated. The throbbing in my heart, coupled with that special emotion, hit like a tsunami. Seeing Yusen Xi's ferocious face, and being so suffocated by the handkerchief, the people on the side suddenly looked contemptuous. Shen Hai was even more disgusted. I am a pervert and feel pervert. Ah, Jin Mu actually said that I was his partner. Yusen Xi didn't care about the eyes of others, put away the handkerchief, knelt on the ground and panted heavily. He didn't know what kind of emotion it was. Is it love? Is it a foodie's appreciation for good food? It doesn't seem to be. Golden wood is hope, the hope for you to live. Another way of saying it. Kaneki should be an angel in his heart. As a ghoul, you may not be quite used to this sudden emotional change. After reading Yusen Xi's heart, Ron reminded softly. Right, you're right, boss, I'm leaving, and I may not be back soon. I'm going to guard that coffee shop. Yusen Xi put all the money and valuables in his pocket on the bar, and then ran out of the pub without looking back. As he ran, he let out a wide-eyed laugh. But when everyone in the tavern heard that Yusen Xi would not come back soon, they felt a little bit reluctant. Especially the people from the motherland, Deep Sea, Kirajing and other perverts. They sit together and exchange ideas every day. It can be said to be a dear friend. If you want Yusen Xi, I can send you to his world. Ron said with a smile. Advertisement. Heard the words. Everyone shook their heads vigorously, with the word, rejection, written all over their faces. Actually, I am not too reluctant to part with that pervert. At this time, the system's prompt sounded slowly in Ron's mind. Ding, customer. Zephr, Kuzaru finished talking. Close black lens bracket. Customer Zephr. Combat experience, armament hockey, observation hockey. Host can take one of the abilities. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket customer Kuzaru. Swordsmanship, armament hockey, observation hockey. Host can choose one of the abilities. Close black lens bracket. Ding, customer. Kaneki Ken, finished talking. Close black lens bracket. Customer Kaneki Ken, the host master can choose the ghoul gene. Close black lens bracket. Ron said softly. Select Kanekiken's ghoul gene and put it into the system warehouse. Take Zephr and Kuzaru's armament hockey, now fuse. With the voice down, a warm current spread all over the body in an instant. Ron could also notice that his armament hockey was much stronger. When the time comes in the afternoon. Seeing that there were no new guests, Ron briefly explained to Thor, and then prepared to go to Punk Hazard with Geisa to watch the martial battle. Liang Bing pursed her mouth and silently followed behind. A few minutes later, the three of them came to the sky above Punk Hazard, looking down at everything that happened below. Geisha established its dark communication and said softly, Akynu, we are here. Akynu, who was smoking a cigar, quickly responded, Queen Geisha, I will strive for a quick victory. Bring it on. Akynu also tactfully withdrew from the dark communication. Whatever. Geisha said with a smile. A familiar voice was heard. Impressively Doflamingo and Kaido. Liang Bing frowned and said, what about me? Doflamingo opened his arms, grinned and said, let me see how much fear the prisoners on the 6th floor of Impel Down will bring to the world. At the same time, seeing her sister ignoring her directly, Liang Bing immediately turned into a telegraph operator and started a series of greetings. Two figures appeared above Impel Down 1,000 meters above the sky. Guy Shame ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** If you put it in normal times, Doflamingo certainly wouldn't dare to hit the idea of impel down. Once hands-on, Akynu will definitely be on the field in 5 minutes. But it's different now. Akynu and Aokiji started a battle for Marshall in New World, and they couldn't come for a while. Taking this opportunity to do nothing, Doflamingo felt a little sorry for himself. And the news that the battle for Marshall is going on ahead of schedule. It was the heart cadre of the Don Quixote family, Virgo, who passed it on. He also has another identity, that is, Marine G5 Branch Base Chief. Marine is currently Vice Admiral. Do it. Doflamingo smiled, and fell straight down. Kaido followed closely behind, with the 8 fasts in his hand wrapped around Conqueror's Haki, ready to do it. Impel down. 1 floor above the sea. The soldier in charge of the investigation saw 2 figures falling from the sky through the binoculars, and immediately issued a warning. Everyone is ready to alert immediately. Air strike, air strike, air strike. The surrounding soldiers were shocked, just about to load the bullets. It can be next second. A strong Conqueror's Haki instantly enveloped the entire sea. After feeling the Conquerors, the soldiers rolled their eyes and passed out. Only a few rear admirals still gritted their teeth and persisted. After landing, Doflamingo and Kaido didn't pay attention, just walked in like that. The guard blocking the way, the jailer beast was instantly killed. Even the warden of Impel Down, Magellan, Hannibal fell to the ground in Kaido's Thunder 8 trigrams. On his deathbed, Magellan tried his best to convey the news of the attack on Impel Down to the outside world with his seriously injured body. During this time, Doflamingo in order to cause some trouble for Marine. They even released all the prisoners from the 1st to 5th floors of Impel Down. Thus, in the future, Marine will definitely allocate part of its forces to catch these criminals. It can also share the pressure with Doflamingo. It can also reduce the strength of Marine. At the same time, Clown Buggy in a white cloak, with his hands on his hips, laughed loudly. My uncle can finally escape from this ghost place. Impel down the 6th floor. Eternal hell. Advertisement. Countless legendary criminals were imprisoned here. Their existence and deeds have been erased by the world government. Here, it is a corner forgotten by the world, a real hell hidden from the world. And now, the gate of hell will be completely opened, and countless evil spirits imprisoned here will return to this sea. Blah blah blah. The sound of iron chains resounded in the silent space, and the elevator crashed down. With Kaido opening the way, Doflamingo walked in with a figure of 8 steps and a smile on his face. Kaido, Doflamingo. Seeing these two familiar figures, the criminals in Impel Down were all shocked. Everyone, I tell you good news, from now on you are free. Let the world tremble again at your power. Doflamingo opened his arms, his voice full of excitement and madness. What conditions? Shiryu asked coldly. How can you kindly let us out, you be *********** D who can't afford it early? There must be conditions. Crocodile sneered. The other criminals also shouted loudly. For a while, Eternal Hell, which was originally dead and silent, has become extremely lively. It's very simple. Join the Don Quixote family and overthrow the world government. Doflamingo said with a smile. Language fall. Eternal Hell became silent again. The eyes of the criminals looking at Doflamingo also changed from shock to ridicule and disdain. Before they could speak, Kaido said lightly. Except for Whitebeard, me, the redhead, and Big Mom have already formed a cooperative relationship with her. The same goes for Hancock in Hydra, Akoku in Beehive Road, and most of the pirates in New World. Doflamingo took the conversation, grinning and said. If you agree, the two of us will take you out. Disagree? Staying here is also suffering. It is better to kill you. It is also a relief. As soon as the two said this, like a stone stirring up 1,000 waves, the criminals only felt their brains buzzing. What the hell is going on in this world? Is crazy. Our lousy didn't wake up, got violent. How come Doflamingo is such a hottie? ... Advertisement. And at this moment, Akynu and Aokiji also come to the center of Punk Hazard Island, ready to go to war. Kong, Sengoku, Kuzaru, and Zephyr stood on the top of the mountain, silently watching the battle. For the fairness of this battle, and to reflect the importance of the world government. One of the 5 elders Valkyries of Science Defense, J. Golucia Satinzen came to the battle scene and sat up as a referee. Just when Sa Tansheng was about to announce the start of the battle. Suddenly, the phone bug in Sengoku's arm suddenly rang. Pulu pulu pulu. Just when Sengoku hesitated to pick it up. Sa Tansheng said with some dissatisfaction, go ahead. Sengoku nodded and immediately opened the phone bug. Immediately, a hurried, anxious voice sounded. Mr. Sengoku, it's not good. Kaido and Doflamingo raid Impel Down while you were away. Although half of the prisoners on the 1st to 5th floors were captured by us. But all the prisoners on the 6th floor were taken away by Doflamingo. Heard the words, all the Marine executives present felt that their eyes went dark, and their minds were buzzing. They don't care about the other prisoners. What matters is the prisoners on the 6th floor. Their appearance will bring endless panic to the world and people. Especially Bullet, San Juan Wolf, Red Earl and others. Then, Marine managed to capture them with all their high-level combat power and paid a considerable price. Now they come together, plus Doflamingo, Kaido. All the Marine executives present felt that the sky was falling. With a dark face, Sengoku squeezed out a few words with difficulty. Try to hunt down. I'll go back and host the scene right away. Finished. He hung up the phone bug and prepared to return with Kuzaru. At this time, Akainu's solemn voice sounded in the distance. Leave it to me. I will kill them one by one. Just watch how I beat this guy here. After finishing speaking, Akynu looked at Aokiji and said lightly. I wanted to play with you more. But now it seems that it's time to make a quick decision. The future of Marine must not be entrusted to a lazy guy like you. Chapter 219 I don't study well, you can't lie to me. Punk Hazard high in the sky. Ron sat cross-legged in the clouds and said with a smile. Doflamingo is taking a good step. But those guys in Impel Down are not easy to discipline. Sometimes, although absolute force can make people bow their heads, they will never surrender. Especially the criminals imprisoned on the 6th floor of Impel Down. Who is not the strong man who sailed the sea in those days? Even though Doflamingo's strength far exceeds theirs. In the eyes of those criminals, he's just a kid who got lucky and gained abilities. Then just kill him. Now Doflamingo has no shortage of strong men. They are just cannon fodder prepared by Doflamingo in future wars. Liang Bing held her cheek with one hand and said in a lazy voice. Immediately, she suddenly reached Ron's side, stretched out a finger to lift Ron's chin, and said softly. You don't need to watch the battle below to know the outcome. In this case, why don't we do something interesting up here at an altitude of 10,000 meters? Don't ask what's fun. If you can last 5 minutes in my mouth, I lose. Ron lit a cigarette and responded with a serious face. I don't have much education, I'm a rough man, I only know how to dig wells, you can't lie to me. Liang Bing's face turned red and he immediately froze on the spot. Original. She just wanted to tease Ron. I didn't expect Ron to be serious this time. For a while, Liang Bing didn't know whether he should continue or leave. You can't act casually in front of your sister, right? Even though he is a devil. At this time, Geisha couldn't stand it and said coldly. Now that you've said it, do it. Don't be like ABCH, acting and standing at the same time. You're talking about yourself, right? Liang Bing's brain suddenly became hot, and he turned around and threw Ron at him. See this scene. Geisha was confused. The reason why I said that was because I wanted to give my sister a step down. Who would have thought that Bitcha was serious? What to do? Should I avoid it? At the same time, Aokiji looked at Akynu's indifferent and contemptuous attitude and couldn't help but frown slightly. You seem very confident, and the future of Marine should not be left in the hands of extreme people like you. Having said that, but Aokiji always felt that something was wrong. Advertisement. And something is very wrong. Before becoming Admiral, they also had a competition. Both have their own wins and losses, and most of them end in ties. But even so, Akynu never showed such a gesture. This means he has absolute confidence to crush Aokiji. No time for nonsense. Let's fight quickly. Akynu did not use the fruit ability, but wrapped his weapon color around his fists. It is clear, he wanted to use Haki to end the martial war. You know that Haki is not as strong as me, yet you still use Haki. How confident are you? Aokiji frowned slightly, his fists clenched unconsciously and wrapped around his arms. In Marine 3 Admiral, the Akynu fruit's power is the most destructive. Kuzaru is the oldest and most talented. Aokiji is the strongest because he followed Garp when he was young and trained his body day after day, so Haki is the strongest. And now, Akainu's decision to end the battle with armed colors is undoubtedly the biggest insult to Aokiji. Only in this way can you be convinced that you lost. Let's start. When this battle is over, I will explain everything to you. Akynu said slowly. With the voice down, Aokiji moved and rushed in front of Akynu almost instantly. While his fists were wrapping around his weapons, they also condensed an extremely cold aura. Ice gloves. This is a special move created by combining the fruit's ability with the iron fist taught by Garp. Immediately, the two punched each other at the same time and then collided. Boom. With a muffled sound, instantly, black thunder surged around the two of them, and a strong aura spread crazily around them. Because this battle is not just a battle of martials. It's a collision between the two justices. Therefore, Akynu did not use the power of the second-generation divine body. He wanted to use this punch to pay tribute to the bond with Aokiji colleagues for decades. During the struggle between the two, the incomparable Haki destroys everything around him. The ground beneath my feet also shattered like a spider web, shaking endlessly. Finally, in this competition between Haki, Akynu fell into a disadvantage and was directly knocked out. After breaking several big balls in succession, Akynu finally stopped. He stood up slowly and shook his right arm. His expression was as usual, and there was no trace of injury. See, Aokiji was not the only one who was surprised, the Saint of Satan and Kong who were watching the battle were also shocked. They know it very well. Advertisement. That punch just now can be said to be Aokiji's strongest punch. Even if he received that punch, it would be impossible for him not to be injured at all. Is this guy just faking it? Zephyr frowned. Teacher, it's time to rebuild your observation Haki. Akainu's breath is still as stable as before. Kuzaru touched his chin and said with a playful expression, the next move should determine the winner. What? Everyone was stunned at the same time and couldn't help but let out a burst of exclamations. Unless it is an absolute crushing in terms of strength. Otherwise, the battle between strong men is absolutely impossible to solve with one move. Especially strong people like Akynu and Aokiji, whose strength is almost perfect. The corner of Kuzaru's mouth raised an inexplicable smile. Take a good look. Akynu will surprise you. At the same time, Akynu patted the dust on his body and said calmly. Continue. I hope you can hold on a little longer. Use your fruit power, otherwise you are no match for me. Aokiji said coldly. What now? Akynu smiled and quickly approached Aokiji. The speed is fast. Even Aokiji's observation Haki is unpredictable and just gives a series of warnings. Not just in front of you. Warnings came from all directions, and Akynu disappeared from sight. Without the slightest hesitation, Aokiji immediately released his cold energy and formed walls of ice to protect himself in the center. The next moment, Akainu's voice sounded. This is really stupid. Language fall. Spider web-like cracks appeared in the half-meter thick ice wall. The next moment, a fist as big as a sandbag broke through the ice wall and attacked Aokiji. All this happened so fast, almost in an instant, giving Aokiji no time to react. Subconsciously, Aokiji crossed his arms and wrapped his arms in defense. Boom. After a muffled sound, Aokiji was sent flying dozens of meters away, and the sound of broken bones sounded in the air. Akainu's punch directly broke Aokiji's arms. Akynu lit a cigar and said calmly. Admit defeat. But to be honest, every time I think about your previous ridicule, I really can't help but want to break your legs. Chapter 220. Another group of people in the tavern. In Akynu, Aokiji had a good relationship when he first became a colleague. Although not friends, but at least it will give the other party some face. But, since the Ohara incident ended, Aokiji's attitude has changed. Not only is his justice lazy, every time I met Akynu, there was a burst of sarcasm inside and outside the words. To be honest, Akynu is also very wrong about the Ohara incident. He is just an executor, not the one in power and the chief who gives orders. The most important thing is, the world government has banned the study of a blank century of history. But the group of archaeologists who regard themselves as noble and regard the truth as everything take the words of the world government as a fart. If you don't kill them, who will you kill? Wouldn't it be nice to be a group of civilians honestly and live a peaceful life? In order to complete the task, for the sake of justice, the lives of innocent civilians are regarded as nothing. Sakazuki, isn't the original intention of justice not to protect civilians? What I said before is just to make you sober. Aokiji struggled to stand up and couldn't help but let out a sneer. Immediately, a chilling air emanated from his body, and the ground under his feet was instantly frozen. Isn't it right to make some reasonable sacrifices for the sake of peace? Not long. You'll see a whole new ocean. Akynu lit a cigar, and the smoke swirled upward like a rolling tide. Fallacy. Aokiji growled, and quickly approached Akynu. At the same time, the tiger's mouth in his left hand parted, and he pulled out several ice spears with his right hand, and then shot out. Ice cube. 2 thorny spears. Call out, call out, call out, call out. Facing the ice spear attacking through the air, Akynu ignored it and let it hit him. Bang bang bang. Accompanied by a series of crisp sounds, the ice spear that hit Akynu directly shattered into ice slag. On the other hand, Akynu, except for a little damage to the cloak of justice on his body, has no scars at all. Next second, Aokiji appeared in front of Akynu, without any extra movement, wrapped around Haki's right leg and pulled towards Akynu's head. But Akynu just raised his hand lightly, and immediately attacked. Seeing that one blow fails. Advertisement. Aokiji immediately swung his right fist attached to the ice glove, and hit Akynu's head again. But, this blow didn't have the real sense of hitting. It turned out that Akynu took advantage of the situation and lowered his body, and then kicked Aokiji's lower third. With the sound of click on the left leg, Aokiji suddenly felt a piercing pain. But before he had time to scream, he only felt a blur in front of his eyes, and when he realized it, he found that he had bumped into a big tree beside him. Then the ground, the mountainside. Aokiji was knocked back by Akynu again and again, and each hit got heavier. And his originally indifferent face changed suddenly after seeing the attacking Akynu. The solid earth was like loose sand in front of Akynu. Did not take a step. There will be a deep dent in the earth. As soon as Aokiji stood up, Akynu's fist was already in front of him. At the critical moment, a loud beep sounded. I saw a giant ice bird appearing behind Akynu, and everything it passed was frozen. Follower. Akynu sneered. Aokiji didn't respond, just punched out in the shortest possible time. Instantly, the situation turned and Akynu was attacked from both sides. From the perspective of outsiders, this is Aokiji's ultimate comeback, and he may even counterattack Akynu. But, Akynu completely ignored the ice bird behind him and smashed down with his fist as big as a sandbag. Boom. In a huge roar, the ice bird hit Akynu on the back, and their fists collided. Black thunder flashed in the air. The earth was unable to bear the weight of the two men, and collapsed directly into a deep pit. For a while, ice mist mixed with smoke and dust shrouded the two figures. See this scene. Kong Kong, Satan Saint and others who were watching the battle from a distance had their hearts in their throats instantly, staring straight at the battlefield. They know, this move is enough to determine the winner. It is also a move that will set the future direction of Marine. Next second, Aokiji's figure flew out, hit the ground hard, and dragged for dozens of meters before stopping. Now, advertisement. Aokiji's right fist that he had just fought with Akynu was already a bloody mess. The left leg has also disappeared. At the wound, you can even clearly see the beating nerves and yellow bone marrow. On his deathbed, Aokiji knew in his heart that he lost, and he lost miserably. At this time, as a breeze blew by, the smoke, dust and ice mist were blown away, revealing Akynu's figure. The cloak of justice on his body was completely shattered by the impact of the ice bird, and the knotted muscles were exposed to the air. Akynu held a broken leg in his right hand and looked in the direction of Kong, Sengoku and others, as if to declare the victory of this game. I declare that from now on, Sakazuki will assume the position of Marine Marshal. Satan Saint, holding a loudspeaker phone, loudly announced the result of this battle. At the same time, the footage of the battle just now was also broadcast live to naval headquarters and various branches. In response, Akynu just nodded with satisfaction, and then flew directly towards Impel Down. To him, the most important thing now is not to share the joy of victory. Instead, we need to recapture the criminals who ran away from the Impel Down and let them go back to sewing machines. Looking at Akainu's back, Satan Sheng always felt a bad feeling in his heart. Thousands of meters in the air. Sitting between Ron and Liang Bing, Geisha said lightly. Let's go. Liang Bing curled his lips. Oh. Bitcha is disturbing other people's good things. Geisha also pretended not to hear and flew towards the tavern with Liang Bing in hand. Just when Liang Bing was about to have some friendly exchanges with Ron, he was forcibly interrupted by Geisha and stopped him sternly. Ron shook his head helplessly and was about to follow. But I heard Liang Bing's lazy voice in the distance. Let's discuss the philosophy of life another day. Pick a day when Geisha isn't here. Tear. Why did you bitcha hit me? Ron touched his chin and murmured thoughtfully. Geisha has proven that she is a girl controller. Language fall. Ron's figure disappeared from the spot. Just got back to the pub. Ron then discovered that besides Roger, there were actually a group of people. A boy with a straw hat, a green-haired man with 3 knives, an elk, a robot, a skull, 2 women with explosive figures and a pervert with curly eyebrows and red hearts in his eyes. Chapter 221 How Sad. Straw Hat Crew. Ron, who had just returned to the tavern, raised his eyebrows when he saw them. Doflamingo said before that he sent people with ancient abilities to chase them down. It seems, ultimately failed. The protagonist group is the protagonist group after all. It's really lucky. But, at this moment, the Straw Hat Crew had just arrived at the tavern. After seeing Roger, his eyes were dull and his brain was in a state of shutdown for an instant. Even when Ron passed by, they turned a blind eye to a series of strange creatures such as Holy Master, Big Wolf, and Mr. Kill who were drinking beside him. It's been a long time. Luffy came back to his senses and swallowed hard. That's Roger, isn't it? It should be. Nami took a deep breath, his chest heaving violently. Among the group, Robin, who was the most rational, calmly analyzed. If so, what happened to the execution decades ago? World government and Marine will not take the life of One Piece to make such a big joke with the world. Zoro grinned. Then you mean, he's fake. Heard the words. Everyone in the Straw Hat Crew looked at Robin together. You're a respectful person. Robin shook his head vigorously. Although he couldn't believe it, he still expressed his opinion. No, Roger the One Piece is back. Look at his appearance, except for the cracks on his face, he is exactly the same as the photo when he was executed. And the people around him should be the former crew members of the Roger Pirates, you see. Isn't that the Crocus we have seen? Ship doctor of the Roger Pirates, lighthouse keeper of Cape Twin. Only this statement can explain it. If the executions back then were all fake, it was a play played by Roger in conjunction with the world government. That was a big joke. Brook rubbed his chin and murmured, Roger. It seems to be a very famous newcomer back then. Straw Hat Crew. At this time, Roger and Crocus also noticed the Straw Hat Crew and recognized the straw hat on Luffy's head. Roger asked with a smile, Are you Luffy? Garp's grandson. That brat Shanks mentioned you yesterday. Hearing Shanks, Luffy looked around, seeing if he was there, he couldn't wait to ask. What about others? Roger took a sip of his wine and said with a smile. Unfortunately, that kid is very busy now, so he left last night. A look of disappointment flashed in front of Luffy's eyes, but he quickly recovered his emotions and grinned out a big white fang. Advertisement. Ha ha ha, when I become the One Piece, I will definitely see him. That hearty laughter made Roger dazed, as if seeing himself who had just gone out to sea. No wonder, Shanks will hand him the straw hat. After recovering, Roger smiled, although you can't see Shanks. But Ace will arrive at the Sabaody Archipelago almost tomorrow. Luffy's eyes suddenly lit up. Really? Roger smiled and pulled him to sit beside him. Before he comes, tell me about Ace's childhood. Only you know his most complete childhood. From the mouth of Shanks. Roger knows that Luffy was Ace's childhood playmate, and even became a brother. As a father, he didn't get to watch Ace grow up. Now I can only learn about Ace's past from other people, how sad. Luffy didn't refuse either, and talked about the childhood memories of the three of them. When I first met that guy, I was bullied badly by him. The story is long. From Luffy being bullied by Sabo and Ace all day long, to the three becoming sworn brothers. At last, Sabo disappears, Ace and Luffy go to sea one after another, until the two reunite in Alabasta. Although these are the childhood fun of some children. But Roger's expression was unprecedentedly serious, and he wished he could find a pen to record everything. Do you know, Ace hates you so much. But when he heard someone speak ill of you, he cared about the adults on the other side, and rushed over to fight them. Luffy took off his straw hat and murmured softly. Roger didn't respond, just lowered his head, his eyes full of helplessness and struggle. For a while, the Roger Pirates, Straw Hat Crew, who were originally chatting and fighting, also fell silent. Although Roger started the era of great pirates. But he is sorry for a child, sorry for a Rouge who was more than 20 months pregnant. It's been a long time. Then Roger said slowly, I will make it up to him slowly, although I don't know yet. The voice just fell. The door of the tavern was pushed open hard. Immediately afterwards, a voice that made Rayleigh's hair stand on end sounded. Rayleigh, I changed my uniform last night, and you didn't come back. Advertisement. Do you know that there are some places that no one can fill except you? Everyone followed the sound and looked. I saw Shaki smoking a cigarette, standing calmly at the door of the tavern. But it didn't wait for Rayleigh to respond. Brooke walked over first, and asked seriously. Miss, what color are you wearing today? Shaki raised his eyebrows, and after thinking about it, he said softly. This, I remember wearing a hollow today. After everyone listened, especially the men present, suddenly gasped. How can this be said in public? But, the clothes are really impressive. No wonder Rayleigh is so hypocritical, everyone would be hypocritical. Ahem. Rayleigh coughed in embarrassment, then pointed to the man beside him. Look who this is. Shaki took a closer look, and his calm eyes shrank suddenly. R.O. Roger. You crawled out of the cemetery. Roger waved his hand. It was Ron who revived me, isn't it a surprise? Shaki quickly recovered from the shock, and said in a deep voice. This is not a surprise, but a fright. If the world, the Marine, and the world government find out, do you know the consequences? It's not just you then. You crew will also be rewarded again, and then thrown into the impel down and stepped on the sewing machine. Roger nodded silently. When the Whitebeard pirates come, I'll stay on board and never show up. Shaki was telling the truth. Roger had to think about these old friends. Now that they are all old, they can no longer travel the sea with them, let alone fight with Marine. So the best way is to hide yourself. Ron, who has been watching the excitement at the bar, said with a smile. Marine doesn't have time for you right now. Doflamingo just slapped impel down and released all the prisoners on the 6th floor. Isn't this just one? The voice just fell. The door of the tavern was pushed open heavily, and an extremely tall figure appeared behind Shaki. Chapter 222. You don't want to beat him. Hearing the voice from behind, Shaki looked back subconsciously, and his pupils shrank suddenly. The visitor was dressed in a black military uniform, which made his figure extremely tall and strong. His face was resolute, and his eyes were full of disdain for the weak. Even without releasing any aura, one can feel its terrifying strength. This man is the former crew member of the Roger Pirates, Douglas Bullet. Known as the heir of the devil, he only pursues strength. 30 years ago, Bullet was only 15 years old, and only Roger could defeat him head-on in the entire Roger Pirates. Later, Roger was executed, Bullet was confused, and ran away at sea, and finally Marine launched a buster call, and even Garp and Sengoku were dispatched to defeat him. Bullet, even though Shaki was very calm, he still couldn't help asking. Doflamingo really let you out. There are too many strange facts today. First, Roger was inexplicably resurrected, and now Doflamingo released all the prisoners on the 6th floor of Impel Down. Something is wrong, very wrong. Rayleigh and the crew of the Roger Pirates also looked at Bullet in bewilderment. They know it. If what Ron just said is true, then the sea will usher in the biggest chaos. Those who can be imprisoned on the 6th floor of Impel Down are the most vicious criminals in the world. Their identities, deeds, and crimes they committed cannot even be mentioned. However, Bullet ignored Shaki and the others, staring straight at Roger in front of him with an extremely complicated expression. Once upon a time, in order to defeat this man, I trained day and night. I was also confused and crazy because of this man. Even if we haven't seen each other for more than 20 years. But Bullet couldn't help but want to vent on Roger. Vent the penance of the past 20 years of darkness, and vent the unwillingness to lose when he was defeated. But in the end, he still held back, because Doflamingo had told him not to do anything in this tavern. Long time no see, brat. I haven't seen you for 20 years, and you've grown a lot. Roger smiled and raised the wine glass in his hand, not paying attention to the murderous look on Bullet's face. After all, who would care so much about a child? Advertisement. What's more, the revived Roger doesn't want to cause trouble, and just wants to spend the rest of his life slowly with Ace. Did you die back then? Bullet walked forward slowly, found an empty seat and sat down, his thick voice seemed a bit heavy. Same. Shaki, who didn't know what was going on, and Straw Hat Crew, who guessed something, also looked at Roger curiously. It was Rayleigh who paid a high price for Ron to bring me back to life. Roger pointed to the inside of the bar. Shaki understood immediately after hearing this, so he didn't ask any more questions. On the contrary, Straw Hat Crew's pupils shrank suddenly, and he re-examined the Ron who almost entered the tavern with them. He sat on the bar counter with a cigarette in his hand, and put all his weight on the back of the chair. The light blue smoke was pinched into straight lines before dissipating into the air. Amidst the smoke, Straw Hat Crew saw Ron's delicate facial features. He was wearing a well-tailored shirt, and with gentle eyes, he looked a little gentle and restrained. Seeing Straw Hat Crew looking at him, Ron took the initiative to say hello. Hello. I'm the owner of this tavern, Ron. The voice just fell. Luffy, Chopper, and Usopp rushed to the bar in one stride, and asked at the same time with golden eyes. Mr. Ron, how you resurrected Roger is so cool. Ron didn't hide anything and said truthfully. First collect a large number of corpses of the dead, and then use the bodies of living people as containers for the soul. The souls of the dead will be recalled from the underworld and bound. Very beginning, Luffy and the three of them listened very enthusiastically. But the more I listened, the more something felt wrong. Especially when they heard that the body of a living person was covered with dust and the appearance of the deceased was transformed, the faces of the three people were filled with horror. Oh, right, are any of the three people to be resurrected? I charge very conscientiously, just 2 devil fruits and 500 million Baileys. Ron blew out a puff of smoke and joked with a smile. Luffy and the other three suddenly turned dark after hearing this. Is this still conscience? Is this enough money to buy the lives of the entire Straw Hat Pirates? Boss, don't talk nonsense to these fools. Nami stepped forward with a smile and gave Luffy and the three of them a crisp blow. Boom, boom, boom. Advertisement. Following 3 crisp sounds, Luffy and the other three immediately covered their heads and let out a burst of painful groans. I like to chat with my guests and have a heart-to-heart talk. Ron put out the cigarette butt that was about to burn out and asked with a smile. How did you escape from Doflamingo's men? Heard the words. Luffy and others' expressions instantly fell. Nami smiled bitterly and said slowly, we were at Thriller Bark. After defeating Moria, Doflamingo's men came. At that time, Luffy was exhausted and fell into a coma. It was the big bear that appeared and shot away Doflamingo's men and saved us. Luffy grinned and said, "That's a good man. If it weren't for him, we would definitely be dead." Nami, Bruce and the others couldn't help but shook their heads after hearing this. What a good man. They came to take your life at that time, okay. If it weren't for Zoro, there would be no Straw Hat Pirates on the ocean. See, an inexplicable smile appeared on Ron's lips, but he didn't say anything. Big Bear appears to be out to kill Luffy. In fact, the main purpose is to let Luffy and the others understand that in the new world, there are many, many people as strong as him. At this time, Rayleigh's laughter rang in everyone's ears. Ha ha ha, Bullet, you little brat, do you still remember the time when you peeked at Linlin taking a bath, and after she dragged you in and beat her up, you were ravaged all night long? Saying that, Rayleigh patted Bullet on the shoulder again. Don't be sad, I know you must have left a psychological shadow on the black hole. But it's not just you, Kaido, Roger, Jabba, these bastards are also like you. When Roger's name was called, Jabba's face turned dark at the same time. What the hell, can this be said in public? If Ace hears it, he will definitely hit him with a father-killing fire punch. Bullet clenched his sandbag-sized fists tightly and asked in a deep voice. You don't want to hit him? Roger and Jabba nodded at the same time. Yes. You're welcome, come along. Chapter 223 Cannon Fodder. Seeing that Roger, Jabba, and Bullet had unkind eyes. Only then did Rayleigh realize that he had played too big. He wanted to ask for help. But Shaki on the side, the crew of the Roger pirates seemed not to see it, drinking and chatting on their own. Now, Rayleigh regretted it. I shouldn't have exposed all the members of the Roger pirates after being drunk. Shaki shouldn't be released and let her stay alone in the empty room. Fortunately, this is a tavern, so they can't do anything here. Thinking of this, Rayleigh stuck his head straight over. Come here, hit here, if you have the ability, the three of you will kill this old man. If immune to death, let's see if the old man can tell all the shitty things before. Seeing Rayleigh's attitude that a dead pig is not afraid of boiling water, Roger and others couldn't help being stunned. Doesn't this old guy usually cherish his life? Why is it so uncharacteristic today? Something is wrong. Very wrong. Old man, do you really think I dare not? Jabba was heartbroken, rolled up his sleeves, and rounded his arms, as if he was going to give Rayleigh a big, loud punch. Rayleigh closed his eyes cooperatively. Can wait for a long time. I didn't feel any intimate contact between the slap and my old face. When he opened his eyes, he saw a very thick arm blocking Jabba's big fight. To everyone's surprise, the owner of this arm is Bullet. It's not like something he could do. It's his personality to make trouble, despise the weak, and beat Rayleigh to death. Could it be that, in the 20 years of Impel Down, Bullet has been transformed into an outstanding young man of the new era? Rayleigh smiled and asked, Yo, that's not like you. Bullet said angrily, that brat, Doflamingo, has specifically instructed that he must not do anything here. Actually, according to Bullet's character, the moment Rayleigh said those words, he wanted to do it. But recalling the fear that flashed in Doflamingo's eyes when he mentioned the tavern, Bullet had no choice but to give up. He just looks down on the weak and likes to challenge the strong. But not stupid. Advertisement. Against Doflamingo in Impel Down, Bullet felt stronger than ever. Not to mention the tavern that scares him. And at this moment, Roger, Shaki, and the crew of Roger's pirate group woke up. And found that the little girls serving him wine were staring at him with unkind eyes. No wonder. Rayleigh dared to be so crazy. It turns out the problem lies here. Do you want to continue? Rayleigh asked cheaply. Slap a fart and drink. Jabba withdrew his slap, sat back to his original seat and drank the wine. Roger on the side could only give up resentfully. Actually, we can wait for Rayleigh to leave the tavern, and it's not impossible to sap him. With a flash of inspiration, Bullet spoke suddenly. The eyes of the two of Roger suddenly lit up, and they looked at Rayleigh again with playfulness. The meaning is obvious. Die you. Rayleigh's heart tightened for a moment, but he still thought of a countermeasure, and asked calmly. Since Doflamingo let you out, it means that all the prisoners on the 6th floor of Impel Down have become his subordinates. What did he promise you? Bullet took a sip of wine silently, and said lightly, no conditions. Doflamingo first set us all free and told us to set us free if we could escape from him. Speaking of this, Bullet's expression became more serious. It's only 2 minutes. All the prisoners on the 6th floor of Impel Down were beaten to the ground. Later, Doflamingo first took me to the Sabaody Archipelago, and the others dispersed, waiting for news. After Roger and the others heard this, their eyes widened. Gathered Hancock, Redhead, Kaido, Big Mom, Akoku and other great pirates. Now Doflamingo's strength and power have even far surpassed the Rock's pirate back then. Now among the 4 emperors, Doflamingo has taken the 3rd place. Bridge Bean Sacks. It occurred to Roger that Whitebeard would also come to Sabaody Archipelago these days. Doflamingo certainly won't let them go easily. And the result is also very simple, either join or die. Roger just wanted Rayleigh to inform Whitebeard, but after thinking about it, forget it. Who the hell let Whitebeard be Ace's daddy? He must be beaten severely. Rayleigh, who knew everything, didn't think so much, but looked at Bullet with pity in his eyes. At the same time, 2 characters appeared in my heart, cannon fodder. Advertisement. Once the war between Doflamingo and Akynu officially started. In addition to Shiao Zizai, Hancock, Akoku and Kaido who have obtained a generation of gods. Everyone else will be cannon fodder. Even the 4 emperors, Bullet, and the old-time powerhouses like the Red Earl are no exception. It's a headache for Rayleigh. What about that brat with red hair? Really want to watch him die. Suddenly, Rayleigh suddenly remembered something, and turned to look at the lord who was bragging with Black Heart Tiger. It is also a good choice to wait for the big battle to start and borrow a spell from the Holy Master. As for the others, whether he died or not had little to do with Rayleigh. At this time, the lord shivered inexplicably, so that some of the wine in the glass was spilled. What's wrong? Black Heart Tiger asked. It should be someone's thinking about it, it must be that my rebellious son is playing something on me again. When Lousy finishes drinking, he must be beaten again. The lord frowned slightly, and said angrily. That's right, if you don't hit Nizi, you won't be successful. Hit him until he is convinced, until he is afraid of you. It's best to see you worship like a god. Hei Shinhu said with a face of approval. If the devil dragon finds out that it's because of Rayleigh, he'll be beaten for nothing. Open black lens bracket customer Roger. Swordsmanship, observation hockey, close black lens bracket. The system's prompt sounded slowly in Ron's mind. Ron at the bar almost laughed out loud. At this time. He must be so angry that he vomits blood. Just at this moment. Open black lens bracket customer Bullet. Fusion fruit, taijutsu, observation hockey, conqueror's hockey, close black lens bracket. The reminder sounded in Ron's mind for more than 10 minutes before it finally stopped. Due to too many customers. Ding, customers. Luffy, Roger, Nami, Bullet, finish talking. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket customer Luffy, conqueror's hockey, rubber fruit. The host can choose an ability. Close black lens bracket. The doorbell of the tavern also rang slowly. There are several abilities and several devil fruits in the system warehouse. Choose Luffy's rubber fruit, Roger's swordsmanship, Bullet's fusion fruit. Seeing countless abilities listed in front of his eyes, Ron thought for a while and said softly. Jingle. Language fall. Chapter 224 Don't let the queen weep for you. Jingle. As the bell rang, the door of the tavern opened. Ron looked up. I saw Doflamingo walking in slowly. At this moment, he looked a bit miserable, his body was covered with wounds of various sizes, and blood was bleeding out continuously. The flamboyant flamingo coat looked as if it had been burned, and its bright feathers were all black. Even so, Doflamingo's expression was still arrogant, but when he came to Liang Bing's side, he restrained himself and said very respectfully. My lady queen, I'm back. Liang Bing withdrew from the dark communication, and said with great satisfaction. You did a good job this time. Not to mention a good batch of cannon fodder was gathered, and they escaped from Akynu smoothly. As she spoke, her tone became more serious. But don't be careless. I don't want you to be slaughtered easily, don't let the queen cry for you. Doflamingo nodded vigorously. Don't worry, queen, I have already arranged the follow-up plan. The so-called justice will eventually be trampled underfoot by corruption and freedom. Okay, let's go drink. Liang Bing waved his hand, re-established dark communication, and started sweetly cursing with his sister. Doflamingo stepped back tactfully, with an arrogant look on his face again, and walked to the bar to sit down. Period. He glanced at the Straw Hat crew, a meaningful smile on his lips. Did you know something? Ron asked with a smile. Doflamingo grinned. A few days ago, I sent my men to capture Straw Hat crew alive. I didn't expect to be saved by Bartholomew Big Bear. I looked it up along the lines, and it didn't occur to me that Monkey D. Luffy wasn't just Garp's grandson. It's a pleasant surprise to be the son of the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Bah, now this piece of sea. In addition to the Don Quixote family, Marine and world government. The strength of the Revolutionary Army is the greatest. Plus have the same goal. The Revolutionary Army is naturally on the list of forces that Doflamingo has wooed. Just for status reasons. Doflamingo never made a move, but Luffy's appearance gave him a chance. You want to blackmail the dragon with Luffy? Ron asked. Advertisement. Doflamingo took a sip of the wine that Rem just brought, and said softly. It's not a threat, I always just ask for cooperation. If the cooperation fails, it's useless to keep this group of brats who don't know what peace and war are. This brat who is clamoring to become the One Piece really made Lousy laugh, foo. During the conversation, under the blessing of the second-generation divine body, Doflamingo's injuries have basically healed. When are you going to do it? Ron asked aloud, lighting up a cigarette. Wait for Whitebeard to come to Sabaody Archipelago, let's solve it together. If things go well, I will take Luffy to negotiate with the Revolutionary Army, if the negotiation is successful. The world's top war will soon begin with a grand curtain. The new owner of the Void Throne will be me, and the whole world will be reshuffled because of me. Doflamingo spread his hands, his eyes under the sunglasses flickered with unprecedented madness. His goal was never to beat Marine head-on. Instead, overthrow the world government. Marine is just a mad dog blocking the way. So, the success or failure of that war didn't matter at all. Red Hair, Big Mom, Bullet, and even Kaido and Akoku, who have a generation of divine bodies, can all be used as cannon fodder. You're really a lunatic. Ron smiled and shook his head. Boss, this is my dream. If I can't work hard to achieve it, then I might as well have been hanged by those civilians when I was 8 years old. Doflamingo lowered his head, his voice was calm and murderous. That's a lifetime of pain. He was discriminated against, beaten and scolded by the civilians he looked down upon, and was even hung on the city wall for humiliation. It's all the celestial dragon's fault, it's all the father's fault. Why take off the identity of celestial dragons? Why can't celestial dragons readmit themselves? Why? From then on, Doflamingo didn't say anything more. He simply explained a few words to Bullet and left the tavern. It is worth mentioning that Doflamingo knew that Bullet had no money, so he paid for his drinks very considerately. For the rest of the time, not a single customer came to the tavern. As the sun gradually sets, the guests leave in 2s and 3s. Advertisement. Only the Roger pirates were still drinking, as if they had endless things to say. It's closing time. Ron ignored them and took Ram, and Thor back to the backyard to rest. After washing up, Ron was just about to sleep when a pair of forest witch earrings came into view. Immediately afterwards, Lukoa's lazy voice sounded in the room. I can smell my yesterday still lingering on your fingers. ... Nothing to say all night. The next day, Ron got up early to wash up as usual. As soon as he arrived at the tavern, he saw the Roger pirates lying on the ground in a mess. One look and it was clear that they must have been drinking all night again. In response, Ron just smiled and said nothing. He picked up the newspaper that had just been delivered in the morning and sat at the dining table to read it. The battle for Marine Marshal comes to an end. Admiral Akynu becomes the new Marine Marshal. Close black lens bracket. Major personnel changes in Marine. Former Marine Admiral Aokiji retired. Former Marine Marshal Sengoku retired to the second line and took over as Marine Chief. Big news, in order to supplement Marine's combat power, Marine has begun recruiting troops from around the world to recruit talented people. Close black lens bracket. Ron went to the newspaper and murmured in a low voice. It seems that Akynu has also begun to replenish his strength. Doflamingo still thinks simple. Even if you sit on the void throne, if you don't have enough power, you will still be pulled down by Akynu. Language fall. Ram, and Thor brought breakfast. Today's breakfast is very simple, only soy milk, fried dough sticks, poached eggs, sausages. After breakfast, Ron made a glass of wolfberry water and sat down at the bar, waiting for customers to come. Not long after, suddenly there was a whistle outside the tavern. There were ripples on the calm sea at the port. Next second, 4 whale-like pirate ships surfaced. Standing on the bow of the ship were Whitebeard and legendary captains. Feel this familiar atmosphere. Roger, who was closing his eyes to rest, suddenly opened his eyes. Whitebeard, UB**********D is finally here. Chapter 225. It's obvious that you want to kill your father. The whistle coming from the port was loud. It's not just Roger. Rayleigh, Jabba and other former members of the Roger pirates also woke up from their hangovers. His cloudy eyes and old face were full of excitement. After all, it's been too long since they've seen each other, and their age puts them at risk. This time we meet. This is the last time in this life. From now on, we have to go our separate ways and no one will know about our death. That's what pirates are like. When he was young, he was dressed in bright clothes and angry with his horse, and braved the sea for an elusive dream. If you are not dead and are lucky enough to live until retirement, then you can live the rest of your life peacefully. Redfoot, Zeph, Rayleigh, Roger Pirate's ship doctor, Crocus, and so on. Boss, Ace, can you lend me some more? Roger asked softly. Take it. Ron nodded, turned around, took off the Ace on the wall, and handed it over. Let's go see our old friends. Roger took the knife, waved his hand, and strode out of the tavern. Rayleigh, Jabba and other crew members immediately followed. Owner, why do you feel that they are not going to meet friends, but to fight? Rem asked with a puzzled look on his pointed chin. No way. If your son recognizes someone else as his father, no matter who he is, he will be a little resentful. Ron lit a cigarette and said with a smile, there are no guests here yet, let's go to the show. Talking, he picked up Connor, who was still devouring his food, and walked slowly to the door of the tavern to sit down. Ram, and Thor sat aside with obedient expressions. As for Lukoa, she hasn't gotten up yet. She must have fought so hard last night that her body was exhausted and she is still sleeping now. ... Port office. Whitebeard stood on the bow of the whale boat holding a cloud cutter, overlooking the scene below, his pure white cloak flying. Dad, since we are already in Sabaody Archipelago, can you tell me why you are here? Ace asked curiously as he squatted on the bow of the boat. A few days ago, Whitebeard suddenly said he wanted to come to the tavern for a drink. No matter how the captains of his subordinates or the captains of various divisions asked, this old guy wouldn't say anything. Even if you get him drunk. Whitebeard remained tight-lipped, and finally pretended to be dead and fell asleep. Come to meet an old friend. He died and now he's come back to life and he's such a nasty guy. Whitebeard grinned, a trace of nostalgia flashing in his eyes. Marco and other captains suddenly looked confused after hearing this. Suddenly, advertisement. A group of very familiar faces emerged from the tavern next to the port and walked over in great numbers. The leading man lowered his head and held a long knife. The murderous aura in his body seemed to have turned into substance. followed behind. It is Rayleigh, Jabba and other legendary pirates. That's Roger. Marco rubbed his eyes in disbelief, his voice full of shock. Well, it seems so. But why does he still look the same as he did decades ago? Diamond Josie asked with a dull look on his face. The expressions of the other captains were the same. As the veterans of the Whitebeard pirates, they have naturally met Roger and even fought against him. It can be said that Roger's face has been engraved in my heart. However, as a biological son, Ace was surprisingly calm and just asked lightly. Dad, is this the old friend you want to meet? Whitebeard nodded. Yes, that's him, your father, Roger. Ron should have resurrected him. In this world. Apart from Ron, Whitebeard really couldn't think of anyone else who could do it. Dad, everyone, let's go back, I don't want to see him. Ace stood up slowly, turned around and walked towards the cabin. Although I don't hate Roger that much anymore. But since it is dead, why is it still showing up? How can you have the face to let Dad bring so many people to you? Why is it not the mother who was resurrected, but you? La. Then let's head back. Little ones, raise the coating. Whitebeard didn't offer any persuasion either, he just spoke a little louder. This is for Roger. The meaning is also obvious. Stop pretending, hurry up and apologize to your son. Not far away, Roger couldn't help but feel tense when he heard the words, and his pace quickened a lot. On last night, he also fantasizes about the touching scene where father and son recognize each other. But today, the script seems to be a bit off. Stop. After Roger roared, his body jumped high and parallel to the big whale ship, hockey wrapped around the blade of Ace, and then slashed down hard. La. My son said he doesn't want to see you. Whitebeard didn't hesitate either. Kong Yunchi instantly flashed Conqueror's unique red and black lightning, and struck back with his backhand. Bang. Advertisement. A violent roar exploded, but Ace and Kong Yunchi did not touch each other, as if there was an invisible terrifying force between them. That's my son. Does Newgate believe that Lousy beat you today? Roger looked a little annoyed, and the strength in his hand couldn't help but increase. Look at who Ace called daddy. If you are sensible, get out. After Whitebeard teased, he whispered, shoot me flying, and Ace will come out. Roger also understood immediately, and directly exerted his full strength. God avoids. Boom. With a muffled sound, Whitebeard's body flew upside down and hit the cabin hard. Hearing the noise, Ace hurried out of the cabin. When he saw Whitebeard lying on the ground, Ace frowned. You did it. Roger shrugged. Don't blame me, who made the B************ D Whitebeard so weak. Hole. Ace cursed, clenched his right fist tightly, and then swung out violently. Instantly, the surrounding temperature rose sharply, and a huge flame with super high temperature appeared and smashed towards Roger. Fire punch. See this scene. Everyone present could not help but stare wide-eyed. Is Roger Ace's real father? Come up and zoom in. This is clearly to kill the father. At this moment, Roger's heart was also throbbing wildly. For an outsider. A thick, old voice sounded not far away. Ace. However, Roger didn't have any defense either, allowing himself to be swallowed by the fist of fire. I know I'm sorry for you, and I'm not a qualified father. Roger. Who is this guy? To make up for your childhood paternal love, your grandpa is enough. The violent roar exploded in the port again, and as the flames rose, a large area of seawater evaporated. This resurrection. Language fall. You go, I don't want to see you. Boom. Ace wiped away his tears, followed the voice, and was stunned. Chicken sauce. The guard rails on the boat were also smashed to pieces, and Roger was just thrown into the air, and then fell heavily to the ground, his body blackened. A trace of reluctance flashed in front of Ace's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by determination. My only wish is to watch you grow up slowly, so as to make up for the father's love you lost in childhood. Isn't it a little late now? Ace said with his head down, eyes blurred by tears. He even hit his own father. At the same time, Roger squatted in the port, with a faint sob in his voice. Chapter 226 Jealousy changes people beyond recognition. Chicken sauce. Grandfather. Roger, holding a long knife in his hand, turned around suddenly and followed the old, rich voice. I saw Garp, a majestic figure with gray hair, walking slowly from a distance. But Roger's first thought was not how to hit him. But I couldn't help but feel a sigh of relief in my heart. You are all old. Then, Big Mom is also an outstanding beauty, and many people are crazy about her. Kaido is a stupid young man who finds people to fight with every day. Whitebeard has long golden hair. Garp is even more energetic, chasing him all over the world. But now, Big Mom has become a woman. Kaido is still in his prime, but his eyes are full of vicissitudes of life. Whitebeard's blonde hair is gone, and Garp's temples have turned white. Certainly, these sighs only flashed through Roger's mind. Instead, he was more angry than ever before. Lousy believed in you and entrusted Rouge and Ace to you. The results of it. Do you want my son to call you Grandpa? Garp, are you out of your mind? Then what did Lousy call you, Daddy? Garp, should you give me an explanation? Roger asked in a deep voice. Hearing this familiar voice, Garp's eyes widened immediately. Roger. Talking. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, thinking that he had damaged his brain by eating donuts and was hallucinating. But, this familiar voice and face reminded Garp again, this is Roger. After all, that beard that looks like nose hair is so disgusting. After realizing the reality, Garp picked his nose and asked, aren't you dead? Why are you alive again? Is this a prank by that kid Ron? However, what responded to him was a sharp blade. Roger still drew his knife and struck Garp on the old face. Snapped. With a crisp sound, Garp was whipped out, a red mark appeared on his wrinkled old face, and he quickly put weight on him. Gu la la la. Well done. Lousy has long been unhappy with the old thing. On the bow, Whitebeard's relieved laughter sounded. Advertisement. Would you like to join us? Roger invited. As this, good, isn't that a bit bullying? Although Whitebeard said this, his body was very honest. He jumped off the bow of the ship with Kong Yunchi and walked slowly towards Garp. See. Garp's heart suddenly sank, and he quickly said, are you still talking about martial ethics? It was Whitebeard and Rayleigh who beat me last time. Again now. Whitebeard laughed loudly. You're the one I'm going to hit. Roger didn't say anything, he just approached Garp step by step with, ace, in hand. Ta-da-da-da. The strong murderous aura spread crazily outward, like a Shinigami raising a knife to threaten his life. Didn't I just take advantage of you two bastards? Again, I want to be more than just a father to you two. I have to push you two into a sewing machine. Seeing that a beating was inevitable, Garp simply held his neck, wrapped his fists around his armor and thrust directly into his anus. Roger and Whitebeard looked at each other and silently turned the blade over, with the blade forward. Next second, the three collided instantly, conquerors, armed black and red lightning mixed with concussive force, raging across the port. At first, Garp looked very calm in the face of the two attacks. But later, he suddenly discovered that Roger's body was actually made of dust. Although one punch would penetrate Roger's body, the dust would fill it up in the next second. Plus a Whitebeard in peak form. Can't fight. There's no way to hit it at all. Think of this. Garp lay straight on the ground and said with a stern look on his face. Let's fight. When you're done fighting, let's go drink. Correct. Don't slap me in the face, otherwise it won't be easy to explain if you don't go back. Roger. Whitebeard. What the hell? You are also a marine hero after all. Is this true? Don't think that Lousy won't hit you. Roger threw Ace aside, swung his arms and was about to hit Garp violently. But the moment he punched, Ace quickly stepped forward, stopped between the two of them, and said in a deep voice. Even though you gave birth to me. But the person who raised me was Jijong. Without him, I might have died long ago. Heard the words. Roger silently retracted his fist, lowered his head, and didn't respond. Advertisement. Because no matter what, it's all my fault. You must admit when you were wrong, and you must stand upright when you were beaten. Chicken sauce, get up quickly. Ace quickly helped Garp up from the ground. Ha ha ha, he must be my eldest grandson. Perhaps out of habit, Garp punched Ace on the head and gave Roger and Whitebeard a provocative look. Come, weren't you both awesome just now? Keep hitting me. Hey, Grandpa, it hurts a lot, okay. Ace covered his head in pain. Garp picked his nostrils. I'm used to it, I'm used to it. Looking at this close pair of grandfather and grandson, Roger's face couldn't help but darken a bit. Really, jealousy changes people beyond recognition. I also want to see you grow up, get a wife and have children. But, before I found One Piece, my health was already failing. But, I don't want to die in the hospital bed, because I still have an unfulfilled wish. So I chose to surrender and start the era of great pirates before being executed. Roger sat down on the ground, raised his head and looked directly at Ace, silently recounting the difficult situation that year. If you are in good health, why doesn't he want to spend time with his wife and children? But fate always plays tricks on people. The dignified pirate king did not die at sea or in battle. But to pursue the truth for future generations, he died on the execution ground. Rayleigh has already told me this. Hundreds of pregnant women will not be killed by the world government. Language fall. Heard the words. Ace frowned slightly and refused directly. No need. I don't hate you anymore. I will follow you and watch you realize your ideal with my own eyes. Garp couldn't help but smile bitterly on his face, and his smile was particularly heavy. Roger said softly. Before this, on the other hand, there's the commitment to Roger, the B*****************. D. On the one hand, it is due to inner justice. Now that I am resurrected, I will repay you one by one. Besides, my biggest wish in this life is to make Daddy the Pirate King. He was present at the massacre that year, but could not stop it. It was so heavy that the marine hero couldn't straighten his broad back. Ace shook his head slightly and said calmly. I just don't want to see you. If it weren't for you, my mother wouldn't have died of exhaustion after being pregnant for 20 months. Whitebeard instantly felt a monstrous murderous aura envelope him. Chapter 227 Game Life. Thanks to Roger being sent by Impure World Reincarnation. Otherwise, after hearing Ace's words, it was really a myocardial infarction. If Ace wants to become the Pirate King, as a father, he must support him unconditionally and give him the greatest help. But, helping Whitebeard become One Piece is worse than killing Roger. What's more, this is actually Ace's biggest wish. What the hell did the old Whitebeard feed Ace? Gu la la la. Roger, calm down. You know me. For me, family comes first. I'm not interested in One Piece. Whitebeard looked at Roger approaching with a knife, and couldn't help laughing bitterly. Think back to those days. Roger pirates Jessian. Roger once specifically asked Whitebeard if he wanted to know the secret of One Piece. But Whitebeard refused. If this were replaced by an ambitious person, he would probably accept Roger's thigh as his godfather. Is this the point? Roger snorted coldly. This old guy Whitebeard must have bad intentions for letting Ace on board. Don't listen to his excuses, beat him. Garp also watched the excitement and didn't take it too seriously. He was frantically arrogant and stirring up trouble. You two bastards. Whitebeard couldn't help but curse. Just now, Roger and I were playing against this old guy named Garp. But because of Ace's words, the gun was pointed directly at him. What a troublesome son. Just as Roger and Garp were approaching Whitebeard step by step, Ace said in a deep voice. Enough. I said that's what I want to do and it has nothing to do with you. Compared to your irresponsibility, Dad is simply a super qualified father. No matter what I ask, you can forgive me even if I assassinate him hundreds of times. He has a big heart and loves me and every crew member as much as a child. Because of this, why can't I let Dad become the Pirate King? Ace's voice was not loud, and his tone was very calm at the end, and his eyes when he looked at Whitebeard were full of respect. But, each word was like a needle piercing deeply into Roger's heart. Ace is right. Compared to himself, Whitebeard is indeed a qualified father. When Ace was most helpless and longing for family affection, it was Whitebeard who gave him a home and a father's love. But, this feeling disappeared in Roger's heart fleetingly, and he still smiled heartlessly. Advertisement. I see. Then let's stop fighting. Let's go have a drink. It just so happens that we, father and son, have a good chat. After saying that, he carried Ace, and turned around and walked towards the tavern with the crew of the Roger pirates. Didn't I say that I didn't want to see him and leave Sabaody Archipelago immediately? He really didn't hear it. Ace asked confused. Why does this guy have the same personality as Luffy? Heartless. Turn a deaf ear to what others say and only do what you like. That's what Roger is like. Used to it. Shaman, come with me to have a drink good wine. Whitebeard grinned, raised his legs and followed. Father, I want to go back. Ace looked reluctant. Language fall. Garp punched Ace directly on the head. It's okay if you don't want to see Roger. Isn't it okay if Jijong wants to have a drink with you? Originally, Ace wanted to run. But Garp didn't give Ace a chance. He clamped him tightly under his armpits and took him to the tavern by force. After this famous scene of father's kindness and son's filial piety ended, Ron also returned to the tavern to prepare drinks and meals for this large number of people. To this end, he also deliberately dragged Lukoa out of bed. Ron, can you let me sleep a little longer? Lukoa was bleary-eyed and lying on the bar, about to fall asleep. You're sleeping after you've been busy for a while. Otherwise, Rem and the others will be too busy. Ron touched her hair and whispered. Snort. No entry at night from now on. Lukoa pointed at her lower abdomen and then went to work with Rem and others. No entry. Ron froze for a moment. But as an experienced driver who has been holding the steering wheel for many years, he quickly reacted and a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Isn't it accelerator at night? Ron muttered softly. At this time, captains of Garp, Roger pirates, and Whitebeard pirates also came to the tavern one after another. When these dozens of people sat down, the originally empty and quiet tavern suddenly became lively. The entire stage was filled. In the entire tavern, only a dozen seats at the bar were still empty. Advertisement. Because there were so many people, even Ron had to step forward to help serve the wine. Just finished busy. Ron was about to go back to the bar, but Rayleigh grabbed him. Kid, let's have a few drinks here. Ron didn't refuse either. After all, except for them, no other guests have come yet. Cheers to our reunion after decades. Roger and Whitebeard raised their glasses together and said loudly. Cheers. Everyone in the Whitebeard pirates and Roger pirates stood up at the same time. Glasses collide. The crisp and sweet sound continued to echo in the tavern. Only, Ace, however, always had a stern look on his face, turning his head to look out the window. Do you know your father? Whitebeard asked softly. Ace shook his head and remained silent. This was their first meeting, and even Roger's deeds were learned from other people's mouths. This father and son can be said to be a pair of strangers. Actually, this B*********** D has been aiming to subvert the world since he debuted. Except for partners. He doesn't have too many artificial human emotions, it's more like he's playing life. He doesn't care about his own Shang-Chi. Even when he is being executed, he can start the era of great pirates while laughing and turn the whole world upside down. It's just like. Whitebeard scratched his head. Due to his lack of knowledge, he didn't know how to describe it. Baby. Ron, who had been drinking silently, said softly. Doflamingo walked in slowly and said with a smile. You don't have to persuade me either. After all, we bleed the same blood, and I will slowly grow up with you. He messes up the world like a baby messing up building blocks, completely spontaneously. Ace didn't say anything, so he agreed. Roger doesn't look at the human world from the perspective of a human being. Yes, that's right, Whitebeard, Rayleigh nodded vigorously. More like a baby. Suddenly, it's like a stranger suddenly calling you son. Did I come at the wrong time? Roger waved his hand and said loudly. It doesn't matter, feelings are cultivated slowly. Bah, the door of the tavern was pushed open. It's such a scene of a loving father and a filial son. It's really touching. Ace smiled bitterly and said, she really looks like this guy Luffy. Actually, I don't hate him anymore. It's just that I couldn't adapt to his sudden resurrection. Chapter 228 New Guests. Gu la la la. Since you know it's not the right time, just shut up or leave. Whitebeard frowned slightly, and there was a hint of murderous intent in his rich voice. As for emperors, Whitebeard naturally knows what Doflamingo has done on the sea these days. But what surprised Whitebeard the most was the red-haired man warned him yesterday that Doflamingo's next target was actually him. Not only that, Shanks, Kaido, and Big Mom, the 3-4 emperors, have all reached cooperation with Doflamingo. Although it is said to be cooperation. But they all have to obey Doflamingo's orders. Bah, as expected of Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, he speaks with such confidence. But here, what you say doesn't count. Doflamingo grinned, walked to Whitebeard and sat down next to him. Immediately afterwards, a figure flew in from outside the tavern and landed firmly at Doflamingo's feet. Everyone in the Roger Pirates took a closer look. It's the Straw Hat Boy who had a drink with him yesterday, Luffy. A few minutes ago, Doflamingo and Kaido seriously injured Zoro, Nami and others, and Luffy was also captured alive in the tavern. Although he was not fatally injured, his whole body was still covered with wounds of various sizes. Seeing this tragic situation, Ace's heart suddenly sank. Luffy. As he spoke, raging flames burst out in his hands, and he was about to rush towards Doflamingo. This is his younger brother. No matter who it is, no one can hurt him. Calm down, this is not a place for fighting. Roger frowned slightly and quickly stopped his stupid son. Ace then calmed down and recalled the rules of the tavern. All fighting is forbidden. If I had taken action rashly just now, I might be the first one to die. Ace, don't come here, you can't beat him. Hearing this familiar voice, Luffy looked up and shouted to dissuade him. Luffy, you were beaten so badly. Ha ha ha. Garp laughed unabashedly, then walked over to Luffy and squatted down. Having said that, but the old man's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Bah, what, do you want revenge for beating your grandson? Advertisement. Also, killing a marine hero will definitely affect Marines' morale. Doflamingo held his chin with one hand, looked down at Garp, and then stepped on Luffy's back. Kid, get your dirty feet off, Garp said solemnly. When you're angry, come here, hit me. Doflamingo stuck his head over. See, everyone in Roger's pirate group looked at Rayleigh in unison. This scene is so familiar. Did Doflamingo learn it from Rayleigh? Rayleigh's face turned red when she saw him, and she wanted to get under the table. And at this moment, Garp's temper also rose, and he raised his fist and tried to thrust into his anus. Stop. Whitebeard stopped him sternly, then turned to look at Doflamingo. If you want me to join you, forget it. Doflamingo shrugged. It doesn't matter, I never force others. Only, the son you left outside will not be so lucky. After hearing this, Whitebeard, Marco and other captains felt their hearts sinking. But he didn't have time to get up. Screams came from the port into the tavern. Whitebeard, don't you treat these crew members as sons. Now you only have two choices. Either watch people outside die, or join me and overthrow the world government. Bah, Doflamingo spread his hands, his face full of excitement and madness. Gu la la la. Kid, do you know the consequences of doing this? Whitebeard said coldly. Shanks and the others said the same thing as you back then, but what was the result? Hurry up and make your decision. Doflamingo waved his hand impatiently. Making such a big fuss. Marine must have gotten the message. Maybe Akynu is on his way too, so we must fight quickly. Doflamingo didn't want to fight the mad dog Akynu for 2 days in a row. If I agree now, my sons outside won't agree either. Kid, let's start the fight. Let me see how much you weigh. Whitebeard grinned, his cloudy old eyes full of fighting intent. Finished. Advertisement. He then strode out of the tavern with Kong Yunchi, followed immediately by Ace, Marco and other captains. In this case, I will also test your strength. Garp snorted coldly. It's up to you. I'm going to kill you sooner or later anyway. Doflamingo smiled, and his figure instantly disappeared from the tavern. At the same time, Luffy beside Garp also disappeared. Luffy is an important bargaining chip in the deal with the Revolutionary Army and must not be handed over easily. Aren't you going to watch the fun? Rayleigh came to the bar and sat down and asked with a smile. Since you know the winner and loser, there's no need to watch. Now that Doflamingo has gained power, the only one who can stop him is Akynu. Ron shook his head slightly and lit a cigarette, although Whitebeard was healed by the horse charm and returned to his peak condition. Don't say Doflamingo, even Kaido can handle him easily. That's right, Rayleigh nodded, picked up the newspaper on the bar, and read it with interest. But suddenly, Rayleigh's pupils suddenly shrank, she slapped her hand on the bar, and said angrily. Has Vinsmoke judge crazy? They actually discharged the experimental waste directly into the sea. How can we eat seafood in the future? After hearing this, Ron couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. When I read it just now, this news probably didn't exist. Immediately, Ron took another closer look. Finished. Shaki didn't know when he came to the bar and whispered softly into Rayleigh's ear. So much so that this news can only be squeezed into a corner. Forget it. Just when there was a fight outside. As the door was slowly pushed open, a man with an eye patch and white hair slowly walked in. Even if the seafood in the sea is inedible, Rayleigh said in a deep voice after taking a swig of wine. Why don't you hurry up and follow? Regardless of Rayleigh's reaction, he twisted his slender waist and left the tavern. It turns out that Akynu took over as Marine Marshal, and Aokiji's withdrawal from Marine was too lengthy. Recharge your batteries these days and spend some time with Roger and the others first. That expression, that tone, that demeanor showed a strong man's determination to die. Ron asked with a smirk on his face. When they leave, let's fight with Shaki on the battlefield. I also have a perfectly safe portion here, enough for you old thing to eat until you die. Jingle. Suddenly the tavern doorbell rang. Chapter 229 I am the only one in the sky and the world. The person who came was not so much a man, let alone a young man. After entering the tavern, he took off his blindfold, revealing his pale blue eyes with white mist and white eyelashes. The visitor is none other than the third guest from another world with the strongest characteristic, Gojo Satoru. The most powerful magician in modern times. As long as you take action and never lose, you will be the strongest when you appear. Fuhashir expressed his dissatisfaction. He was born with 6 eyes. The terrifying power actually directly broke the balance of that world, causing a sudden increase in curses around the world. As a result, a reward of 100 million yuan was placed on his head. But, the curse masters who were as famous as the curse masters all disappeared collectively for 20 years after being glanced at by him. Sha Yujie once said that as long as he wanted to, even one person could kill all the humans in the world. These are enough to show how strong Gojo Satoru is. But, at this moment, Ron and Rayleigh saw Gojo Satoru in a bad situation. Not to mention the blood all over his body. His eyes and expression were almost crazy, or, relaxed. Welcome, Gojo Satoru-san. My name is Ron, and I own this pub. Ron put out the cigarette in his hand and welcomed with a smile. In the current timeline of Gojo Satoru, he is still attending the Conjuring College. He is a student, not the first-year class teacher. Judging from the situation, he must have just mastered the reversal technique after fighting Fushahiji. Hello. It's so interesting. I didn't expect to be able to come to other worlds. It's great, ha ha ha. Gojo Satoru came to the bar and sat down, opened his arms and smiled wantonly. See, Rayleigh immediately felt that the child in front of her was dangerous and definitely an unstable factor. Maybe he would laugh and twist off his own dog's head. Don't worry, he just felt more relaxed than ever after awakening the reversal technique. Ron reassured with a smile. Do you know me? Gojo Satoru was not wary, but even more excited. Ron nodded. I can drag you into this tavern, and I also know some of your deeds. What do you want to drink? Gojo Satoru scratched his head. I'm still a student and I can't seem to drink. Can you give me some sweets? It's a bit mind-numbing to have Mugen Senjutsu on all the time. Language fall. Lukoa held a glass of wine and placed it in front of Gojo Satoru. Try this honey bar, it's high in sugar too. Advertisement. It's more of a drink than a wine. Gojo Satoru did not refuse. After taking a sip from the wine glass, his eyes suddenly lit up. This wine is not as spicy or exciting as other wines. Soft entrance. And as soon as you take it into your mouth, the unique aroma of honey bursts out in your mouth. It's so delicious, let's have another drink. Gojo Satoru couldn't help but admire. Lukoa smiled and said, the price of the drinks is calculated 1 cup at a time. As the eldest son of the Gojo family, Gojo Satoru is naturally not short of money, no problem. Lukoa nodded, then turned around to pour the wine. Just before leaving, she winked at Ron and said, I've helped you make money, and I want to eat seafood tonight too. Ron, seafood, isn't that something you only have? It can be next second. Ron, who has many years of driving experience, responded. Are you talking about crab sticks? You are enough. What if you teach children like Connor, Rem, and Ram bad things? Seeing that Ron understood what he meant, Lukoa twisted her waist and left the bar with satisfaction. At this time, suddenly there was a violent explosion outside. Immediately afterwards, the space in the port shattered like a spider web, and a strong shock instantly spread throughout the Sabaody archipelago. Fortunately the pub broke through. Not only is it strong and sturdy, even if it is damaged, it will be restored to its original state immediately. Ron knew it. Whitebeard and Garp are getting serious. However, Doflamingo was quite smart and did not let his men kill the pirates of the Whitebeard pirates. Just seriously hurt them. Otherwise, even if Whitebeard agrees to cooperate, there will definitely be dissatisfaction in his heart. The old man who kept Whitebeard has really special abilities. It can actually cause earthquakes. And the old man in the cloak, his strength and speed are not inferior to those of Sky and Tyrant Fuhashir. Gojo Satoru touched his chin and sighed. Unfortunately, they are going to lose. Heard the words. The eyes of Rayleigh and Roger pirates suddenly lit up, and they quickly ran out of the tavern to watch the excitement. Although Whitebeard and Garp are their friends, they can also be regarded as rivals. But back then, who among the Roger pirates has not been severely beaten by Garp and Whitebeard? Advertisement. So, seeing them being beaten up, the members of the Roger pirates were happier than finding the treasure. Don't drink it after these 2 drinks. Your current state is too unstable. Ron advised softly. I feel good about myself. Relaxed, carefree, calm, and not even a little angry about Riko Tenuki's death. I even resisted killing those Tianyuan cultists. Gojo Satoru drank the wine in the glass and said calmly. Not so long ago, he was ordered to protect Riko Tenuki, who was in the astral plasma body and merged with Tengen. But, the believers of Pangsing sect who believe in Master Tianyuan believe in the purest Master Tianyuan. He believes that Riko Tenuki, as an ordinary person, is not worthy of being the container of Tianyuan. The believers hired Fuhei Shier, who was the Tianyu tyrant. Then, Riko died within a day, and Gojo Satoru was slashed from the neck to the thigh by Fushiguro Shiji, and a knife was stabbed in his head. Fushiguro thought Gojo Satoru was dead. But the devil knows. In the afternoon, Gojo Satoru ran up to him again and said, I am the only one in the world. Fuhei Shier. Who in the family understands? It's up to you. Ron shrugged and didn't say anything. After all, Gojo Satoru is already undoubtedly the strongest in the world of spells. As long as he wants. You can kill everyone at any time, including all spellcasters and cursors. So for Gojo Satoru, any persuasion is useless. Suddenly, Gojo Satoru stretched out his right hand with a smile and asked with a smile, Boss, I can feel that you are very strong. Would you like to try? Can you go through infinity and touch my hand? Come on, come on, come on, come on, reach out. Ron didn't refuse and gently stretched out his hand. He also wanted to test his own strength. After all, the last time I went to Valkyrie World and fought with those gods was so boring, it was like cutting leeks. Gojo Satoru, who has mastered the reversal technique, is qualified to let Ron test his own strength. Chapter 230. After the hurt, there is no forgiveness. As Ron slowly stretched out his right hand, he was about to touch Gojo Satoru. He found that his speed was getting slower and slower, and he was infinitely close to a suspended state. This is the infinity mentioned by Gojo Satoru, also known as the no lower limit technique, the power of stopping. It is an infinite series that converges to itself. Its own effect is that all objects approaching him will become slower and slower, and will never touch him. The quality and speed of foreign objects can be screened to determine the degree of danger. That is, this ability can screen who can encounter Gojo Satoru and who cannot. When Gojo Satoru was 16, he still needed to actively use unlimited techniques. But after understanding the reversal technique, he directly turned this technique into a passive skill. Interesting. Ron said with a smile. Gojo Satoru held his chin with one hand and said teasingly, Then boss, why don't you try harder and see if you can touch me? I'm trying. Ron nodded and said silently in his mind, Open Shikai to analyze the 5 enlightenment and unlimited techniques. Ding, the treasure house of sacred knowledge is open Shikai analysis. Close black lens bracket. The core computing speed reaches 100 frequencies, with the addition of advanced definition substances and advanced concept rewriters, building anti-infinity barriers. Close black lens bracket. Ding, start redefining infinite. 10%, 20%. Since the tavern was upgraded, the items of the confidant can be obtained, and Ron obtains the treasure trove of sacred knowledge through Geisha's confiding. The treasure house of sacred knowledge is also called the little clock. It is a celestial computer based on a large clock and can simulate all operations and evolution of the universe. At the same time, the treasure house of sacred knowledge also includes all the data of the known universe, and can be quantum analyzed and run in multiple ways. If Ron wanted to, he could even know the past, present, and future, through the treasury of sacred knowledge, which is omniscience. So redefining infinity is not a difficult task for the treasury of divine knowledge. Not long after, the technique with no lower limit was thoroughly analyzed and redefined. Ding, the progress is 100%, within this space barrier, there is no limit. Close black lens bracket. With the voice down, Ron's right hand was directly interlocked with the 10 fingers of Gojo Satoru's right hand. It's actually possible to travel through infinity. And, it seems that the infinite spell can no longer be used. My guess is correct, boss, you are indeed very strong, very strong. Gojo Satoru's pupils suddenly shrank, and at the same time he was shocked, his face was full of excitement. Advertisement. Since birth, he attracted much attention and was dubbed invincible and the strongest. Except for Fushiguro Jinji, there is no one who can really hurt Gojo Satoru and break the infinite spell head-on. This moment, Gojo Satoru's eyes changed when he looked at Ron. It's no longer like a stranger's point of contact, but like a child getting a favorite toy. It's not that I've become stronger. It's that you have become weaker, or in the second year of high school before the awakening reversal technique, your strength has been stagnant. Is it because of Yujie? Ron let go of Gojo Satoru's right hand and asked with a smile. Heard the words. Gojo Satoru touched his chin and said with some confusion, maybe. It seems like ever since I met him, the strength of the cursed spirit is not as high as before. In the world view of spell, since the birth of Gojo Satoru, he has affected the entire world and increased the strength of the cursed spirit. And only a few high-level spell spirits appeared during the entire Spell Academy period. It was 1 year after Yujie's death. Special level cursed spirits such as the leaky pot and the real person appeared one after another. In summary, the only explanation is that Gojo Satoru stopped getting stronger and was enjoying his youth more. Enjoy the happy days with Yujie. What would you do if he died in vain, if he died unjustly? Ron asked curiously. Revenge. Everyone involved in Yujie's death will die. Gojo Satoru frowned slightly, then laughed again the next second. Of course, that is impossible. He is very strong. But, when I sent Riko Tenuki's body to the Pangsing sect just now, I could clearly feel that Sha Yuji's mood was a little different. I've never seen him look like that. Disgust, resistance to ordinary human beings, disappointment in human nature. After saying that, the smile on Gojo Satoru's face was replaced by full of worry. See, Ron was finally sure of one thing. Because of Sha Yuji. The god, who was arrogant and had absolute rationality as he kept saying, look, your AB asterisk 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 D has changed. He became a person with weaknesses and feelings. Because of nature. Advertisement. Gojo Satoru's feelings for Sha Yuji are very complicated. It can be said to be friendship, family affection, love. Not only that, Gojo Satoru's view of good and evil is completely based on Sha Yuji. If Sha Yuji says it's right, it's right. If Sha Yuji says it's wrong, it's wrong. Gojo Satoru seemed to have found a comfortable bed, leaving everything to Sha Yuji to take care of, and he didn't worry about it at all. That feeling, just like a person, when he is lying on his carefully chosen bed and about to fall asleep, he will not care about such trivial matters as the floor is dirty and the dishes have not been washed yet. He only thinks about how to sleep comfortably. Gojo Satoru felt this way towards Sha Yuji. As long as Sha Yuji is around, he could rest at ease, put aside his reputation as the strongest, and act coquettishly, and leave everything to Sha Yuji. The main focus is relaxation and enjoyment. Thinking of this, Ron chuckled and said, it seems that the relationship between you two is very good. Can you tell me a story about the two of you? Gojo Satoru nodded, and while drinking, he talked about what happened when he first entered the Magic High School. During this time, regular customers such as the Holy Lord, Big Big Wolf, Black Heart Tiger and his son, Sister Geisha, and Koro Sensei also came to the tavern one after another. Because the Whitebeard Pirates and Roger Pirates will be disbanded, the venue will be full. They had no choice but to come to the bar and sit down. However, they did not make any noise, but listened silently to the stranger Satoru Gojo telling stories. What's going on with this licking dog today? ... The door of the tavern was pushed open. As an apology. P.S. Something happened. The update is a bit late, sorry. I saw Chado, who had not come to drink for a long time, walking with a phone in his hand and whispered. At this time, I heard you have another licking dog. He took out a second phone bug, and the initial flattery on his face turned into affection. You can drink good wine, hear different stories, and meet all kinds of interesting people. After everyone heard this, their eyes suddenly widened. Hang up, bug. This is one of the reasons why Holy Lord and others like to come to the tavern. I won't bother you anymore. After the hurt, there is no forgiveness. Something's not quite right. My dear, tomorrow is your 70th birthday. I might not be able to go. After all, Mr. Akynu has just taken over as Marine Marshal and has a lot of things to deal with. Okay, that's it for now. I personally bought 2 steel wool balls, a solid gold lighter, and candles made from fish oil from Sea King's whales. Chapter 231. Just like licking the road as deep as the sea, from now on there will be no friends in the world of mortals. Guests who know T-dolphins know well that it is absolutely impossible for this licking dog to say such words. Compare before. The T-dolphin will definitely lick this woman frantically, then push the other licking dog out and hit the base by himself. Something is wrong. Something is wrong. And at this moment. After the T-dolphin finished speaking, he hung up the phone directly without giving the woman a chance to explain. This time, instead of taking out the third phone bug, he paced back and forth at the door, as if waiting for someone. Soon, the call of the phone bug rang just now, and a woman's cry came from inside. I was wrong. I can't have any contact with other men except you in the future. The T-dolphin did not agree, but said decisively. Don't say sorry. You can't look back in life, and you can't turn a corner. I have nothing else to ask for in my life, but to put on a wedding dress for you. The phone bug imitated the woman's expression, and said shyly, in this case, I will come to you in a wedding dress tonight. The T-dolphin still refused. No, wearing black nylon products, the wedding dress is a matter of the future. Woman. Okay. After hearing this, everyone couldn't help being even more confused. How can you play like this? This is simply to die and survive. It can only be said that the T-dolphin licking dog has evolved again. But He Xiaohu's eyes flashed brightly. As expected of someone he had been optimistic about for a long time, licking Dao skills is close to Dao. He Xiaohu just wanted to go forward to ask for advice, but he held back because his father was still by his side after all. He can really break his own leg. Just when everyone was stupefied, Gojo's hearty laughter broke the silence. Ha ha ha, it's so interesting, boss, the guests in your tavern are so interesting, both in terms of variety and speech. Ron smiled. If you like it, you can come here often in the future. I will come here often. Gojo Satoru nodded, his blue eyes swept over everyone on the bar. Because I have seen too many cursed spirits. Gojo Satoru was not surprised by such strange creatures as Shungju and his son, Mr. Kill, Black Heart Tiger, and Big Big Wolf. Just curious how strong they are. Especially Mr. Shaw and Shungju father and son, Gojo Wu can clearly feel that they are even stronger than some special magic spirits. Just at this moment, the Holy Master, father and son, and Mr. Shaw also set their sights on Gojo Satoru. Advertisement. Look at each other. The Holy Lord and the three of them came to Wuho Satoru with wine glasses and sat down, chatting with each other. Especially after hearing that Gojo Satoru wants to be a teacher. Mr. Shaw chatted more vigorously, and kept talking about the principles of teaching and educating people. Seeing this, Ron didn't bother them, and then greeted the T-Pig with a smile. Long time no see, Mr. T-Pig. It's really been a long time. The T-Dolphin came to the bar and sat down, and said proudly. How about that speech just now? This is what I came up with on the spur of the moment. I didn't expect the effect to be so good. After lighting a cigarette, Ron smiled and said, it's like licking the road as deep as the sea, and there will be no friends in the world of mortals from then on. The T-Dolphin's eyes suddenly lit up. These words are the simplest and clearest summary for him now. Ron asked curiously, you have licked so many women, which one is your favorite? The T-Dolphin took a sip of the wine Connor brought, and said softly, I like them all. Which one do you dislike the most? Neither of them. Ron continued to ask. Women, career, money, rights, and status are important. Without any hesitation, the T-Dolphin blurted out, I'm important. With the voice down, it wasn't just Ron who was dumbfounded. Even the Holy Master and others on the bar, as well as the Roger pirates sitting on the platform, were briefly stunned. The essence is so insightful. This can no longer be said to be licking a dog, but rather a philosophy of life. From this moment on, the T-Dolphin did not lick just for the sake of licking, but completely followed his heart and became the most sober person in the world. Really, loving yourself is the beginning of a lifelong romance. Hey Xiao, who gave a thumbs up and couldn't help but praise. Hi, too high. T-Dolphin waved his hand. I just looked away. But, I don't dare let those women hear these words, otherwise my affectionate persona will collapse. Of course, if I can find a woman I like, it won't matter. Just like Gojo Satoru found Shaw Yuji's comfortable bed. T-Dolphin is also looking for a special case among countless women. The only difference, what the T-Dolphin wants to find is a home that can make him feel stable and warm. At this time, He Xiao who suddenly remembered something, so he asked. Advertisement. By the way, what about the steel balls, lighters, and candles you just mentioned? And that woman is 70 years old. Heard the words. Chado, who had pretended to have a serious face just now, almost spit out a mouthful of wine. What the hell, you really don't want to open any pot? Ahem, if you really like her, age doesn't matter. As for things like steel balls, she likes to collect them. It's considered a special hobby. T-Dolphin touched his head and explained with an embarrassed look. Koro Sensei, who was discussing with Gojo Satoru on the side about how to teach students, frowned slightly and couldn't help but say. Sorry, although I shouldn't say it, I still have to remind you. Steel balls and candles are not the salvation of life. Apart from giving you money and a luxurious life, what else can those old babies give you? In life, the most important thing is struggle. As Koro Sensei spoke, his face turned serious white. The steel ball directly wipes out the meaning of your struggle. I really can't imagine how degenerate a life without struggle will be. You have no choice but to endure in the days to come. There is no hope in life. Don't go astray. Koro Sensei is worthy of being a teacher. What he said was impassioned and convincing. This made Shenhai, who was eating soft food, look ashamed. As long as you tolerate it temporarily, you will get glory and wealth later, and then use the money to lick more women. Good words can't persuade a damn ghost. So, the more Koro Sensei gets to know Gojo Satoru, the less he understands why he wants to become a teacher. The flower language of steel wool is absolutely correct, forbearance and wealth. When the old baby dies, won't all the money belong to Lousy? But, from the story just now Gojo Satoru. What he said was the decree of that world. Koro Sensei turned to Gojo Satoru and said, is it really okay to let someone like you become a teacher? The T-Porpoise had a dark face the whole time and was not moved at all. Koro Sensei knows very well that Gojo Satoru is very powerful, so strong that he has even transcended the category of human. Seeing that the teacup didn't listen at all, Koro Sensei could only sigh helplessly. Although what you said makes sense. Lousy doesn't listen, you are just fooling me. But, knew it, immediately, and the chat just now. Chapter 232 All beings are equal. Why become a teacher? Gojo Satoru shook the wine glass in his hand, and said lightly. Because compared to the cursed spirit, human beings are more indifferent and ruthless, and the Yusan family where I belong is even more so. So I'm going to rebuild all the upper floors. Like Aizen is going to overthrow the Soul Society. The upper layer that Gojo Satoru saw was also rotten, even rotten to the root. The same is true of the entire magic world. Wouldn't it be better to just kill them all? With your strength, there should be no problem. The Holy Lord, who is a demon, immediately thought of the simplest and most effective method. No, that would just cause more confusion. I am still young. But those upper classes are already old, so it is the most clear choice to become a teacher of the High School of Conjuration and train the next generation of conjurers. Only in this way can the magic world be reshuffled. Gojo Satoru drank the wine in the glass in one gulp, and silently expressed his true thoughts. Plan ahead. After everyone listened, these 4 words instantly appeared in their minds. They also dare not imagine. The boy in front of him who is only 17 years old has such wisdom. By contrast, like the deep sea, the people of the motherland lowered their heads in shame. According to your strength, you can be called a god, and all living beings are equal under you. Why protect those humans? The Holy Master frowned and asked. In his view, human beings are stupid and unteachable. The best destination for human beings is to become a slave who works like a machine without using his brain. Isn't it a matter of course for the magician to destroy the magic spirit and protect human beings as much as possible? It's like how a warrior defeats a dragon and a warrior defeats a demon. Gojo Satoru said a little strangely. Heard the words. Ron, Mr. Shaw understood immediately. Gojo Satoru looks at the world completely with divinity. Just like the gods manage human beings, protecting human beings is the inherent responsibility. Certainly, even if he couldn't save him, he wouldn't feel any guilt. Advertisement. It is not Gojo Satoru's responsibility to eliminate the cursed spirit, nor is it some kind of heroism that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. But God's mercy. Who is the Sha Yujie you are talking about, who can make you willing to step down from the altar, give up the life of being the only one who covers the sky with one hand, and become a teacher? Killing teacher's tentacles stroked the round head and sighed softly. I'll bring him. It's getting late today, everyone, see you another day. After Gojo Satoru put down a wad of money, he raised his head and walked out of the tavern shaking his arms. The walking posture is very awkward. Seeing Aizen and other Baiwang really wanted to go up and give him an electric cannon. But then I thought about it. No matter who becomes the strongest in the world at the age of 17, it will definitely be dragged to no end. Although this guy has almost no humanity, he is human after all. I met an interesting person, got a glimpse of a corner of humanity, moved my heart, and then the divinity in my heart was swallowed up by humanity. Given a summary, it is a god, met a person, and finally fell in love with sentient beings. Teacher Kill took a sip of wine, pondered for a while, and gave the highest evaluation. The bigwig sitting on the side surprisingly did not refute. From the story told by Wuho Satoru, they also learned about the general outline of the spell world. In that world, powerful magicians are in their own category, magic spirits are in a category, and ordinary people are in a category. And Wuho Wu is a bit outrageous, he is one of a kind by himself, whether it is to kill the curse spirit or the curse master, it is really too easy. So, Gojo Satoru sees that ordinary people have directly descended 2 dimensions. This also makes him have no feelings that normal people should have. But, Sha Yujie's appearance allowed Wuho Wu to learn these things, and made him a real man of flesh and blood. Just like Teacher Kill said. God moved all hearts. Whether it's friendship or love, Gojo Satoru is subtly changing and enjoying this feeling. At the same time, Naval Headquarters Combat Conference Room. Akynu, sitting at the head, was smoking a cigar, silently watching the phone bug imitating the expression of 5 elders. An old, angry voice echoed in the conference room. Sakazuki, why didn't you move out? How did you fart on our words? We gave the order half an hour ago. Remember, Sakazuki, Marine is just the facade of the world government, and you are just our dog. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're the Marine Marshal. Hey, did you hear me? Advertisement. The Whitebeard pirates descend upon the Sabaody archipelago suddenly. Plus the gathering of the remnants of the Roger pirates. It annoyed the 5 elders who had to think about the consequences of the war. Even let Akynu destroy them at all costs. But, although Akynu summoned all the generals who were carrying out the mission, he did not move for a long time. And at this moment, facing 5 elders scolding, Akynu still did not respond, but looked at the door of the meeting room, as if waiting for something. 5 minutes later, the door of the conference room was kicked open. Dozens of figures flew in one after another, and then fell heavily to the ground. Immediately afterwards, Shiao Zizai's voice sounded. It's finally over. I didn't expect those 5 old guys to place so many chess pieces in naval headquarters. The top management of the hospital, logistics, internal affairs, and finance are all their people. Oh, there are a few rear admirals, Mr. Akynu, should we kill them all now? Shiao Zizai walked into the conference room, his originally dark eyes turned scarlet. Akynu shook his head slightly. Close it first. Shiao Zizai curled his lips. Cut, it's really boring. After 5 elders on the phone bug heard it, his mind went blank for an instant. Crazy. Sengoku who was watching, Marine Staff Officer Suru even stared wide-eyed, not knowing what to do for a while. But now, Akynu actually dragged out these people in front of them. I made this decision without discussing it with you. Ignoring 5 elders' reaction, Akynu smashed the golden phone bug into pieces. Akynu, what the hell are you trying to do? But the entire conference room was silent. Marine is officially out of the control of the world government, and the news will spread throughout the world today. I know you're surprised. Sa Tansheng gritted his molars and spit out cold words one by one. If any of you want to continue to be a dog for celestial dragons, I have no objection and you can leave at any time. Akynu pressed the cigar into the ashtray and said in a deep voice. This moment, no one ever mentioned it dryly. It is well known that the world government has placed personnel in the Marine. From now on, the ones left behind will clean up the entire sea with me. A few minutes later, Chapter 233 Implementing Inner Justice. Actually, compared to cleaning up the entire sea, being the dog of celestial dragons is also a good choice. At the very least, if you have money to spend and status, you don't even need to be exposed to the wind and the sun every day, and you can just lick the shoes of celestial dragons honestly. But, is this really the life you want? When this question arose from the hearts of all the marine generals present, their eyes changed from shock, confusion, and difficulty in making a choice, to becoming more determined. Clean up the whole ocean. Carry out inner justice. That's why first joined Marine in the first place. If you don't protect civilians, but serve as dogs for celestial dragons, how can you bear the justice behind you? But then again, if I leave now, I'm afraid I'll call Dark Hound right after I leave the house. Right, Akynu must be able to do such a thing. After a short thought, Ghost Spider, Flying Squirrel, Huo and other Marine Vice Admiral, Rear Admiral got up slowly, and said loudly, "We will defend justice to the death. I would like to follow Mr. Akynu and clean the entire sea, so that all evils will have nowhere to hide." Akynu nodded in satisfaction. "You gentlemen, it seems that you have already made your choice. Next, what is our mission?" Vice Admiral, the Ghost Spider who is a hawk, said first. Annihilate every pirate left." Akynu said loudly, "That's right. There is only one thing we have to do, and that is to create a hell that belongs exclusively to pirates. In future wars, you may die meaninglessly like bugs." But, as he spoke, Akynu paused, and his eyes of suggestion swept over everyone's cheeks. "Duty and devotion are the glory of our marine. Go and win the wars one after another. Let the group of celestial dragons who call themselves gods see how good our watchdogs will be." Every time a bite comes out of Akynu's mouth, the hearts of the vice admirals below became more and more determined, and their eyes were covered with a layer of scarlet. They have imagined it. In the days to come, blood will stain the entire sea red. After cleaning, a prosperous world will be created. Immediately, there was a deafening cry in the meeting room. For peace, and for the glory of Marine. Kill all the pirates. Oh, at this moment. Advertisement. The generals of the Hawk faction only have one thought in their hearts: to kill all the pirates. In contrast, Huo and other moderates, although the same enemy. But I still have some hesitation in my heart. Is the choice to leave the world government really right? Even after cleaning the sea, the scenery is extremely beautiful. But, civilians will also be affected, and there will be countless casualties. While pondering, Akynu's solemn voice rang again in their ears. "Kuzaru, Shiao Zizai, Ghost Spider, Flying Squirrel, Huo Doberman, let's go Sabaody Archipelago." The veteran vice admiral who was named immediately walked out of the conference room and went to the port to prepare specific matters. This is Akynu's first battle after becoming the Marine Marshal. Anyway, this battle must be won. For this reason, Akynu specially transferred all vice admirals, 50 warships, and 50,000 marine elites. With the departure of all the generals, looking at the empty meeting room, Sengoku couldn't help but smile wryly. "Sakazuki, have you considered the consequences of doing this?" Akynu strode past Sengoku and said flatly, "Didn't you stop me? If I don't do this, all my actions will be subject to those 5 old guys. It's too troublesome." Sengoku said in a deep voice, "What about Marine's military expenses? Have you ever thought about food, medical treatment, ammunition, the series of problems? No doubt, Marine is a huge organization. The berry spent every day is astronomical. And all of this is supported by the world government. Take Marine's current financial situation. It's been a lot of work for a month. It's very simple. Isn't the heavenly money handed over by the allied countries just ready-made military expenses?" Shiao Zizai said with a smile. "If you do that, what's the difference between you and pirates?" Sengoku said through gritted teeth. Shiao Zizai shook his head. "The world won't see this. They'll just see how Marine is giving them a secure life. How to pull God from Mariajoy above 10,000 meters into the boundless abyss. It's a happy ending, isn't it, Mr. Sengoku?" Just when Sengoku wanted to refute, Akynu lit a cigar and said in a deep voice, "It's useless to say these things. Now you either come with me to the Sabaody Archipelago and kill the Whitebeard pirates. Either, just take care of the house honestly, or become a dog for the world government. Say it." Akynu and Shiao Zizai walked out of the conference room. "We're getting old, it's a foregone conclusion. Since you and I can't stop it, and we can't break away from Marine, then give support and see what the final result will be." Advertisement. Marine staff officer, he softly persuaded. "It can only be the..." Sengoku let out a long sigh, his eyes reflected the back of Akynu's departure, which looked extremely complicated. Shiao Zizai's words were already obvious. Breaking away from the world government is only the first step for Akynu. Not only will the entire sea be cleaned, but even the world government and the celestial dragons will not be spared. If successful, everyone is happy. On the contrary, Akynu will be lost forever. Celestial dragons will rewrite his deeds. In history, he was reviled by the world behind him and completely nailed to the pillar of shame. And what scares Sengoku even more? If Akynu succeeds, will he become the next I am? Sabaody Archipelago. The port in Area 13, which was originally clean and tidy, was devastated. A bottomless crack in the earth. The pouring seawater all testified to the horror of the battle just now. Now, Whitebeard's body was covered with sunken fist marks, blood seeped from under his skin, and half of his crescent beard was knocked off. The same is true for Garp, his proud iron fist couldn't stop shaking. Compared to the embarrassed two, Doflamingo, with torn clothes and a few fast healing wounds, was unharmed and looked remarkably relaxed. "Bah, my patience is running out, haven't you made a decision yet?" Doflamingo said with a gloomy face. The commotion was too great. Marine must have heard the news a long time ago and is on his way. It must be done quickly. Get Whitebeard off the Sabaody archipelago as quickly as possible, then Doflamingo pins down Marine himself. Gu la la la. Even if I agree, my sons won't agree. Small door, don't you think so? Whitebeard laughed loudly, holding the knife in one hand. That's right, the Whitebeard pirates will never cooperate with AB*********** D like Doflamingo. The pirate standing on the bow shouted loudly. The voice just fell. The surrounding air suddenly became viscous, and the temperature rose sharply. Everyone looked up. Countless pieces of lava are falling from the sky, and the target is the Whitebeard pirates docked at the chapter 234 behind the lava that burns everything is justice that persists to the end. Meteor volcano. Akynu, the stupid young man is here. Roger, Whitebeard, and all the captains and crew members suddenly widened their eyes. They know Akainu's character. Wherever they passed, the pirates either died or were thrown into impelled down and put on sewing machines. It can be described as extremely cruel. This guy came really slowly. Doflamingo gritted his teeth and looked extremely ugly. See, Whitebeard, Roger didn't understand even more. The strength Doflamingo showed just now has far exceeded the level of Admiral and 4 Emperors. How could you still be afraid of Akynu? Dad, a large number of Marines have been spotted 10 nautical miles ahead. The pirate in charge of the investigation shouted. And at this moment, the pirates who were still on the ship didn't care anymore and jumped off the Moby DK like dumplings. Take care of these small flames first. Whitebeard frowned slightly, and the broad blade condensed majestic concussive power. Immediately afterwards, the veins on his arm popped out, and he slashed at the lava coming from above. Boom. Next second, the sky is broken like a spider web, spreading upward. The falling lava shattered instantly under the force of the shock, blooming in midair like fireworks. But even so, the lava didn't go out, it just got smaller. At this time, a loud chirp sounded, and a blue figure suddenly appeared in the sky. Blue flames attached to both wings, emitting bright light. It is a phantom species. The owner of the phoenix fruit, Marco, the captain of the Whitebeard 1st Division. He faced the sky full of lava and fluttered his wings to meet it. Bang 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 bang. Countless pieces of lava the size of gravel were attracted by Marco and offset. But the high temperature and impact of the lava still caused him a lot of damage. However, the blue flame bloomed at the root of the wound, healing Marco's injury. When the lava dissipates with the air, Marco was waiting for the captains, and the crew just breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a strong sense of crisis surged from my heart. Do you think this is the end? A deep and solemn voice came from high in the sky. With the voice down, the lava, denser and falling faster than before, emerged again. See this scene. Advertisement. All the pirates in the Whitebeard Pirates group suddenly felt their hearts sink. Gu la la la. This kid Akynu is really a criminal. With a dark face, Whitebeard raised his knife and swung it down again. All the captains also jumped up to stop the falling lava. But, it's too late, it's too late. Countless brilliant attacks only blocked most of the lava. There is still a small part of the lava still falling. Bah, Whitebeard, this is your last chance. If you agree to cooperate, I will stop it for you. If you don't agree, then you will watch your ship being destroyed by lava. Then the Whitebeard pirates will have a trapped beast fight with Marine in the Sabaody archipelago. Doflamingo smiled and gave the conditions. At this moment, he can only say that Akynu is really a god assist. If Marine hadn't arrived, Whitebeard would definitely not have agreed to cooperate. What gives Doflamingo a headache is, how can I take the Whitebeard pirates away in front of Marine? Little ghost, you really know how to seize opportunities. Gu la la la. Cooperate, save the Moby DK, and then leave here with my sons, this is my condition. Whitebeard nodded in agreement despite his inner reluctance. No problem. Doflamingo smiled and jumped to the bow of the Moby DK. Just as the lava is about to hit the Moby DK. Suddenly, countless white threads wrapped in armed colors emerged from the port, wrapping these whale-shaped ships. Bang 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 bang. As countless deafening explosions sounded. The thread-wrapping armament hockey was blown open by the lava, and then filled again instantly. This is also due to the blessing of the second-generation divine body. If not, Doflamingo's hockey and string fruit alone can't stop Akynu's meteor volcano. When the last piece of lava fell, the thread that entangled armament hockey disappeared into the air. Immediately, Akynu's figure also fell from the sky, overlooking Whitebeard, Doflamingo and others below. Marine ships also emerged from the sea in a mighty manner. Kuzaru, Flying Squirrel, Shiao Zizai, Doberman and other famous generals stood proudly on the bow of the ship, the murderous intent in their eyes was self-evident. Bah, Akynu, you are really like a fly, buzzing and following me around. Doflamingo couldn't help but mocked. Hee, you are just trash in my eyes, and I am just the worker responsible for cleaning up the trash. Advertisement. Akynu lit a cigar and said calmly. As soon as I finished speaking, out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly saw a familiar voice. That is, Roger. In this instant, Akynu lost his composure just now, and his face was full of disbelief. Long time no see, Akynu. I didn't expect you have grown so big. I remember you were still a stupid young man who took God's avoidance forcefully. Ha ha ha. Roger touched his head and laughed loudly. You shouldn't be in this world. It's better to go to hell or be publicly executed again. Trash will always be trash. And you, Roger, are the biggest garbage in the entire ocean. You deserve to be erected as a kneeling statue by future generations and be reviled by future generations. Akainu's expression turned extremely cold again, and he said sarcastically. Heard the words. The crew members of the Roger pirates all had gloomy faces and clenched their fists unconsciously. Same as Roger. It doesn't matter how bad you scold yourself, but, you can't scold my companions. Calm down. Don't fall for his provocation. Rushing over rashly may lead to bad things. Roger just smiled and didn't take it seriously. However, Ace suddenly burst out. The blazing flames exploded, reflected in the eyes of everyone present, and rushed toward Akynu. Ace, don't go there. Diamond Josie said hurriedly. Ace ignored and roared. Fart. No matter what Roger does, it's not your stinky Marine's turn to talk nonsense. Die. Fire fist. No matter what, Roger is his father. Ever since he was young, whenever Ace heard someone scolding Roger, he would rush up to him without saying a word. Although he was still a child at that time. Even though there were several adults opposite. Akynu sneered and did not use the fruit's ability. He just wrapped around Hockey and grabbed it with one hand. Hee hee. I didn't expect that you, a reckless brat, would rush over after I just said a few words. Also, I couldn't catch you last time, so let's do it to you now. Although this move is shameless. But, behind the lava that burns everything is justice that perseveres to the end. As long as I can kill all the pirates. Even if he uses a trick that has no details, Akynu doesn't care. Chapter 235 Everything is lost. Seeing Ace rush forward desperately. Ron, who was sitting at the entrance of the tavern watching the play, said lightly. Everything is lost. Sure enough, the matter is still broken by Imazi. Thor tilted his head and asked curiously, why? If Ace is captured by Akynu, the Roger pirates will definitely join the battle. Whoever loses and who wins doesn't seem to be certain, does it? Although Marine came with 50,000 elite soldiers. But that's just cannon fodder after all. Vice Admiral's targets are the captains of the Whitebeard pirates and the former Roger pirates. Akynu was pinned by Doflamingo and Roger was pinned by Admiral Kuzaru. Looking at it this way, if there is a real fight, it is really not certain who will win. Ron touched Thor's head, smiled and shook his head. If Ace is caught by Akynu, then the Roger pirates will definitely make a move. With the character of Akynu. At that time, whoever dares to go up will break off one of Ace's fingers. Do you think the Roger pirates will still join the battle? Maybe the Whitebeard pirates will be destroyed because of this. Thor nodded thoughtfully. She is a dragon. Still can't figure out the thinking of human beings, and can't figure out the complexity of human nature. Even more incomprehensible, how much effort and price will people pay for their ideals? At the same time, port office. The blazing flames formed a huge fire fist. Wherever it passed, the air twisted, and the flowers, plants, flying insects were instantly reduced to ashes. Seeing this, Roger, Rayleigh, and Whitebeard waved their swords at Akynu at the same time, and chased after him with all their strength. It's impossible to stop Ace now. The best choice. It's about knocking Akynu back, preventing him from getting any closer to Ace, and then bringing Ace to safety. Doflamingo also slapped his face, and followed immediately. He really wanted to strangle Ace. It was very difficult to leave the Sabaody archipelago with the Whitebeard pirates. If now Ace is caught by Akynu, Whitebeard must fight Marine to the death and bring Ace back. At that time, the Whitebeard pirates will definitely be wiped out by the Marines. Then I was busy for nothing today. Advertisement. Now, facing the raging flames, divine evasion, concussion power, and Rayleigh's terrifying sword aura, Akynu remained unmoved in the slightest. With a violent wave of his left hand, he directly threw away the moves of the three of Roger. Bang! In a burst of violent explosions, Akynu's body directly passed through the clothes on the upper body of Fire Fist, and was completely burned, revealing chunks of gnarled muscles. How can it be? Ace's pupils shrank suddenly, just about to condense the flames and launch another attack. But, it's too late. Akainu's right hand still tightly strangled Ace's neck, and said with a sneer. That's the price you pay for being impulsive, kid. Whether it is the Whitebeard pirates or the Roger pirates, they will all be buried in Sabaody archipelago. And the instigator of all this is you. Heard the words. The crew of the Whitebeard pirates frowned suddenly. The purpose of coming to a dangerous place like Sabaody archipelago is to meet Roger for Ace. Now, because of his recklessness, the Whitebeard pirates cast a taboo, which led to their destruction. No one is feeling well. Murder. This is what Akynu wanted. Anyway, that B************* D Roger is not something you can scold. Run, everyone, don't worry about me. Ace shook his body vigorously, gathering the flames again, wanting to fight back. But Akynu seemed to be able to see through his movements, and punched Ace in the abdomen first. Boom, accompanied by a muffled sound. Ace only felt a sweetness in his throat, and then a mouthful of blood gushed out of his mouth. Run, don't even think about running away today. Akynu let out a grin, and retreated quickly, avoiding Doflamingo, Roger and others attacking him. When he reappeared in the eyes of everyone, the cannons of 50 marine warships also had enough range. The fuses were ignited by the soldiers, and fiery snakes spewed out from the muzzles. Bang 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 bang. Immediately afterwards, Kuzaru's body also quickly elementalized, jumping onto a cannonball, his hands crossed, and dazzling light burst out from his fingertips. 8-foot Chong Guyu, almost instantly. Advertisement. The dense shells, mixed with dazzling light bullets, fell to the port in the 13th area after a distance of several nautical miles. There is only one goal. That's 4 Moby Dicks. See this scene. The pirates of the Whitebeard pirates suddenly felt ashamed. Dead end. If the ship is gone, there is no hope of escape, and Marine only needs to fight the trapped beast. Gu la la la. Cheer up my spirits. Ace is our family. We can't give up our family. This is our only iron law. Whitebeard scowled, and shouted loudly. That's right, if we violate this iron law, then we might as well disband in place. Marco immediately followed and shouted loudly. Oh. Rescue Ace. Kill these B************ D Marines. They must know that the Whitebeard pirates are the last pirates they should mess with. Countless pirates raised their arms and shouted, fighting spirit rekindled in their eyes. A group of captains jumped onto the bow again, trying their best to block the incoming shells. Some pirates also immediately reloaded shells to fight back. But even so, the 4 large ships were still damaged to varying degrees. Everyone. Ace choked up, and his brain calmed down. If not impulsive, there was no way Whitebeard would be in such a passive situation. Don't cry yet. Let's save your tears for Shiao Zizai. He will let you taste the most painful punishment in the world. Akynu lit a cigar and stomped on Ace's left leg. Click. Ah. Ace couldn't help crying out in pain. The crisp cracking sound of bones and screams instantly echoed in the ears of everyone in the port. For a while, anger, pain, intolerance and other emotions surged from the hearts of all the 2 pirate groups, Roger and Whitebeard. As Ace's father, Roger's eyes burst out with an unprecedented murderous look. He pointed his knife at Akynu. Damn you.